ahead with Monster Tunes.
Hey, what's up everybody? For those of you that know me, my name is Quickshot, for those of you who don't know me rather, and we're going to be covering the DreamHack qualifiers tonight. You'll see in chat that the EU East ladder is already up and live, and it looks as though the EU West bracket has just gone live as well. So bear with us, give us another 3 to 5 minutes. We should have a game lined up, and then myself and Panky will jump straight into the action. But in the meantime, I hope you like the trance, because that's what we're going to be listening to all night long.
Motherfucking saga continues. The saga continues. Fucking saga continues.
You're listening to the Monster Tunes radio show with me, Mark Eatson. In the background now, our Monster of the Month, brand new single from Gareth Emery, The Saga, fresh out on Garuda shortly. Here's Super 8 Tab mashed up with Matt Zoe, courtesy of Chris Schweitzer.
Something really weird.
Well, greetings. How are you doing, Mr. Panky?
I'm fine, but you sound like you're having a stroke. Something's really wrong with Skype.
My bad. I'm watching chat at the minute. Is it coming through on the stream? Ooh. So let's have a look. Is my audio a little bit better there, Panky?
I couldn't even understand what you just said.
All right, so let's drop the call and retry it.
Yep.
All right, for everybody that is sitting on the stream, if we are having technical issues or sound problems, please let me know. I am busy listening to the call at the moment, or busy reading the chat, so let's see if we can get Panky back on the line. All right, does that sound a little bit better?
Doesn't sound any better at all. Do you want me to try hosting the Skype call?
Yes, let's try that. Let's give that a bash. Okay, does that make a difference?
It doesn't, no.
I have
Is it
TeamSpeak
coming through
installed.
on the stream?
I'm not sure. Let's have a look. What are the players? Chat? Give us some feedback. Panky and myself. How do our microphones sound? I'm busy watching chat at the moment. What's the problem in your end there? Apparently, it sounds perfect on stream. Everybody's saying all good, all good, all good. Quality's okay, just a little louder. Volume we can do very easily. That's my microphone bumped. So, Panky, can you hear me at all?
It still sounds really weird at my end, but if it's not coming through on the stream, then I'll play with my settings and figure out what it is.
Panky's ears need a buff, according to chat. Oh, I suppose I should hit spectate, hey, instead of taking up a slot. If we've got TS3, we could try that.
TeamSpeak, you say?
Yeah,
I do.
we can give that a bash if you'd like to. It's not going to make a difference for me.
Yep, we can go with that if you want.
All right, hit me up on Skype with a IP address, and then we can jump onto it there. Right. Well, for everybody that is tuning in and is listening, you can see that we are in a game, Absolute Legends versus ACER, and we're just waiting for the last player to get in there, just waiting for the last player to join, and obviously sorting out our own little connection issues. As soon as myself and Panky get onto TeamSpeak, we should be good to go. So welcome, everybody. Spread the word, spread the love. I'm going to put a Reddit link into the chat at the moment. Give it some love, guys. Throw some upvotes there. I'll add the tournament brackets to the post in just a second. But let's get on to TeamSpeak with Panky. What is connect in German? Let's see if that's it. There we go. That's me connected. And waiting for voice.
That's better.
Is that better? Oh, fantastic. Well, I can hear you great.
Wow.
Ooh, it sounds like there's a lot of other people here as well.
Extinkt coming down and trolling.
Oh, that's not cool. That's not cool. So, one more time, guys. In chat, can anybody give me some feedback? What do the microphones sound like? Panky, say hello to everyone.
Hello, everyone. And I can hear myself coming through your mic now, which is even weirder.
Oh, that is strange. Let me have a look if that's on. Oh, where is my TeamSpeak run off to? Mics are fine apparently to chat. I'm going to double check my sound. It should be fine. Panky's a little quieter than me, so I'm going to bump your volume, Mr. Panky. And I have no idea where the problems are coming from. So, everybody, 1,000 viewers, what's up? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You're here for today's DreamHack qualifier. For everybody that's busy looking at it, you can see we have all 10 players in the game. It is going to be Absolute Legends facing off against Team ACER in today's best of one qualifier. They are running simultaneously. EU West and EU East are both running at the same time. And the two finalists from both, first and second place, will qualify for the actual final on Sunday. Sunday is going to be a best of 8 teams. Be 4 from today, 4 from Thursday. And the top 4, I believe it is, from Sunday's tournament actually make it to DreamHack. So today is just a qualifier. It's just to earn a spot in the actual competition on Sunday. So, Panky, are you there?
I am here, and it looks like the teams are ready as well.
Fantastic. Well, I am ready and good to go. Ultraface. Who is
yes,
that?
Extinkt has had his main account taken off him, shall we say.
Lovely, lovely. That doesn't sound good.
I also have a message saying I've disconnected from PvP on there.
I'm having a look. It seems to be fine for me.
Well, I can get a message from you.
Oh,
yeah, okay. I don't know
sweet.
what Right's saying.
Sweet. So it looks like we are good. Looks like we're good to go. So we're just waiting for the game to start. And this is probably going to be a pretty good game for round one. A little bit disappointing that both the teams meet this early in the competition. Who are the other big names that have signed up for today, Panky? Do you know?
I think anyone who's everyone signed up. We've got Moscow 5, SK Gaming, FNATIC, obviously COG and NAVI have jumped across to the East qualifier. Then there's some of the lesser known but still really strong teams like DERPERS and Teamless and, well, Team ACER. While ACER is a known name, this is a brand new squad as far as they're concerned. So teams from all across the skill ranges.
I also seen Game Hoppers featuring on the East lineup as well, I believe, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, they're somewhere.
All right, so for everybody that's busy chilling, that is busy watching with us, we're going to try and follow as many games as we can as the tournament progresses. And we're in touch with the admin, so they'll be looking at round number 2, looking at who's going to be winning and looking at who's going to be advancing to the next round. And then they're going to help us pick some games, pick some matches. So we'll be talking to them as we go. And it just looks like we are busy swapping teams, swapping players at the moment. For anybody that is on the stream, the last minute in the countdown, I'm going to have to just switch over to the tournament brackets because I don't actually have a overlay that covers the summoner spells, unfortunately. Do you have one of those, Panky?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I unfortunately do not. But it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. So, yeah, we're just killing some time before we kick this off. I want some predictions on chat. We have a whole bunch of people there. I want to know who is going to be winning, Absolute Legends or Team ACER. Where's the predictions, guys? Throw some guesswork up there for me. Ooh, that's a whole bunch of love at the moment. Panky, a lot of love going down for Absolute Legends.
Should really open this chat out. And to be honest, okay, I'm slightly biased here, but I think the love being given to AL is well deserved at the moment. They've had some big results recently.
Yeah, and they have been playing fantastically well. Well, it looks like we have all 10 people in here. So hopefully we should be good to go. All right, so for everybody that is tuning in and that is sitting by, this is, of course, the DreamHack qualifiers. The finalists from both EU West and EU East make it to Sunday's, what do we call it, final qualifier, if that's the right name for it. And, of course, we're going to have to see whether or not ACER or Absolute Legends advance from round number 1. ACER on the left and AL on the right. It looks as though we're about to start the champion select, and that's it. We are into the bans and picks with Team ACER. They'll be wearing the blue trunks on the left-hand side of your screen, facing off against Absolute Legends on the right-hand side in the red trunks. Bans, what are we going to see, Panky?
I'm expecting a Jax. I was going to say Minlo, but he's already gone, so that's not a great prediction. Suspect a Soraka and an Urgot will be in here somewhere, and maybe a Kennen.
Now, what makes you think Soraka is going to be banned?
You could ask, I think, pick 10 of the pro supports running around at the moment, and 9 of them will tell you Soraka is the most broken, overpowered support in game.
Well, we'll see what happens.
The hero that she puts out now, with the armor buff it gives you as well, is just ridiculously strong.
Yeah, it's so true, it's so true. Well, Mundo and Shen removed, so no split pushing today from the Ninja on top lane. I'm not a huge fan of the Shen split push. Ari, the next one out. Another normal common mid ban. Followed up by Nocturne. So that's quite an interesting one from AL. Not wanting to deal with those paranoia ganks.
Yeah, he's certainly been making a comeback in the last few weeks. He's a really strong one. I want to say uncommon to see him getting banned, but it's starting to become more and more common. So
yeah, it's true. Just these last 2 weeks, it seems as though, you know, now that people are getting rid of Dr. Mundo from the pool, and seeing just how powerful Nocturne really is with those level 6 ganks of his. Lee Sin, the next one removed as well. So that could have been, you know, another jungle potential top lane as well. And finally, the
My
last...
prediction's going down really well here.
Yeah. So let's see what happens. Well, there goes your Jax. Well played, well played. Seems you know your homeboys. So Overpow. Is he going to lock in Soraka? Is he going to lock in Janna? That's the real question.
And of course, Urgot's left open. There's so many champions now that I really wouldn't expect to have seen left available.
Yeah, it is true. A lot of the bigger names, you know, the guys that tend to be instantly banned, Morgana being one of them. So Morgana in the mid, and at least now Absolute Legends, they don't have to play their AP mid until their last pick if they want to. You know, save the selection. Who would you put against Morgana in the middle if you were Absolute Legends?
If I was Absolute Legends, I'd put Rise. New Rise with Extinct in the mid lane, and there you go.
Yeah.
Soraka and Urgot left open. Not a surprise at all to see those two picked up straight away.
Well, it's quite interesting to see now. A lot of the champions you tend to see banned, you tend to see not in the game. You know, Morgana now, Urgot and Soraka. Nautilus being picked up on behalf of ACER, and I like that. I'm a big fan of the Nautilus ganks and the early aggression that he can put out. It's like a more DPS focused Maokai. Corki being locked in as well for Mr. DOTA Pro. So at least we know who the AD carry is going to be on behalf of Team ACER. And interesting to pick a Corki against an Urgot. I mean, he's got that Valkyrie, so he'll be able to get out of range of the Acid Hunters. But I don't know. It's an interesting pick for me. I wonder who they're going to put as support for Corki, if they're going to go for a sustain support or a slightly more aggressive type support, maybe like a Taric, for example. And Lulu.
Taric is not uncommon against Urgot because obviously when he lands that E, you can stun him before he gets too many acid hunters off and use up the dot time. Or Alice is another common one.
Yeah, very true. Now I like this pick as well. Is that Lulu being locked in?
It is. Lulu's locked. It's going to be in the mid lane.
I'm a big fan of the Lulu mid, especially when people get the Glitterlance and Help Picks combo working together, because it just extends the range so much if you just put that little fly on a teammate. But it is particularly difficult to actually pull off. So, Malunoo managing to lock in the Udyr now, so we can assume that's going to be an Udyr jungle, but it could be Udyr top lane, depending on whether or not they, see on the last two picks from ACER. Talon versus Lulu in the mid. Now, there's a matchup that I have not seen yet. If it gets locked in, of course.
That is a good point. It's something, in fact, Talon I've seen no one other than Extinkt play it myself. Although, obviously, it's obviously out there. Erotic might pick it in. He can go top, he can also go mid. And it would be a case of how AL decided to answer this, because we were speaking with Studio, in fact, at the weekend, and for Golf, actually, which you filled in for weeks back. But Morgana does fairly well in that top lane with her sustain. You need to get a bit of mana regen, maybe a catalyst up. But with the spell vamp, with the ability she's got, she's pretty safe up there.
Oh, man. So at the last second, Talon gets swapped out to a Leona. And that's going to be a very aggressive bot lane. I assume once Urgot lands that corrosive charge, you're going to expect Leona to dive forward and apply the stun. And just let Corki, try shred away some of that armor and put as much combo down with the Gatling cannon and his auto attacks. And the last lock-in is going to be Riven. So Riven top lane against most likely Vlad and Morgana Lulu in the mid. What do you think about the lane matchups? Where would you put your money, on a Morgana or a Lulu in the mid lane?
I'm going to have to put it with Lulu.
And what makes you say that? Do you think that, what's her E spell called? I forget the name of it.
Help picks.
And that one's Help Picks. Is that going to be able to get through the black shield?
If he levels it first, I suspect it will. But last time I saw Extinkt play Lulu, and in fact most of the AP Lulus, they max Glitterlance first, which is his Q and his slow. Obviously the slow won't go through the spell shield, but depending how many levels Overpower gets in it, it does have a great AP ratio, and it can tear straight through that shield on its own.
Well, we're definitely going to have to see how that matches up. So we do have our lane matches up now. So that's going to be Morgana Lulu in the mid. Top is going to be Vladimir versus Riven. And I think if YoungBuck is able to put pressure down onto 760, my money's on Riven. Riven should take a Vlad most times once he gets a couple of levels and a few items. The bottom lane is going to be the interesting one because you've got two fairly aggressive, well, you've got a very, very aggressive Leona and Corki coming up against somewhat of a defensive playstyle from Urgot in terms of the way Urgot tends to play, landing that corrosive charge, then hitting a couple of the acid hunters down. What do you think about the matchup? Dota Pro Erotic coming up against Xinec and Sleper.
I think the first 3 levels are going to be pivotal. That's like Leona at level 2, you need to make an impact. You need to land that EQ, you need to get some damage out and get the lead. If AL have a sat back slow ride to levels 4, 5, 6, and Soraka starts to get a sustain up, Sleper starts to get his harass off with his E's and his Q's, then ACER are going to have a hard time, and it's going to rely a lot on jungle ganks. And when AL's on purple, getting ganked by Nautilus, providing they keep those bottom bushes warded, isn't going to be an easy task for Xaxus.
I like our junglers as well. We've got two very, very early, very aggressive junglers, Udyr and Nautilus. But of course, Nautilus has that small advantage over Udyr in that his dredge line has got a better range on the skill shot. So he'll at least be able to pull himself closer towards somebody and possibly pull off a gank a little bit earlier rather than relying on that run movement speed from the bear stance. Now, we do have 1 minute left before we get into the game, so I'm going to throw up a quick 30-second commercial, and when we get back, we should be live with Absolute Legends versus Team ACER. So, that is the advert up and running. Not everybody gets them, though, so for everybody that is still here, hello, hi, and we're about to start. Panky, do you have anything to share?
Nothing huge, but I'm still reading through these brackets. And there's lots of names in here I recognise, and a lot more than I don't, which is a great thing. I like seeing teams that I don't know.
Yeah, it's great for the scene to see everybody trying and moving forward, trying to actually take part in these competitions. To Pseudo Swag 77, thank you for helping clean up the chat. You are a legend. And it looks as though we have everybody back. So the last 7 seconds, when we asked in chat who was going to win, everybody voted for Absolute Legends. Is the prediction still the same? Chatland, fill us in. Let's see what the votes go up for at the moment. So there is the game loading. Well, hoping so anyway. And I love to compare skins. I'm a huge, huge fan. The Vladimir and Riven skins are probably some of my favorites. Oh, Battlecast Urgot is awesome as well. Keeps tossing out all those missiles. Are you a fan of the skins, Panky?
I am a fan of skins. That's 2 legendaries on Aces as well. Red Baron Corki is a good fun one. It's not my favourite Morgana skin though.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I'm looking forward to the new Morgana skin with the... is it the Tree Twisted Ivy or something along those lines?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be a particularly cool one. So we are about to start game number 1, Team ACER versus Absolute Legends. So as soon as my graphics engine decides to actually load the match.
You're not alone on that one. There we go. Everyone just in there summoning, apparently.
Alright, so I need to get my overlay up and running. Make sure that the team names are correct. Team ACER versus Absolute Legends. And we are good to go. Alright, let's just turn my map scroll speed down just a little bit. My mouse sensitivity, it always resets itself. There we go.
So, while you play with those, let's talk about how these guys are set up. AL, well, they were looking to be semi-aggressive. All 5 of them making their way down to the bottom side of the jungle. And actually, Xinec, YoungBuck, and extinkt leading a charge into Ace's jungle. They are just going to drop a ward and back away. It was a bit risky in all fairness. You do have to have your wits about you when you're invading against a Morgana.
Luckily, though, there was no real backup for Morgana, so even if that Dark Binding had landed, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. But a very tenuous start. Both teams just looking one another, you know, down the barrel, deciding who's actually going to do anything, who's going to make the first move. And it just looks like
Corky and Lona want to start these golems. It'll give them that extra half-hour level in the bottom lane, get them up to level 2 before Soraka and Urgot, which, as we said, with a Leona Corky, you need to get that early damage out, need to land a quick E and Q combo, burst some damage down. Let's see. Sleper and Xinec going to interrupt? It doesn't look like it. They're just going to sit here and help Malunoo out in his jungle.
Overall, it ended up just being a very defensive start. A little bit of poking, you know, very early wards. You can see Corky and Leona both put that early tri-bush ward down in the bottom lane. And then, of course, the double wards by the red buff. One for ACER, one for AL. And as predicted, nothing out of the ordinary for the lanes. We do have Udia. He's picked up his blue buff first, along with Nautilus on the blue buff. And 760 coming up into the top lane to face off against YoungBuck. And it looks as though we've got mirror wards. Absolute legends also putting a ward in this bottom tri-bush. Making sure they've got vision for when Nautilus comes around. Making sure he's not going to be tossing out that, you know, dredge line and catching anybody out of position early. So where is the kill lane, Panky? Looking at the setup, looking at how the lanes are going to be facing off. Ooh, pressure in the mid lane already. Overpow.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say the kill lane is going to be obviously Leona Corky, as they do go straight in onto Sleper. The Ignite's already been used out. A bit of the burst damage from DOTA PRO. But, as I mean, just before I got a chance to say it, extinkt got really aggressive onto Morgana in mid. And now we have Malunoo waiting in the top lane. So, it looks like we might see some action in every lane.
Oh, Malunoo's
Just waiting for 760 to go forward. He comes out with a bed dance.
There goes the knock.
With the knock up.
Sorry, go for it, 760. There goes the... Sorry, Panky, definitely got to coordinate there a little bit better. Vlad manages to use the summoner heal and saves his life under the turret. Really well played by 760 just to get away by the skin of his teeth there.
It's my fault. I'll turn my team speak up a bit more.
But that was flash burn for Malunoo, so he's going to have to wait a couple of minutes before he can do that flash base dance stun again. And 760 went below 50 hit points on that first gang. But look at the hit points on Sleper in the bottom lane. Taking so much damage from DOTA Pro and Erotic. Very strange. Well, you know, it's the Astral Blessing, of course, 20 odd second cooldown. It's a long time between heals. And something else to point out as well. Urgot did not start with Brute's Pots. Opened with the Doran's Blade, so he's got the lack of mobility. Once Leona lands on him, applies a slow, and Corky jumps forward at the Valkyrie, it's going to be very difficult for him to escape.
He's also like very low sustained until about level 4 or 5. So to say, Xinec has got to get some points into that heal before he can really help Sleper out. We are just about hitting that point, but it did make those early levels really, really risky. And we actually see Malunoo invading onto the rules. He does find Xaxus with his face. Xaxus is going to start the fight. Malunoo actually coming out on the backside. Dredge line will land. He's going to keep chasing. He's got that red buff ticking for the slow. Malunoo will bear stance away. We do have mid lanes Morgana and Vladimir coming from the top, but it looks like Malunoo's going to be out and safe.
So close. I just picked on Xaxus there just in the last second. His dredge line was literally 2 seconds away. And on the bottom lane, we've got Erotic diving forward. Manages to get to slow and the stun down in Sleper. Tanks one turret shot. But Sleper still sitting with 200 hit points. Turn their attention to Xinec for a few hits. But after the corrosive charge lands and now a few more acid hunters, Leona dives all the way forward onto Soraka. Takes another hit from the turret. One more auto attack from DOTA PRO may have been enough, but he eats a turret shot in return. Sleper with no mana to land a corrosive charge or any extra acid hunters. On both sides.
While that was going on, YoungBuck got away with 72 HP from a Nautilus gank in the top lane.
Oh, very, very low. So, lots of early pressure, but nothing coming from it just yet.
Yeah, everyone getting down to tiny slivers of health. Not quite seeing that first blood, but as you can see, with ACER's bottom lane, there is very little sustain there. And now they're down to this health, they're going to have to back away. Sleper's going to be back up to full health soon enough, thanks to Xinec, and full mana as well.
Keeping an eye on the summoner spells. Heal is still available for Corki on the bot line. Erotic has both Flash and Ignite available. But Xinec had to burn his Flash there just to get away from the Leona Corki combo. So if they can, get another aggressive push in the next few minutes, it might be where first blood comes from. Both of our mids sitting, they have just hit level 6. Morgana only using one of her pots thus far and has not recalled, whereas Ultraface has. And he's picked up a double Dorans and a couple extra wards as well. Top lane pressure going down, a couple of attacks back and forth. YoungBuck, he does take one turret hit. We're playing very, very aggressively against 760 there. Constantly in his face, constantly applying those auto attacks after he's charged up with the runic blade. So already we see 1,000 gold difference in advantage for absolute legends. And that just comes down to the farm, really.
Yep, no first blood, no kill goad or anything. That is pure the farm game. And, well, where is it? Because, I mean, mid lane, there's 10 CS up on Lulu, admittedly. Top lane is about 4. It's only about even, really. And to be honest, bot lane is actually going in favour of ACER. So most of this gold is on the mid lane and the jungle.
Well, we can have a look at the gold graphs as it measures up. Mid lane 2,000 to Morgana 1,800. Bot lane Corki 2,000 to Urgot 1,800. Top lane 1,700 to Rivens 1,800. Small advantages, but they all add up at the end of the day.
Yeah, we saw Xaxus head towards mid, but he got spotted in Warden's back away. He's now going straight up to the top lane. Again, another ward. AL has so much vision right now, and there's nothing Nautilus can really do. ACER got a pink ward in the bottom lane. Sleper's just firing rockets into the bush anyway.
Now that does look like they're setting up. There goes Erotic. He misses the Q though, unfortunately, so doesn't manage to dive forward and apply that slow. No, it's not the Q actually. It's his the Zenith Blade. So a point-blank corrosive charge lands onto DOTA Pros, followed up by 2 Acid Hunters, and that chunks his hit points down to half. A couple Acid Hunters and 1 or 2 auto attacks, and Urgot is already hitting extremely hard. Double Dorans and that longsword already at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, and now that he's 6, he's got that swap. I don't know whether he's going to need Malunoo or not, but DOTA Pro's going to have to be really careful while he's under this tower. Quick swap and a silence so he can't back her away. It means he's going to take a lot of damage, and there's a whole lane for him to run away from.
So at the moment, there has been a lot of attempts, but nothing successful as of yet. So first blood still yet to come, and top lane, it does look as though YoungBuck is having his way with 760 a little bit. Slowly starting to pull ahead on the farm. Well, small amount actually. But he's managed to keep 760 back, and just the playstyle. Vlad's sitting, he's on the back foot, he's sitting at his tower, and he has been for most of the opening section of this game.
Malunoo's got himself an Oracles, which is quite interesting considering we haven't had a kill or a first blood yet. So he's not particularly that far ahead. He's just happy with the farm in the jungle. He's up to 56 creeps, admittedly 2 of those are wards. 41 to Nautilus. He's got 1 GP5 up.
It does look like he's
Let's
heading.
see whether he can keep it.
He is moving into the bottom lane right now, and of course ACER, they do not have a ward here. They've just placed a ward in the tri-bush, and I'm going to have to see whether or not Udia can sneak into these bushes. He does have flash available, so we may have a flash bear pimp slap and lock him in place for potential first blood. Unfortunately, he is going to run straight into the ward. He does have oracles though, so that's the ward cleared out. But DOTA Pro and Erotic, they know he's there. So here comes Sleper. Are we going to see the position reversal? There goes the position reversal. They've immediately swapped Leona backwards. And Nautilus has come in. The depth charge follows all the way to the back of Urgot. But look at the damage coming down onto Erotic. That might be first blood if one more Acid Hunter can land. Malunoo's moved forward. A very aggressive Valkyrie. One more auto attack. DOTA Pro does pick up the first blood. Now they've turned their attention to Sleper. A Zenith Blade's going to hold Sleper in place for a few more seconds. They immediately turn now to Xinec. Xinec might end up being the 3rd kill here and happens to flash away. During the course of all of that, the damage from Udia and Urgot was enough to pick up Corki. So a 2-for-1 exchange, and first blood going the way of Team ACER.
That was such a good fight for ACER. Okay, they got the first blood on Corky, of all people. They then finished off the kill onto Sleper as well. That one going to Nautilus, helping their jungle out. And more importantly, they took down their oracles. Malunoo had only taken out 3 wards on it. It's not really an impact at all. And when you buy an oracles that early on, that's 400 gold you've used up. And he is so far behind right now.
Yeah, very, very true. So now the gold advantage is... Although, saying that, even with an additional kill and first blood, ACER are still 1,000 gold behind. So that's very interesting when you consider they've got that, 400 bonus from the first blood bonus and the additional kill.
Look at the mid lane. That CS advantage is massive.
Yeah.
Extinkt is absolutely destroying the Morgana. I don't know whether it's so much Lulu onto Morgana or if it is just Extinkt's playstyle. I mean, I've talked to the players, I've talked time and time again, and Xinec, Sleper and Malunoo will sing Extinct's praises.
On the bottom lane now, Erotic does land the Zenith Blade. The stun comes out, Sleper just completely stun locked. Alone for a few seconds while Soraka's back, and a very, very nice play by Erotic and Dota Pro. Something else to point out about that mid lane as well is Ultraface sitting there. He also has the Xinec rather. No, sorry, it is Ultraface. He's sitting with the Kagi's Lucky Pick. So not only does he have the farm advantage, but the GP5's ticking over as well. But now ACER looking like they're going to take the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, and that early kill from Xaxus means he's managed to pick up his own oracles. As a result, they've cleared the wards out and they've got that dragon completely for free.
Yep.
AO saw it happening. They've got wards all over the place, but they were in no position to do anything about it.
Bottom lane now, Corky's starting to pull ahead on CS as well, almost up to a 20 gap. There is a wave sitting here for Sleper to be able to farm up, but at least, the mid lane going the way of Absolute Legends, the bot lane going the way of ACER, setting us up for a pretty decent mid game.
Malunoo's grabbed himself a second oracles, all before 13 minutes, so he's really happy with his jungle farm. He is up to 70 CS, which is huge. They'll have to be a little bit more careful with this one.
It's a little bit unfortunate. We do have pressure on the top lane though. It was a little bit unfortunate for Malunoo coming in for that gank, and the timing was very, very good, but heel bait coming out from 760 there. YoungBuck diving forward with those broken wings. Landed the first one, and as 760 thought somebody was going to land on his head, pop that summoner's heel. But yeah, just so lucky for Nautilus to be on that bottom lane just as Malunoo's moving in there. And a very, very nice dark binding from Overpow, but not really doing too much damage. Ultraface just taking it and falling back a little bit. What's the...
Now looking at Nautilus in the top lane. Sorry, he comes straight out as YoungBuck darts forward. Dreadline to a minion trying to get close. Gets in there with the knockup. YoungBuck's going to flash away. The knockback's going to land anyway. 760's ghosted. Land his ult. They are under the tower. Are they going to keep the dive going? He is. He's gone into pull. The resets the tower. Aggro for Xaxus. Didn't seem to be on the same page there.
Yeah, 760 opting. He took one turret hit, popped that sanguine pool, and obviously wasn't able to apply any more damage because pull the tower aggro, and that's going to be one dead vampire. Or blood mage, sorry. He's a blood mage. Sorry, Riot. I forgot about that. And you take a look at Dota Pro, the way he's skilling up Corky at the moment. 5 points into Gatling Cannon, 1 into Valkyrie, and then 2 into Phosphorus. So he's really, really going for that armor shred. 10 armor
when you're against the Soraka, with
yeah,
that armor buff, that's 125 armor now that's a max 5 heal. That's nearly 1800 gold's worth of armor. In fact, he's not level 5. He's only up to 7, so it's a rank 4 heal.
Yeah, 0 points into Starcore. That's pretty standard, nothing out of the ordinary. Now we do have Erotic moving forward. The Zenith Blade does miss, so forced to fall back after that doesn't land. And Overpower now moving forward in the, moving towards this bottom lane. Ultra is coming up behind. Is this going to be a flash over the wall? There we go. There goes the flash. Great ward coverage on behalf of Absolute Legends, managing to catch Morgana in the river, or at least, force out that flash. Now we do have Erotic moving forward. Does land into Xinec. Immediate flash away. The position reversal pulls Dota Pro actually in range of Soraka before she falls back. The heal comes out, so there goes the armor buff. With the ignite and the armor shred, Sleper is going to go down. He's going to pop that Terra Capacitor. One more rocket's going to pick it up. Erotic is going to be moving forward. A bit of a delay on that Zenith Blade. Double kill for Corky. Then EUNE just manages to walk away. Dota Pro is available. He does pop there, but a brilliant, brilliant flash over the wall into Bear Stun. One more auto attack would have probably done it. Malunoo's now forced to fall back. EUNE recalls from the bushes, and brilliant play from Team ACER. They've kicked this game off to the best possible start they could have asked for.
Yeah, that bottom lane is getting really, really strong, and the fed Corki is never a good thing. And, well, ACER have taken the lead in the gold, finally. They are 5-1 to do it, and that first dragon, but they're up by 400 gold.
Well, that aggression on the bottom lane between Erotic and Dota Pro, it's just so well controlled and so well timed. Knowing exactly, when to push, tanking those turret hits, and of course pushing past the turret to pick up that double kill. So Corki sitting 4-1-1 and 115 CS. And he's super close to finishing his Trinity Force already. Another 200 odd gold, and he's got a 16-minute Trinity Force. So what do Absolute Legends do now? They're not necessarily too far behind when it comes to gold. Only 300 gold. And a little bit behind on the kills. But what do you think? Just slow the pace down, play a little more defensively until we hit the mid-game and the team fight stage?
I don't think so. I feel ACER have the late game on this one. With the Corki, with Morgana, with Vladimir, the longer this game goes on, the stronger they're going to become. I mean, Urgot's really tanky and he can output a fair bit of damage, but he does kind of fall off in the late game. He's not your conventional AD carry, and he certainly can't stand up to a Corki. So I think AL have got to kind of make something happen soon.
Sitting in the mid lane now, Ultra, he's finished off. What is Ultraface's original nickname?
Extinkt.
Extinkt. Sorry, Extinkt. I apologize to you. Extinkt has already finished his Abyssal Scepter. 180 CS at the 18-minute mark. That's as near to perfect as you're going to be getting at this stage in the game. And he's sitting on how much? Another 450 odd gold. So you can't ask for much more than that. We do have the bottom lane setting up. Look at Erotic coming in from behind. There goes the position reverser, so that locks Erotic up for a few seconds. The depth charge managed to knock up both Urgot and Soraka. All the damage going down into Sleper. There goes Wish from Soraka, finally healing her, but a very good and very aggressive tower dive from Team ACER.
Again, 4 members of their team in that bottom lane. Overpow, he waits till the very last second to leave his lane, so AL can't suspect something's coming. But he will always arrive there just before Extinct. And every time he's done it, it's resulted in a kill. And I suspect
that's another dragon.
Might be up soon. There it is.
Yeah. So second dragon of the game. Second time they've just completely dived past that tower. Well, actually, no, it's about the third or the fourth time they've done the dive. But very, very good play. Dota Pro being very good. There goes the Valkyrie. Does manage to jump away. If Riven can land a few more damage, really well played by YoungBuck there. Manages to pick up at least a kill onto Corki, so that's going to pick up the bonus. Dredgeline does get dodged, so at least Extinkt manages to get away, but now Exhaust goes down into 760, so they put him, put some damage down onto him. Extinkt has fallen back, using the ultimate onto herself, that overgrow, and pushes forward in a very nice flash glitter lance. That's going to pick up a kill onto Vladimir, turn him into a pool of blood. So 2 kills back now for Absolute Legends, but they did lose the dragon. But of course, Riven is able to pick up that bonus gold. So that helps YoungBuck. That gives him, an odd 300, 400 gold advantage, or bonus rather, for that killing spree.
Yep, 404 gold came up for YoungBuck when he got that kill. Now, when you're sitting in AL's position, you're down 3 kills, 6 kills to 3. You know you've lost 2 dragons. You haven't got any towers. You've lost an oracles. You haven't taken out theirs. Okay, the CS is up, but unless you want to sit there and do a lot of maths, you're going to feel like you're behind.
Yeah.
So I want to see quite how AL take this, whether they have played enough games to realise they are more or less slap bang even. 200 gold makes a very tiny difference at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Or if they're going to start playing defensive and trying to get some picks here and there, thinking they're behind.
Well, looking at the way they approached their previous dragon fight, YoungBuck just went straight for Dota Pro. Dota Pro was trying to get away from that dragon pit. He was low on health, and YoungBuck knew exactly what was going on, so now he's moving forward. Xaxus does see him walk past, just tanking that blue buff for a little bit. And it was a very, very good play from YoungBuck to pick up Dota Pro as he was trying to escape. The flash stun, just picking it up and then using that, what's his runic blade, the ultimate, the Blade of the Exile, managing to use the win/active to actually pick up that kill. And of course, Extinkt in the mid lane with the flash glitter lance, managing to pick up 760 as he's trying to escape as well. So I think they know they can pick the fights. I think they know they can, but it's going to come down to an engagement and how they actually open, because you've got a lot of close range champions, Urgot, Udyr, and Riven. They all have to get in there and get in and amongst the team. So if one player overcommits a bit too early, that could cost them another death.
And wow, look how aggressive ACER are getting to this bot tower. As soon as they started attacking it, AO were backing off. They were miles away, straight away. They expected another dive, someone in this bush. And this time it didn't come.
But the psychological damage has been done. If Absolute Legends are fearing a dive every time someone's on their tower, that's maybe all ACER need to be able to pick it up.
Yep, tower apiece then. Gold's back to level. Malunoo was down there waiting. Xaxus was there for a while, but he didn't go for a dive this time. They're backing out safely. And he's up to level 10. Where is Malunoo sat? Malunoo's actually up to level 12, so he is doing really well in his jungle.
That Phoenix stance really clearing out the waves over and over and over extremely, extremely quickly. Up to 129 CS over the 91 of Nautilus. But of course, Nautilus is 102. But looking at the farm for the rest of Absolute Legends, mid 222 against 168. Top lane 180 to 164. And bottom lane is the only one that's losing at the moment, 143 to 170. But of course, you can't expect Sleper to be sitting equal on farm when he's been tower dived 3 consecutive times in a row.
No, and the thing with Urgot is he's one of these champions that you can lose your lane. It is really hard to lose your lane as Urgot. That is notorious, but you can use your lane and you're still useful. He still becomes ridiculously tanky. He's got good armor shred, and it's the swap more than anything that is great at initiating fights.
Definitely going to have to see whether or not we're going to have these flash position reverse initiations, or whether it's going to be Udia that's going to be moving forward with a flash bear stun. It could even be YoungBuck, really, jumping in with those broken wings. And is it Valor, his little dash forward? Yep. You know, you got 3 or 4 really sort of tanky DPS type champions. And you do have some burst coming out from ACER, but you know, Morgana takes time to really blow up your health bar. Vladimir takes time to drain your HP. So it's going to be the battle of the tanky DPS, really, once we hit now these 3v3s and 4v4s upwards.
If the phone goes on for a while, I'm going to have to give it to AL. But in the quick opening stages, it's going to be his Corki damage, which is horrible. I mean, if they can get him to burn through his mana pool, his rockets will slow down. But they need to shut him down as soon as possible in these fights. If he has allowed to just sit at the back and auto-attack and Gatling gun and rocket and phosphorus bomb all the way through the fight, no one they have is going to be able to stand up to that.
Well, we do have Dragon coming up very shortly. It was around 18 minutes 40 the last time. So within the next minute, Dragon's coming up. And you can see that from Absolute Legends. They're sitting around their blue buff waiting. It may cost them a tower, though. So Dragon will be up shortly. And notice on Corki's build, he already has the Quicksilver Sash finished. A long-range Dark Binding coming out from Overpow. Silence coming out from Soraka onto DOTA Pro. That's a little bit of damage, but not too much at the end of the day.
760 just stands next to Riven as she recalls. He knows he cannot win that fight. There's no point interrupting it. He just lets her back away.
And 760, he's finished his Rylai's and he's gone for the Hextech. The Revolver, at least. What do you think he's going to do next? Finish that Will of the Ancients, or possibly build it into something a little bit differently?
I don't think he has any need to finish the Will of the Ancients. He gets some spell vamp from the Revolver. Morgana gets some spell vamp from her passive. There's no need to complete it off. The fights in their position shouldn't go on long enough for them to need it.
Now we do notice, though, look at what Extinct has just finished. He does have a Deathfire Grasp in conjunction with that Abyssal Scepter. So that upfront burst is really, really huge. Erotic's now the one that's been caught out. Does flash away. Now comes the position versa. The Quicksilver Sash has been used. Sleper not noticing it. A very, very good ultimate coming out from Leon. It does get cast before she gets blown up. She is the first one to fall in this fight. Vladimir is now jumping forward. They have now taken out Urgot. Corki goes down in the background. Without Corki, they have the damage to win the remainder of this fight. So far, it's a 2-for-3 exchange. Absolute Legends are ahead. They're going to pick up the 4th kill. A very nice Dark Binding coming out from Overpow, but a 4-for-2 exchange. And without being able to protect Corki, they can't win those team fights. Well played by Absolute Legends.
That was a brilliantly executed for AL. Okay, the swap went out onto Corki and he Quicksilver slashed it, so it's not ideal, but it still gives Urgot the massive armor and magic resist buff he needs. And then he was in the middle of everyone on ACER. They tried to ignore him and run past to get to the rest of AL, but Lulu just put her ult on him, and that gave him so much health, did a massive knock up, and slowed everyone in that ramp. And the AoE AL health was just enough.
Yeah, all the damage coming up from their glitter launch, the fact that it hit 3 or 4 people in a row, combined with the AoE, and then of course the damage that YoungBuck's able to put out is really, really powerful. Overpow does land a Dark Binding to the face of Malunoo, but doesn't have enough mana to follow it up with anything else. So, and there you go, that one fight, all of the killing spree bonuses as well as Dragon, and of course the huge farm advantage. Absolute Legends sitting 4,000 gold ahead. When you consider they've been behind on kills the entire game, it's not too bad for them.
I think they're comfortable now. Okay, the kills are still slightly behind. They are up on towers. They've got their first dragon. They know they're in a good position there. Whether they know they're ahead or whether they know they're even, you'd have to ask them. But they're certainly feeling confident, especially after the way that last fight turned out. And, well, we're at the 27-minute mark. It's not uncommon to see Baron fights coming at this point. We've got wards around it. We've got oracles up on both teams. Let's see who makes the play.
Well, very, very good damage coming out from YoungBuck as well. He's got that Hex Drinker and a Bloodthirster finished. And he's looking like he's very, very close to getting that Maw of Malmortius completed as well. So that active shield against Morgana and Vladimir, that's really going to give him a lot of survivability. I think Absolute Legends are a little bit in the driving seat right now. After that last team fight win, I think they know they can, commit to a big engagement and probably come out ahead. So we do see them moving forward very aggressively. Here comes Malunoo, dodges the Dark Binding. He's going to get that speed buff from Extinct, or not, actually. It looked like an engagement, but sadly, they disappointed me. They disappointed me. What do Absolute Legends do now, Panky? Push the lanes down, get the farm, and you think Baron's going to be the next big team fight engagement?
AO went to fight. I think the way they chase down that mid lane says to me they want to pick a fight. They want to get something, make something happen. They don't need to farm anymore. They've got the CS. They're ahead. They've got that dragon. They know they can win a fight, and they just want to go for it. They need to catch someone on ACER out of position.
Well, having a look at the gold graph right now as well. Extinct sitting above 10,000 gold, the only player in the game to have that so far. Next up was DOTA Pro and 9.5k. Of course, that is compliments of all the farm and all the kills. Morgana sitting on 2,000 gold, 8,000 in total, but 2,000 in the bank, so she's probably going to be moving back to pick up a needlessly large rod soon enough. And it's just a little bit of a passive moment of play. Both teams a little bit, sensitive, a little bit hesitant to overcommit and make a mistake and, potentially give away more kills, potentially give away more gold than they need to. So have a look at the vision. There's the vision for ACER. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wards on the map. Fairly sort of defensive wards, even though it's not in their jungle. It's just the entrances from that of Absolute Legends. And now we've got some aggression coming out. YoungBuck, he does land the knock up onto 760. Now 760 is moving away. Here comes the slow. Ghost has been popped. So at least that's a summoner spell for an ultimate. And Riven's ultimate is on a very short cooldown. And I'll be back very, very shortly. And only a ward in the Baron Pit for Absolute Legends, which has just expired. AL slipping a little bit when it comes to ward coverage.
Yeah, it's surprising. I suspect they'll go and drop it in a second. I mean, they can see everyone on ACER, so they're not too worried about them being in there here. They are making their way across, clearing out the oracles, and they're just making sure they're safe. They're not going to go and drop in a ward all or nothing. Oh my god, we got no vision. Risk the game. Like, if Erotic goes around this bush, he might just do. Well,
that was what cost them the last team fight. Erotic was caught out in the river alone, and we do have pressure going down to Morgana. Look at the damage coming out. A flash manages to get out of the way of the knock-up, and now YoungBuck, he does manage to get caught by Leona, but not enough damage from her. Now the instant turnaround, Leona gets blown up completely. Sanguine Pool has been used from Vladimir, so he's not going to be able to use that in an escape. And with Leona down, they don't have that ultimate, they don't have the solar flare and the crowd control she's able to put out. That's going to allow Absolute Legends to take this middle turret. They managed to get a stun onto Vladimir. Sanguine pulls away just a little bit more. And Absolute Legends are in complete siege mode. They want this tower. And they're not going to let anything get in their way. They're going to carry on pushing. I would have thought they maybe fallen back and gone for Baron. But they are going to push another turret down. The creep wave is cleared out pretty quickly. Only get one auto attack onto that tower. EUNE is back alive, but it's going to take her a small amount of time to move forward and get back into the lane. But what a great fight for Absolute Legends.
Yeah, just taking Morgana that low really helped them out. An erotic panic tried to go in and help her out, and Sleper just took advantage of it, swapped her straight in. And without the CC for Leona, that's huge. AL have a great advantage with that. But if they backed out and gone to Baron, Morgana was still there. She still had ult, and erotic actually EQs in onto Sleper, going really low. The ult comes out from Overpow. It doesn't have Sonja. He has the spell shield. Malunoo now really low. They want to try and take down the Oracle, so he'll flash after erotic, pick up that kill, and start making his way out. The rest of AL are fighting onto Xaxus. Malunoo gets one more kill, but will finally fall down after a bundle from Overpower. YoungBuck grabs the kill onto Xaxus. Oracles for Oracles. 760 now, next focus. YoungBuck leading the charge. Extinkt around the backside, trying to avoid what damage he can. Xinec forced to flash away, but there's still massive damage coming out of Corki. He will flash after Extinkt. YoungBuck doing massive damage in amongst all of that. And that does look like ACER are going to back away.
And once again, Absolute Legends coming out on top. That was a 2-for-3 exchange, but they just couldn't get to Corki. Corki was left alone. He was the one that managed to do a lot of that damage there. And I just need to bump your microphone volume on my TeamSpeak, so we are on directed camera.
Now, Extinkt and YoungBuck grab themselves a second dragon, 2 dragons apiece then. AL are up by 6,000 gold as a result. And, well, we've just seen that fight come off. And ACER, it wasn't too bad, in all fairness, for them. There was a couple of positioning mistakes. But this next fight is not decided. The game is far from over. And people are still darting around the Baron. Erotic getting a little bit too close to Sleper for his liking. Trying to avoid that swap again, but he should be safe. No one from AL is even close. And what's YoungBuck up to now? He's got more of my multis up, he's got a Bloodthirster, and he's 502 on top of 260 CS.
He's had a fully stacked Bloodthirster for the better part of 12 minutes. Huge damage buff. Boost, rather. And of course, you've got Extinkt in the mid lane who's sitting 306 and just shy of 300 CS himself. And we do have pressure coming down. This is going to be the next engagement, it looks like. 760 uses that Tides of Blood just to see, you know, let him know people are in range. And now, Absolute Legends have got a lot of wards. Take a look at that mini-map, Panky.
So much red on that map in all the jungles. And there's actually now an Oracle's up on Xinec after Millennium knows his. And, well, ACER don't feel rich enough. They haven't replaced their one when Xaxus lost his.
Well, that is, what, 3 they've lost thus far this game already, at least?
That sounds about right.
So it's a lot of money to go down the drain. Especially when it's, you know, the reason a lot of the time the champions have died is because they've been caught out. So it does look like they're moving now towards the river, or towards Baron. But of course, they don't know. Absolute Legends can see everything. AL have got full vision of them running through the jungle. Full vision of them moving towards Baron. And they're still 5,000 gold behind. After that last 3-for-2 exchange, Absolute Legends also have the kill score lead. So with Riven and with Lulu being so fed and putting out so much damage at the moment, you've got to feel Absolute Legends are pretty confident right now.
Yeah, I think they're sitting comfortably. They know they're in the lead. They are up by 6,000 gold still. They stayed fairly close. And actually, Overpow goes in onto YoungBuck. He lands the binding, goes in with his ult. YoungBuck going really low, trying to lifesteal where he can, getting the damage out onto DOTA PRO. Doesn't quite manage to activate his ultimate. That was a really good pick for ACER, and they're going to rotate straight around to the Baron. They know without that damage, AL lacking slightly. And in fact, Extinkt has just recalled, so he's still in the base. Let's see how quickly they work their way through this.
The scary thing there is, of course, that we do not have the Morgana ultimate. There comes the Leona ultimate, though. The swap comes out, but it's interrupted. Sleper, once again, trying to pull Corki. He just manages to Quicksilver Sash away. Gives up a free kill, and he is buying some time, but it's not enough. YoungBuck still 30 seconds away. Another great Dark Binding. Look at the damage onto Vladimir, though. He's under Sanguine Pool. The damage tick from the knock-up is going to be enough to pick off 760. This is a 3 versus 5, which Absolute Legends look to be in control of. They pick up the second kill. Malunoo gets pulled back with a dredge line. In the background, Corki goes down. And thanks to a brilliant polymorph, Malunoo manages to get away with his life. And 3 versus 5, Absolute Legends pick up 4 kills.
Just wow. Such a well-coordinated fight from AL. Such a tanky player as is Udyr. He's got a Wits End, an Aegis, and a Randuin's up. And when you've got personal heals coming out of Soraka and Lulu...
The damage shield.
The damage coming from Lulu as well, yeah, exactly. The shield from Turtle's Dance, the shield from Extinkt, the health buff from Extinkt, the knockback and the slow. So much utility.
Yeah.
And they handled that perfectly. Really well communicated, great focus all the way through. And they saved themselves a Baron.
And of course, all the damage that Lulu's putting out with that Glitter Lance, it also applies a slow. So the utility, it just allowed Malunoo to effectively walk away at, you know, near death. So not too bad at all. Riven sitting on 1200 gold. He has the Phage completed, so he's probably working towards a Frozen Mallet, I would assume. Let's see what he's recalling back now to purchase. His max level as well. Going to sell one of these Doran's blades and pick up... What is he going to pick up? A chain vest. So, Atma's Impaler, possibly?
Possible. It's not uncommon to see people get the Phage and leave it at that. I mean, Studio himself says one of the few things his pet hates, if you like, in the game at the moment are how random Phage procs are. It's only 25%. One of the few things down to luck in this game, that and the fear proc and the direction you run, but yeah, people are content with that 25% rather than the 100% of...
We do have an
Frozen
engagement
Mallet.
here in the middle. The Deadfire Grasp has been used onto Erotic. Now they have pulled some damage from Baron, so he's going to be hitting away in the background. The Overgrowth does go down, so Extinkt might be the first one to fall. Vladimir gets the credit for that kill. Leona and Vlad die in the background, though. Baron Nash is continually bashing away, continually hurting somebody. Now they've turned their attention to Dota Pro. Dota Pro gets blown up in the background. Xinec picks up a stun from Xaxus, but there's just not enough damage. And the slow coming out from Urgot is just enough to lock him in place. Dredgeline pulls Xaxus forward, and a very, very good Dark Binding from Overpow manages to slow down Malunoo. He's diving forward with the Black Shield on. He's not going to get stunned, but he stuns Xaxus instead. Acid Hunter now landing onto Overpow. And a very long range Acid Hunter picks up a 4-man kill there for Absolute Legends. All of that from what could be considered a Soraka bait. Soraka bait was chased into that Baron pit, and as soon as ACER committed, the rest of Absolute Legends just wrapped around and tore them apart.
Yeah, all a little bit too greedy. They wanted Xinec in the back, they wanted the Oracles, they wanted to stop them taking the ward down, and as a result, they were split, they were out of position, and AL made the most of it. You noticed how that fight, as it went up and down the river, back again, chasing Corki, chasing Xaxus and Morgana, AL were always there with about 3 or 4 of them just on the same spot, following each other backwards and forwards. And there was nothing that ACER could do to split those guys up.
No, nothing at all. The coordination and the focus between Absolute Legends right now is just so powerful. Now, Erotic is a little bit out of place. He has walked straight past the ward, but AL not interested right now. They rather steal the blue buff and fall backwards. Lulu, she did pick up her first death, so that would have been a 500 gold bonus. That went the way of someone. I don't have my chat open. Who picked up the bonus gold?
My chats.
Ah.
Bonus to Dota Pro. No, sorry, YoungBuck got Dota Pro's bonus.
So that wasn't too bad. And Extinct bonus, who managed to take him out?
It doesn't actually show up.
Ah, interesting, interesting. So, 718, 714 for YoungBuck and Extinkt. Really leading the way when it comes to playing those solo carries and doing the damage they need to do while surviving in these team fights. And Dota Pro, a very, very evil score right now, if you believe in such things.
Guardian Angel bought almost outright for Riven. Obviously he had that chain vest, but the rest of it went straight in. It was about 2,100 gold. And AL are shoving straight up the mid lane. In fact, they're just going to face tank this inhibitor turret because ACER are so far out of position. Get it down to half health before they have to back away.
Half health in a single wave. That went very, very nicely for Absolute Legends right now. One more wave. If they commit to it the same way they did, that's going to be a dead tower. And then they're probably going to commit to a big fight. Dark Binding dodge. That's a couple seconds on the cooldown there. Look at the damage onto 760. Deathfire Grasp in conjunction with the Glitter Lance and Help Picks just completely obliterates his hit points. The tower goes down. Now Morgana gets pulled backwards. Before she can even activate her Hourglass, she dies in the background as well. The stun goes down into Leona. The knockup comes from the Overgrowth. They're keeping their attention onto Leona. She does manage to pick the Solar Flare up and stun at least 3 of them. Sanguine Pool out from Vladimir in conjunction with the Hemo Plague's not going to really do a whole lot. But the damage onto Vladimir coming out from Extinkt. Wow.
684 ability power on Extinct. You just half health DOTA Pro with a Glitter Lance and a health fix.
And of course, the Deathfire Grasp was thrown in there as well, but what a huge burst. I mean, it dropped 760 from 3,200 hit points to around 500 or 600 hit points with 3 abilities. They turned their attention there. There goes the depth charge onto Extinkt in the background. Corky's trying to shut him down. He does actually picking up a couple of auto attacks and that Gatling gun. But Absolute Legends driving home a really, really good victory there in round number 1.
Alright, really well played, AL. To be honest, ACER started out really well. They lost behind us, yes, but they picked up the kills, they got the ganks, they went up 5-1, we saw it. But in those later team fights, they just seemed to lack a bit of coordination and communication. They just fell apart.
Yeah, that is the truth. That is the truth. So congratulations to Absolute Legends. They advanced to the next round. We're going to jump onto Skype really, really quickly, talk to the admins, and find out what the next game is going to be. So in the interim, I'm going to mute all the microphones and put some music on in the background. Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? For those of you that are busy reading the loading banner, game number 2 is going to be SK Gaming facing off against Team DERPERS. They're going to be kicking off at 7 p.m. Central European Summertime, so that is in 14 minutes. So if you need a small break, go get yourself some dinner, go grab a beer, and come join myself, Quickshot, and Panky for game number 2 in today's DreamHack qualifiers. We'll see you in 15. Hey guys, just another quick update for everywhere that is in chat and isn't actually reading the little scrolling bar. We do have game number 2 coming up at 7 p.m. European time. That's in 8 minutes according to my clock. We're going to be trying to play or follow SK Gaming against Team DERPERS. And of course myself, Quickshot, and Panky will be doing the casting. So bear with us, give us a few more minutes. While you have some time, why not pop over to our Facebook pages? For those of you who don't know, facebook.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T, that's me. And facebook.com/Panky.lol is Panky. So head over to the Facebook pages, guys. Share some love. Give us a hello and, support us because, of course, without your support, we don't get to do the casts. So 5 or 8 more minutes, guys, and we'll be into game number 2. For the time being, let me know what you think about the techno. I am sitting in chat saying hello to everybody.
I just want to stay around.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are into the bans and picks for SK Gaming against DERPERS. Panky, are you there?
I am.
Fantastic. So, we're in for a good one here, aren't we?
There we are. I mean, it's unfortunate that teams this amazing we're going to meet so early on in the brackets, but I mean, we get something special to watch.
It does suck a little bit that one of these teams is already going to be going out in round number 2. And it's interesting that it's SK and DERPERS, considering HawkDon just put up that forum post on the Riot forums. I think it's a bit of a chuckle. Anyways, the first 2 bans are already out. Urgot and Shen have been removed from the pool. The next ban is going to be coming up in just a few seconds. Although it looks as though my client has frozen for some reason. Has ban number 3 come through just yet, Panky?
No, it hasn't.
It does look like something has fallen over, doesn't it?
It does. I'm getting the same image as what you're getting because I'm watching the stream. Apparently Nyph is creating custom lobby. I think they've gone back to the lobby. Now, last time this happened to me, we can wait in here, they'll start up again. We'll miss the bans, but when they pick champions, they show up in the right slots. However, this being Riot's Adobe Air client, I don't want to lay it all on that.
So the risk is, do we stick? Well, it looks as though we've got. There we go. My time has just now changed. So it looks as though we're coming into the pick stage. Would you be able to poke one of them and find out what the remaining bans were by any chance?
I will find out.
So let's take a look. So it does look like we've jumped to the pick stage. For some reason, a beautiful bug, compliments of Riot Games League of Legends, does mean we don't see the bans just yet. We're waiting for Nyph to lock in a champion, and let's see if something actually happens here. Well, the timer just runs out.
Yeah, it looks like they're jumping backwards and forwards between bans here. We're just not being shown them.
Okay. So what do you think? We just stay here and wait it out rather than run the risk of not being connected to the game?
I think that might have been the tactic. I loaded up Ocelote's stream to try and see what the bans were. And he's watching Moscow 5 play.
So what are we watching?
There we go. He's watching the stream. Here we go. So, right, his bans will come in a minute. I'll fill you in on one of those now.
Fantastic. So we are busy looking at the bans and picks. For everybody that's wondering about the tournament tree or what is happening, take a look on chat. You'll find the Reddit thread. And that links you to all the tournament page, to the different East and West channels as well. Panky, what do we see?
So far we see Urgot and Shen again, and then the remake, so he's got a massive delay on his stream.
Alright. I'm going to stay here for the time being. Everybody then is busy chilling with us. Sorry about the bug. This is, of course, compliments of League of Legends. It's full of troubles. but I don't want to disconnect just yet in case I cannot make it back in. Can you see anything exciting, Panky?
I can see our names in the spectate slot, but obviously we didn't get taken back to that point.
Alright, you know what, I'm going to quickly just message one of these guys. SK CandyPanda. So, sorry about this, guys. I know it is a bit of a pain, but we're just trying to work through the small delay and just trying to work through this bug. Compliments of Riot Games and their beautiful client. In Champions Slate.
Back into picks and bans again. Nyph going with his first ban.
Alright, so this would be ban number 3 in theory.
In theory, yeah. Although it looks like they've remade again, because we're getting the timer and it's switching between people, but still no champions displaying.
Yeah, that is true.
Soraka's just been banned out. So Urgot, Shen, Soraka, unless they're completely redoing bans.
Urgot, Shen. Well, I cannot see Soraka, so where does the Soraka ban come from?
Ocelote stream.
Alright.
In fact,
Well, people that are on chat, this is SK Gaming facing off against Team DERPERS. The reason I have not disconnected just yet, if the game does go live, I'm not going to be able to actually jump into the spectate slot. I do, however, have CandyPanda on my friend list, so I would be able to jump into the spectator from the new client update.
right, I just asked Nyph what the bans are. Soraka, Shen, Mundo are the first 3.
So there we have it. Panky's managed to watch it through Ocelote's side of the stream. Who created the match? Can I spec from friend lists?
Nyph created the game.
Do you have him? Can you just double check if it's spected from lobby only or friends? Oh, we've been waiting that long. Even Riot Games music has died in the background. So while we try to work through this, guys, I'm going to quickly throw up a very quick commercial. I'm going to just talk to some of the players and see if we can figure out what's potting. We will be back with SK versus DERPERS shortly. For anybody that is still sitting with us, Dedra had to relog. I think I bugged out. TalØl is creating. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put up my camera really, really quickly. Game name plus pass, please. Has the game been remade for you there, Panky?
No, I'm just sitting looking at the bugged out screen.
Well, CandyPanda has just informed me that the Dedra had to relog, so they're recreating. I've just taken my stream off screen, so none of you guys can see the sneaky password and game name. While I'm doing this, let's do a shameless bump. Of course, if anybody is on the stream and you like either myself or Panky, head over to Facebook, facebook.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T, or Panky, which is facebook.com/Panky.lol, and that's PANKY.LOL. We're 200 away for Panky from 1,000, and I'm 400 away from 1,000, so come on, 7K viewers on the stream. Share some love. Let's get both of our accounts up to quadruple digits. I mean, we can do that, right?
I think we can manage that.
I think that's a fair
I've gained
challenge.
30 since we've gone live.
Sweet. So Nyph has created. I'm going to be joining that in a second. For everybody that's with us.
Someone filling your slot at the moment. Just told them it's the wrong one. There we go. He's been removed.
Thank you, SK Nyph. I have to refresh though because my client doesn't let me jump on there. For Lena Lionheart, it's not the point of having 1K fans, but myself and Panky, the more fans, the more viewers that we're able to pull to streams, the more streams we can actually arrange for ourselves. So You literally help us out if you enjoy our casts by liking the Facebook page, by joining our channels, and it just helps us keep doing what we're doing. So you can see in the background, we are finally back into the game, and I am ready. This should be a good one.
Providing it works through first time.
Of course, yes. Whether or not we're going to be that lucky remains to be seen. Let's hope for the best. Now, SK Gaming against DERPERS. I sadly don't have a logo for the DERPERS. But let's see what happens. So we are into round number 2. This is, of course, the DreamHack qualifiers. The finalists for today on both EU West and EU East will be qualifying for Sunday's final, where the top 8 teams are going to be competing for a position at DreamHack. And we are back into the bans and picks. I suppose we'd have to see Urgot and Shen being banned out, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I suspect Urgot, Shen, Soraka and Mundo are a definite now. As far as I could tell, the last 2 never actually got completed.
Well, they are slowly going through it. Well, I say slowly. There goes Morgana. I think we still need to see an Urgot ban from SK, unless they've decided to change their mind on that one. Would they be allowed to? .com/Panky. Lol. So let's have a look. The next bans are coming through. Final ban coming out from DERPERS. Who is it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? Oh, sorry, that was Urgot coming out from SK. Now the final ban. So, would it be a Jax? It would be great if it's a Jax. That would be a prediction from game number 1 being almost perfect. Who do you think this final ban is going to be, Panky?
I would not be surprised if it was Jax in all fairness. I've seen Ocelote now, the top lane, playing Jax a lot up there in solo queue at the moment.
And it's Karthus instead.
Rather take out Kevin's Karthus then.
Yep,
that makes sense. He's a champion that is really, really strong the longer the game goes on. Can make an impact all across the map.
And first pick Nautilus. I like that. I love Nautilus. I love his depth charge, Riptide. I think it's just a really cool champion. Well, it needs to get locked in first before I get too excited. And for everybody that is asking on chat, these games are best of 1. There are 128 teams in the bracket for the EU West, and there are 64 teams in the bracket for EU Nordic and East. And of course, the top 2 from both make it through to Sunday's qualifier. There will be another qualifying round on Thursday, where the top 2 from both servers will qualify for Sunday as well. And finally on Sunday, the top 4 teams out of the 8 will then qualify for DreamHack Summer, which is taking place in June. And very, very lock-in on Nocturne and Irelia. Do you think that's a bit brave, picking an Irelia this early on?
I think it is. She is, okay, really good in that top lane, and throughout the game she scales really nicely. But she can be counterpicked. There's plenty of champions left open that can do exactly that. And Marcel's been around a while, I'm sure he knows those champions, and he is right at the bottom of the list, so he's got ages to think about it. So, let's see quite what he does pull out of the bag.
I'd be really happy if they decided to play a Wukong. I've seen Wukong kick Irelia in the chops a bunch of times, but whether or not they're going to go for that remains to be seen. And this might be an AD Kennen. I don't see putting Kennen in the top lane against Irelia. Maybe that's just me. So the next 2...
I have seen Ocelote run Ahri in the top lane, actually.
So it might be something new. Might be something, breaking the meta a little bit for SK Gaming. Jerry currently sitting on Blitzcrank. I like that. I love watching Blitzcrank play. I casted a game on the weekend for alternate attacks, and they played a double jungle. It wasn't really double jungle. It was a roaming Blitzcrank and a jungler. And every single rocket grab landed every single time Blitzcrank pushed into the jungle to invade. He managed to pick up a kill. So it was really, really great. Now, let's see whether or not Ahri is going to go in this top lane, or Ken and Ahri playing mid and top, or whether or not they're going to pick a different top lane champion. and put Kenan down in the bottom as AD carry. And once again, we see Lulu being picked up. So Alistair most likely going to be playing support. And who is Ocelot going to lock in? Who is Ocelot going to select here? Waiting for the last few seconds. I think it's going to be a top lane champion. I think it's going to be AD Kenan. But I might be wrong.
Tis sitting on CandyPanda. He's the AD player and he's got the right summoners up. Wouldn't surprise me.
And of course, we're going to see now an AP Lulu once again. AP Lulu really starting to gain a popularity, really starting to gain a lot of ground when it comes to the scene. And there we go. Ocelot does lock in Riven, so that is going to be an AD Kenan. We'll see Ari in the mid lane, Riven up top, and Nautilus in the jungle. And wow, that's a lot of crowd control in that bottom lane. Alistair and Kenan combo. But they are coming up against a Janna Cogmore, so that Monsoon from Janna is going to be vital to preventing kills once the champions hit level 6.
That really surprises me that they're going to pick a Cogmore into that much CC. That would make more sense.
Yep, there we go. The Valkyrie...
You need that, yeah, you need an escape for the Valkyrie to get away from that much CC.
I would probably have thought they would maybe have picked up a Tristana. Pick up not only the escape from Rocket Jump, but to have that Buster shot, just to get rid of Kenan or Riven, or even Nautilus in some cases if they manage to, once they hit the mid-game and the team fight stage. So
that would make a lot of sense, but to be honest, I'm just surprised at how little Tristana's been played at the moment. She just seems to have fallen out of favour. All the AD carries seem to be in a very nice place in the way of balance. It's very much team comp and player preference, and no one seems to want to play her so much. She was I believe she still is, CandyPanda's favourite AD carry, but obviously not what he's going to run this time.
So we're down to the last 3 minutes before we lock in. We're going to see Riven going up against Irelia on the top lane. Kenan Ari facing off against Lulu in the mid lane. And that can go either way, I think, because of course Ari does have the ability to heal up, over time. It's not the most effective life vamp or spell vamp. But the damage that's going to be coming up from HawkDon, is it going to be enough to lock down Ari once she's polymorphed?
Certainly something to think about. Being told Tristana's early problems are that her rocket dump are her best damage, and obviously you're not going to be wanting to leap into that much CC in the bottom lane, and mid-game damage is a little bit low as well.
We're going to have to see exactly how that plays out. I think once Ari hits level 6, she's going to be able to dart around, dodge those glitter lances. I think what's the duration on polymorph? It's about 1.5 or 2 seconds, around about there. Once that's burnt out, she's just going to be able to dart around Lulu and put all the damage down. And then, of course, you've got the huge kill lane of Alistair and Kenan in the bottom with all the crowd control, the pushback, the stun, the knock-up. And, of course, you've then got Janna, who's going to be needing to counteract that. If Janna doesn't land those Howling Gales and, Corki is a bit slow on those Valkyries, going to be in a lot of trouble. But he has taken Cleanse. So no summon a heal. No heal at all on the bottom lane for DERPERS, but they do have Cleanse sitting on Corki. Whether or not he's going to be able to get out of all of that crowd control with a single Cleanse, that remains to be seen. And what do you think about the jungles? Dedrayon sitting on Nautilus, he does have the potential, for slightly stronger early ganks, but TalØl, once he hits level 6, those paranoia ganks are incredibly strong.
I love Nautilus in the jungle right now. Ridiculously aggressive, really strong as the game scales. He's a little bit weak on the earlier levels if you catch him at the right part of his jungle. But Nocturne's not a huge one for the invaders because he's just as weak himself in the first couple of clears. So Dedrayon's pretty safe, and he's great at ganking the top lane too. So maybe Ocelot's got something up his sleeve in conjunction with Dedrayon.
Well, we are into the last minute before the game starts, so I'm going to throw up some quick commercials, and when we're back, SK facing Team DERPERS. So, let's have a quick look there. We are moving into the last one, so not everybody has adverts, for those of you that are still chilling here and watching. Let's start to get some votes. Who's going to win? While we hit the loading page, Then I'd like to see who's got the money. What do you think in terms of champions?
In terms of champions, I'm gonna have to give this to SK. I just feel they've got a little bit better cohesion with Kennen, Ari, Alistair than the AoE slow from Nautilus and a brief but still AoE stun from Ocelote. They've just got such a strong capability of locking down this entire DERPERS team in a tight, caught-up space and bursting them before they can even react.
Yeah, very, very true. So we're going to have to see whether or not DERPERS actually get caught out in those small places, you know, committing to fights near the jungles or the river entrances. Because if they do, they're a bit screwed. So game is loading, and as is customary, we have to look at the sexy skins. Earth Rider Corki is totally awesome. I prefer that to Red Baron. And the Halloween Nocturne, still totally cool. I must admit, even Aurelia's like good looking with her Frostblade skin. So champions are loaded. We are into the game. This is round number 2, guys. SK Gaming, they're going to be wearing the blue shorts, bottom left-hand side of your screen. They're facing off against DERPERS in the top right-hand side of your screen. I need to throw up my overlay, make sure that this is 100% correct. And we are into round number 2 of the DreamHack qualifiers. Let's see what happens. Everybody on chat, we've asked it already. SK Gaming was the prediction for who's going to win this one. Who's going to pick up first blood? That's what I want to know. We got a whole bunch of guys on chat. I want to know from you, which champion is going to pick up first blood? Let's get some predictions going and see who's going to be able to pick this one correctly.
Someone just put up there, watch as Aussie gets first blooded before you'd even ask for a prediction. So
well, you predicted the question. Well played, dude. Well played. Very, very early ward coming out from Jerry, and it landed right in Ari's face. So Kevin had to fall back.
I could go for a twirl. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
A little bit of voice prompts there coming out from HawkDon. Getting a bit dizzy there on Lulu. What do you think about these lane matchups? Top lane, Ocelote should be able to take out BladeMasta. You know, just based on champion abilities and if he plays a bit aggressively.
Come on, you.
yeah, I expect to see some jungle pressure from Nautilus in the early couple of levels up top lane because okay, really strong, but she just lacks a little bit in those first couple of levels, especially when you're up against a Riven. So Ocelote should have command of that lane until about level 3 or 4 perhaps, unless we see Nautilus show himself, and he is starting the blue, so if he goes up there really early on, it will be ridiculously early, obviously level 2. But he's actually getting his wraith stolen.
Yeah. Now, what I'd like to know, or what I'd like to see from this mid lane is just how Lulu and Ari face off against one another once they both hit level 6. Because the duration on Polymorph is not very, very high. Polymorphs for 1.5 seconds, and I think Kevin on Ari will be able to get away once that Polymorph has actually been thrown down. Now, that's going to be the one to watch, and of course on the bot lane, Cleanse on Prathana, on his Corki. Going to be vital to escape the knock-up and the stuns from Kennen and Alistair. Kennen, of course, he is sitting on 65 attack damage, 6 armor pen plus 10%, and it looks like he's gone for attack speed runes. Looking at the stats here, not too much additional auto attack damage. So trying to get the electrical surge procs as often as is possible. We've already got a little bit of aggression on that bottom lane, a little bit of poking, but not too much harassment just yet between lanes. And a very, very passive start to the game.
We do actually have Nocturne, double buff, making his way straight up towards the top lane. Ocelote takes a stun to the head, TalØl comes out with his double buff, gets the fear down. Ocelote's going to flash, but it's not actually going to break the chain, and he's lucky. Fear keeps him running towards the tower.
A little bit of a missed Duskbringer coming out from TalØl as well, throwing it behind Ocelote. But of course that was because of the flash. Popped it. You know, the same second flash was used. Nothing coming of that first bit of pressure. But of course it does burn a flash, so Ocelot playing Riven, he's not going to be able to use that to escape should any more pressure be placed on that top lane. And a very, very tentative start between both teams. This is of course best of one, so once you lose, or if you lose, that's it, you are out. And there's only one additional chance, or one additional attempt to qualify, and that'll be on Thursday's qualifier. So one of these teams is going to be going out at this stage in the tournament.
More to play for. DreamHack, an amazing tournament. So everyone trying their hardest to get there. And of course, good luck to the unknown teams we mentioned before. Anyone can sign up for these qualifiers.
Yep, so if you are on the stream, if you are watching, head over to the Reddit post, which is one of the admins. They'll link it in chat in just a moment. You can find out the tournament page and exactly how to sign up, where to sign up. And try your hand. Give it a chance. If you've got some pre-made teams, for while we look at that, Dedrayon's now coming into the top lane. Stun comes out from Ocelot. Now Dedrayon moves in. He applies his auto attack stun as well. It's stunned in return from the equalizing strike. BladeMasta flashes away, gets caught back with the dredge line. The ignite is on. One more attack from Ocelot should be enough. Gets in range, lands it with the W key burst. First blood onto Riven. Great combination between Dedrayon and Ocelot in that top lane. Comboed all their abilities. They didn't miss a single spell. And well played to Riven. A couple of you guys managed to call out Ocelot, but for the wrong reasons, I think.
Yeah, everyone expected that first kill to go the other way.
Look at the bottom lane. So much damage going down. Prathana uses the cleanse, and the Valkyrie gets away on 3 hit points. One more hit would have been all that was needed. That was insane how close that was. CandyPanda just out of range, not able to pick that up. But the kill lane of Alistair Kennan already showing dividends. Look at this huge wave of creeps, which is now being pushed up to the tower. That's, what's that, 12 creeps that are going to be missed, maybe even more. Let's see how many the tower actually manages to pick up. Corky may get back in time for a little bit, but that's a lot of experience and a lot of gold that's going to be lost. So 1-0, SK pick up first blood, and they pick up almost a kill in that bottom lane.
I want to look at mid lane. How is... I mean, we saw Lulu do ridiculously well against Morgana in the last one. Extinkt playing phenomenally. But how's HawkDon doing up against Kevin Zari? He's on 43 CS with a couple of Durans on his first back. 36 for Ari. So Lulu, so far, winning both the matchups we've seen her put in.
I'd like to see whether or not that converts to kill potential. That's what I'm really interested about. And in terms of leveling up, 3 points into Glitterlance, just a single one into help picks. And on the top lane, Ocelot being forced back by Aurelia. Oh, where is Aurelia? There we go. Of course, Aurelia standard, leveling up the hidden style. 1 point into both a Q and a E. So nothing out of the ordinary, at least in terms of the way the champions are being leveled up thus far. But look at the damage that BladeMasta is being able to put out onto Ocelot. Even with that first blood, even with that early additional gold. With the Ninja Tabi, it's negating a lot of Riven's damage.
Yeah, and Aurelia's hit that point now where she's really strong. She just hit 6, so she's got her ult for some extra life still. She's still got her ignite up. She has got to be really careful because she can see Dedrayon in the ward. And she's got no flash. So she's starting to get really strong. She has the bonus damage with her true damage. So Ocelot is going to have to be careful, but not as careful as HawkDon. As Dedrayon, no, doesn't quite manage to make it in there.
So the first blue buff is being donated to HawkDon. He's going to be able to pick this up in just a second. At least gives him the ability to keep spamming those health picks and keep spamming those glitter lances out. Farm-wise, 57 to 47, so a small lead. And in the top lane, we do have Dedrayon coming in. He applies the Riptide and then the slow. Going to use the dredge line. Does manage to catch BladeMasta right at the edge of the ability. But unfortunately, Ocelot just too far away to be able to convert any damage or put any pain down onto BladeMasta.
Prathana Valkyries, the second he sees Nyph walk out of that bush, he knows if he gets headbutt pulverized, he has not got the help to survive this. And now CandyPanda 6, he's going to go in, he will flash in, gets the stun off onto J-Ree, headbutt into the wall, pulverized doesn't miss as he gets a flash off at the last second, and Jana will survive.
A huge commitment. That Howling Gale so well timed, knocked CandyPanda up the instant he started that slicing maelstrom. And in the middle lane, Lulu has managed to force Ari back. So Kevin, he is recalling, or was thinking about recalling. opting to stay in the lane to pick up just one or two of these last creep kills. And it looks as though HawkDon with that blue buff has really put a lot of hurting down onto Kevin.
Yeah, he's up at level 8, so he's ahead of Kevin in the sense of XP. It's only slightly, but it's an extra minion wave. And, well, Kevin's off to go and get his own blue buff. And to be honest, when he does come back to lane, he's got to be really careful not to throw it straight away again.
You have to see HawkDon, of course, 4 points into the glitter lance, 2 into health picks. He's sitting on the double Doran's blade already. So 55 ability power with 9 and then 10% spell penetration. Huge chunk of cooldown reduction, predominantly due to that blue buff, of course. And farm-wise, gold-wise at least, we are sitting completely even with that single kill advantage going the way of SK. So farm, just small advantages in each lane, you know, at least for the most part. But we do see that Dedrayon sitting with his Nautilus. He's opted to go for the Heart of Gold first. TalØl, he does have Paranoia, so he's setting up in the grass, or he was setting up, was thinking about a Paranoia gank, trying to use Janna as bait, but has opted to push now to the middle lane. And
as soon as they saw TalØl in the bottom lane, the pings went down from SK, they knew he was there immediately, and ocelote went straight to TalØl's red buff. Fortunately, TalØl was wearing it, but it just shows the power you get. As soon as you find out where that jungler is, ocelote knew he could go anywhere he wanted in the top half of the map.
Great map awareness, great team coordination. You know, somebody managing to call that. Somebody saying, look, we know where he is, so let's take advantage of the situation. Now, we do see Nocturne coming back to that bottom tri-bush. Are we going to see a Paranoia dive? Staying just under range of these creeps. Prothana putting some decent damage onto CandyPanda, to be honest. Landing a few auto attacks and looked like a rocket earlier. He's eating a little bit of damage back and forth. And once again, we still see TalØl. He's just sitting there. It's 2 or 3 minutes he spent around this bottom lane. Nothing converted from it just yet. While all that's going on, we've got a big fight going down in the top lane. Now we do have the pressure on the bottom. Paranoia comes down. Slicing Maelstrom is out as well. Depth Charge comes up from Dedrayon. He pops the claims to get away. Ignite is still ticking though. Dredgeline pushes J-Ree back. No flash available means J-Ree goes down. That's another kill that goes the way of SK. And once again, just so unlucky that the Nautilus is in and around the bottom lane just as red team jungler is setting up. So we got some pings coming down into TalØl. He is moving up. There goes the lightning rush. Misses the thundering shuriken. Dedrayon has only got enough mana for one dredge line. He's going to be falling backwards now as HawkDon moves forward. Uses the dredge line to pull himself to the tower. Really great map awareness and great control there. Gets away unscathed. Doesn't even take a single point of damage from DERPERS champions.
HawkDon has so much damage right now. He's up to 99 AP. And, well, level 9 roaming around the map. Level 5 Glitter Lance, level 2 health picks. Oh, sorry, Kevin is now level 10, sorry. I can't even read.
And a very, very cheeky Wraith steal from Kevin. Just through the wall, one Deceit and one Foxfire manages to take out that big Wraith.
Yeah, HawkDon hit 10 as soon as he gets back in the lane, so he's not lost too much, but by roaming to bottom he saved his team, and they're going to start a dragon. We know that SK have just backed away after that gank in the bot lane. They knew they were low on mana, low on health, and they managed to heal themselves up and get back out into the map quicker than SK have. Picked up the first dragon of the game, 12 minutes and 24 seconds.
So that keeps them tight on gold. Exactly the same, 14,700 for both sides. Kill advantage is 2-0, but of course, all that bonus gold from Drakes across the team manages to keep it balanced. And look at the mid lane, 98 CS to 108. It's still a 10 difference. And we haven't seen too much of either Lulu or Uri at this stage. They've roamed a little bit. They've moved back and forth. Ocelote just missing that wind slash onto BladeMasta. And as I say, we haven't seen too much from the mid lane champions. And we do have a complete cluster at the moment. 4-man sitting at the, 4 of them. But look at the damage from the Glitter Lance and the health picks. A great missile barrage there from Corki. Max range missile barrage. I think it was a big one as well. If I look at him, I think it was a big one that actually stole that. And now Corki manages to steal the blue buff from underneath SK's nose.
It's going to help him out quite a bit in the bottom lane now. He can harass from range with these rockets, can phosphorus bomb when they get in a bit close. It will mean HawkDon's got a little bit of an issue in the mid lane up against Ari. But to be honest, HawkDon was doing fine already, and Prathana could really do with the help.
Let's see whether or not this is going to swing things back in favor of Kevin, not having to face off against the blue buff from HawkDon. Does he have blue at the moment? He does not, and it should be up within the next minute or so. Ballpark. And Lulu HawkDon building slightly differently to what we've seen in the previous game. Opting to go, he's got the double Dorans, and he's gone for the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so really wanting to pick up the cooldown reduction. And we do also have Dedrayon setting up in this top lane, waiting for the bait. There's some damage coming down. The stun comes out. Now the depth charge chases all the way to BladeMasta. Knock up from the angelic wings as well as the knock up from the depth charge. Keeps him in place for a little bit. And a great dredge line. Pulls BladeMasta back. He gets stunned. Another stun coming out from Ocelote. They're going to tank this tower a little bit. One more hit that will be able to pick up the kill. But now we do have HawkDon coming up. Is he going to be able to find Ocelote? That is the question. Ocelote moves forward, flashes over the wall. And really good play there from SK Gaming. They pick up a kill from underneath the tower and get away unscathed.
Yeah, they're just coordinating these ganks really well. And I mean, the second that Lulu left the mid lane, Ari followed, Kevin came back up there, and exactly where Lulu was the whole way. Ocelote maybe didn't need to blow the flash because it was 3v1, but better safe than sorry. It does put them 3-0 up in about 500 gold. And sitting comfortably.
And no oracles yet. Nocturne sitting pretty with nothing at the moment. Nautilus he's not wearing the big pink eye. Keeping an eye at the moment. Now look at the damage that's going out into CandyPanda. He eats a couple of missile barrages from Prathana. And that blue buff should be wearing off, yeah, just about now. Now we've got some pressure in this middle lane. Kevin opting to move forward. He used his ultimate to try and take out HawkDon, put a lot of damage down. And HawkDon was forced to use Wild Growth just to save his own life. And it appears not having that blue buff is really making a difference. Unfortunately, Kevin missing both of those skill shots just as I jumped the camera over to him. Caster's curse, I'm afraid. For everybody that's just joined us, this is SK Gaming facing off against Team DERPERS in a best of one. For DreamHack qualifies, Paranoia goes down in the middle lane. A flash from HawkDon gets him out of range of the Orb of Deception coming backwards. Manages to get just out of range of the charm. And the timing on that fear from TalØl was literally enough to save HawkDon's life. It's a great pressure in that middle lane.
Really lucky play by SK. The fear running just the right length of time in the right direction.
And the flash.
And a great flash from HawkDon.
Just dodging the return damage from TalØl's Nocturne. So the first kill on the board for DERPERS. We do see Nocturne. He is still... No, he doesn't have the red buff anymore. He's going to be coming out. Tries to land the Duskbringer. It lands just short of Nyph. Here comes the Slicing Maelstrom, so that's going to apply some stuns. The Unbreakable Will does come out from Nyph, though, so no ultimate for the next 2 minutes. 2 ultimates blown, which does at least reduce the kill potential for CandyPanda and Nyph. But it doesn't make them any, not significantly less scary. The harass that CandyPanda...
Sorry, Ocelote's going to have to be a little bit careful up there now. BladeMasta's been harassing him down. He's got Ignite, he's got his ultimate, and everything else off cooldown, and Ocelote's pretty low. He knows this, and he's gone straight back into base. BladeMasta's going to shove it up to the tower, delay some XP and gold.
Putting on a really cool show with those Blade Surges as well. Auto attack, Blade Surge. Auto attack, Blade Surge. So, I like that. It's one of my favorite animations in the game. So 3-1 is the score. Gold is still completely even. The first turret of the game is most likely going to go down. Creep should be able to finish that one off. 1 or 2 more attacks from CandyPanda. Let's just see. There's the wave. And of course...
He's going to leave it.
Yeah.
He wants as many CS to die to that tower as possible. Make sure Corki is as far behind as he possibly can be.
Well, look at the creep score, disadvantage at the moment. Corki 105 to the 153 on Kenan. In the mid lane, you've got Ari on 138 to 140 of HawkDon. So that blue buff made a big difference. It allowed Lulu to pull, some creep score back. She was a little bit behind. But of course, the Paranoia gang from Nocturne allows Lulu to at least pick up 1 assist in the background.
Now, HawkDon, he's going to go and get this blue buff. And, well, Nyph's on his way across there, but a little bit too late. There's no steal this time round. And immediately, DERPERS rotate around towards the dragon. But SK are here and waiting. As you said before, no oracles. We've got a pink ward up from DERPERS. But other than that, everyone's got quite a lot of vision in the various bushes and around this dragon pen. And everyone's here and waiting.
So SK Gaming looking at leashing the dragon, but they get rid of the pink ward first. Now that the vision is gone, CandyPanda is going to save up some energy, wait to commit for a team fight, and we do have a full 5-on-5 at the moment in this river. Let's see who's going to engage first. Are we going to see a depth charge? I doubt we're going to see a paranoia from TalØl. He'll probably save that for later, or he should anyway. And it's just, it's tentative. It's in the trick ball, and there goes the dive. Blade Surge as well as the Glitter Lance. CandyPanda is almost removed for the fight. A paranoia dive plus 1 or 2 attacks manages to take him out. Irelia actually gets the last hit though. The Wild Growth does go onto Prathana, and now all of a sudden, Irelia and Prathana are the one that are under so much damage. BladeMasta now in return. Nautilus gets taken out in the background, so it's a 2-for-1 exchange. DERPERS still in control at the moment. They're managing to chase Corki. Are they going to be able to catch Corki? There should be one dead Prathana. He's juked a little bit. One more stun from Ocelote. That should pick it up, making it a 2-for-2. One. Come on. There we go. So a 2-for-2 exchange, and let's see who picks up Dragon. Is DERPERS going to be able to do this? TalØl is very, very low. They decided to fall back. There goes the Howling Gale for the, disengage. And just so unlucky there. CandyPanda being caught, not being able to get off a really good slicing Maelstrom, actually not even casting at that time. There's too much damage being taken before the fight had even begun.
I really like how Prathana did that. He Valkyried in panic away just from Kevin, just avoid the damage, it's fine. But then, oh god, I'm in the enemy jungle, what am I going to do? Ocelote's chasing. And just using the vision, darting backwards and forwards, he managed to stay alive for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Dragged Ocelote as far away from the dragon as possible. And as a result, nobody's killed it. Everyone's backed, reset, and healed up. And we're looking for fight number 2.
1,000 gold difference at the 20-minute mark. We've seen one tower down. And the team's out. They're now transitioning over to this team fight stage. They're transitioning over to the portion of the game where you never travel alone. And if you do, you die. It's generally the rule of thumb. Have a look at the wards from DERPERS. 4 wards in and around the dragon area. From the river bush on the top, in the dragon pit itself, but unfortunately, having fallen back, the champions being fairly low, they give up this dragon uncontested, and SK Gaming take a small advantage in terms of the gold lead.
Yeah, HawkDon and DERPERS needed to grab just 1 kill, needed to make that 5v4 if they wanted to try and defend that, and they couldn't quite get that pick. SK were positioned 2 up, and they cannot win a 5v fight. They hadn't all been back to heal. Nocturne, Lulu, and Janna had still been out since the start of the fight, so they had to give it up, and SK grab that dragon and take the lead by 2,700 gold. And
still not 1 oracles on the field. These teams are running around, they're running straight over wards. Neither side willing to commit to an oracle's elixir just yet. And I think that's a little bit of a mistake. At this stage in the game, when you start roaming, when you start moving as a team, and when you look at the ward coverage that the DERPERS have down, just look at those red dots. I really want to know what's happening in the river and what's happening around the mid lane and the mid section of the map. Ocelote playing.
Janna actually staying in the mid lane because Nyph's here helping out Ari. Letting the AD carries solo down each other, and actually Nyph take quite a bit of damage from HawkDon. That help picks and the Glitter Lance combo, taking away about half his health, and a couple of auto attacks doing the rest.
Looking at the build so far as well, Ocelote, he's finished his phase, he's got a BF sword. Look at the bottom lane, SK CandyPanda now moving forward with the red buff. Huge attack speed, does manage to take out Corki as well. Paranoia is now being used, and that looks like it's on the top lane. Ocelote, the fear pulls him backwards for a second. Now that he's locked up with the red buff, they managed to pick up a very easy kill on that top lane. And they exchange 1 for 1. Now on the bottom lane, CandyPanda is being dived. HawkDon taking so much damage. The stun coming out underneath the turret, and CandyPanda survives. Wow, that was immense from CandyPanda. Managed to lock up HawkDon underneath the turret. And the turret just did all the damage, even managing to kill him, or kill HawkDon through the wild growth. Great, great play there by CandyPanda.
Brilliant play by the entire bottom lane, in fact, from SK. The headbutt pulverizer and Nyph coming in at right the last second. Too much CC for Lulu to handle.
Why are we watching Nyph farming? That's the boring one. Oh, it's the giant cow. So 7-4 is the kills. We finally have a fairly noticeable gold lead, 3,000 gold. Split between 5 champions, however, that's not a massive advantage. There's the gold scores up on your screen at the moment. So you can see exactly how it's split. Gold leader so far, CandyPanda 7,400. A good 1,000 gold ahead of anybody on the DERPERS side. Riven second up with a 4-1 scoreline. He's sitting on 7,000 as well. Completed his Bloodthirst and he's going to start farming that up. And now we do see BladeMasta potentially part of an SK sandwich. But I think he's going to be able to get away. Just fall back. Yeah, there we go. He's going to move backwards a little bit. I doubt they're going to do a 3-man dive. A very nice juke there to get away from the dredge line. Just a small little step to the left. And that giant anchor then misses.
It's a lot of SK in the top half of that jungle, and TalØl needs to be a little bit careful as he walks across this ward. Should be safe, but again, CandyPanda 1v1 in the bot lane against Corkin. He's already proved he can win that fight. So the farmer going to have to be careful, especially as the rest of SK are looping around trying to grab HawkDon. He was standing on a ward, and CandyPanda starts to chase. Going to keep him down. Needs to land one more mark of the storm for the stun. It does go down when he's in the bush. Ocelote and Nyph are bringing him along. The ult will come up from CandyPanda, chaining the stun. Ult comes from HawkDon. He's just trying to kite them as long as possible, getting them away from the rest of his team. He knows he's dead, but there's Nautilus and Ari pushing the mid lane. HawkDon will drop. CandyPanda gets the kill. With an assist from Nyph thanks to the heal.
I jumped straight over to the middle, assuming that there was going to be a fight, but sadly, nobody was beating one another in the head. So we do
just
see
firing out 1 or 2 love hearts at everyone, hoping to land it.
so sweet. But we do see this time around, J-Ree, a very nice dredge line, but it actually gets interrupted halfway through. TalØl, there goes the spell shield, blocks at least one spell. Kevin taking a lot of damage, forced to use a second Spirit Rush backwards. Then this next Spirit Rush in conjunction with the Ignite. Nyph dives forward, pulverized head, but manages to pick up the kill. And J-Ree on Janna, having the first oracles of the game that we've seen thus far. But when you're sitting in your base defending, you can't clear out vision. And it looks like SK are rolling towards Baron buff. Knowing Nocturne's down, knowing that smite is not available, this might be the first Baron of the game.
Only what SK are aiming for. We do have 4 members of DERPERS up, but the one that is dead is the one with the smite, like you just mentioned. So SK are feeling safe from that still. The Baron down to 3,000 health as Venom gets knocked up and Charm is down to 2,000 health. Ticking down slowly. The CandyPanda's really low and actually gets picked off by DERPERS nicely. Ocelote is in the middle of everyone. Rathana needs to be careful with Ari doing what damage he can. He will get dredge lined and snared. The kill goes to Kevin. DERPERS doing a good job of interrupting this Baron. BladeMasta will drop down. Ocelote is still standing. HawkDon in the middle of all that with his shield and his glitter lance still poking at SK. And ultimately, DERPERS have stopped the Baron attempt, and that's what the whole point of that fight was.
They did give away 1 additional kill at the very least. But they have defended against Baron, and now do they think they have enough damage? Without Corki and Aurelia there, they won't be able to do it. So, smart move from DERPERS. They're not going to fall back. Jerry's just clearing out those wards, just trying to get a little bit of that gold back and remove the vision from SK Gaming. And not too bad, but I think CandyPanda a little bit out of position, a little bit out of place there. He was caught and focused down. I know he was trying to run interference, but maybe he should have stuck a little bit closer to his team. So once SK had peeled off the Baron, they maybe could have turned that fight around a little bit more advantageously.
Can you hit tab a second? Oh, there we go. Chat was complaining. But Dragon's back up. SK making the way across there. CandyPanda can go and get that massive farm in the bot lane. And let's see how DERPERS play this. Because it's not uncommon to see teams see an opponent do Dragon and instantly go in for the Baron. But J-Ree gets dredge lined and snared by Dedrayon. Ocelote's coming in from the mid lane, forces a flash away. Janna's safe, but now without that flash, the next fight's going to be a little bit more risky.
And Nyph does snare the dragon, or at least leash him rather. Gonna pull him out just for a little bit. And now CandyPanda moving forward. Huge attack speed, 1.7 attack speed. The Phantom Dance is completed, the BF Sword as well as the Wriggles Lantern. So huge attack speed compared to the 1.2 on Corki and the 169 damage. There's a lot of utility going to be coming out from Kenan. All of the stuns, and of course him sitting with the red buff, that's going to at least allow the slow to be applied as well. And Lulu, not necessarily as effective this time around. 0-2-4. Only completed the Abyssal Scepter and the Ionian Boots. And currently at a Blasting Wand. Probably saving up towards a needlessly large rod. But still needs another 400 gold before that's completed.
Yeah, okay, SK have won the last couple of fights. They're up by 5,000 gold. But this game is by no means over. DERPERS have a really strong team comp. Malunoo, we've already shown how versatile she can be with AL and the way they played it. They've got Corki, they got a lot of damage from Nocturne. Everyone knows how annoying and ready it can be at the end of a game. Darting with the Blade Surge between everyone in your team, doing true damage and stunning and general annoyance.
Of course,
So if they can pull something out.
BladeMasta is currently building a DPS Aurelia. Trinity Force completed as well as the pickaxe. So we're going to have to see what that pickaxe gets upgraded to. But I would assume he's going to need a little bit more survivability, a little bit more defense items, or defensive items rather. Dredgeline goes out, manages to burn the flash there from HawkDon. So at the very least it's a summoner spell blown. And we do have a small split from SK. 3 on the right, 2 on the left. Dredgeline not managing to pick anybody up this time round. And Dedrayon going for a complete team build. Shirelia's Reverie completed as well as Aegis of the Legion. Currently sitting on 840 gold. There comes the Paranoia. Paranoia is diving at long range towards Dedrayon. They've got a split at the moment and instantly blow up Ocelote. Aurelia's now dived forward onto Dedrayon. He's going to use that Dredgeline to pull himself to safety. And now we've got a 4 versus 5 for Dragon. Only this time around, SK are a man down.
And SK are an important man down. That Riven did a lot of damage as far as their team's concerned, and she's great with the CC and that W. Helps shutting down someone like Corki. But they're going to go in anyway. CandyPanda's got a lot of CC himself. BladeMasta darts in onto Kennen. He's going to do a lot of damage. CandyPanda's being ignored. TalØl goes really low. Baron ripped apart DERPERS, and the magic resist reduction and armor reduction they took, and damage reduction as well. There's a lot of debuffs on this guy people don't really think about, and SK tore through DERPERS with the help CandyPanda's ult and Kevin.
Completely focused on Dedrayon, and that's fair enough. Use the one that's up front on the front line, but it just allowed Kevin and CandyPanda to tear them apart. CandyPanda jumped in there. He got a slicing maelstrom across 3 or 4 of the champions from the front. In the back end, you got Baron Nashor taking out the DERPERS from behind. And CandyPanda just completely melted them with all of his auto attacks and his abilities. They ignored the carries, focused the jungle, and that's never something you should be doing.
Now, well played, SK. They are up again by 8,000 gold, and they're carrying this Baron buff, which is a massive deal considering the stats it gives you. 16 kills to 7, and they also have, well, morale and momentum and confidence now on their side. They're going to be feeling great. We just won a 5v4 without Riven. We picked up a Baron off it. We kept both our carries alive, and we're going to go straight up the mid lane and take your base.
And with that big fight and the kills that CandyPanda managed to pick up, he's actually completed his Infinity Edge right now. Combined with his Phantom Dancer and the Wriggles, it's so much damage. Attack speed's now up to 1.9 attacks per second. And CandyPanda is just going to be melting faces all day long. Oh, that was quite a nice Howling Gale there from Janna. Jerry just knocking up 3 of the SK players. But with the 10,000 gold lead and Baron buff, it's not really a fight that they can be picking right now.
CandyPanda is sitting in the back, also attacking the tower down, taking away about half of his health before the minions run out. And HawkDon and Janna taking quite a bit of a poke through the wall as well.
I'm going to be very careful.
You can stand here and take this poke all day long with this Baron regen. They go in, take 1 or 2 tower hits, a couple of shots from each of the champions, back away, and before the next minion waves here, they're safe.
Do have Nyph moving forward. There goes a great Dredgeline into BladeMasta. Look at the damage that's gone down onto Lulu. Monsoon has been popped, but it does cost them a tower. Janna and Lulu forced to fall backwards. Just taking so much poke and so much damage from SK. They pick up the first inhibitor of the game. They still have just under half the time left on the Baron buff. And they're turning their attention now to the middle and the top lane. Make sure that the lanes aren't naturally pushing against them. But it looks as though SK, they've stomped their authority on this game. And they want to be driving home a victory within the next 5 to 10 minutes would be my assumption.
Yeah, how long is there left on their Baron buff? Stealing the red buff, and they've got about a minute and a half left. If they do knock up onto J-Ree, Gets ignited, gets burst down. Ocelote even using his ult on that, just to be sure. Well, let's get a nice pick. They're not going to get too much from it. There's no objectives up that they can really make the advantage for, but kill's a kill. And actually, they're going to go siege mid-turret, and they have got 25 seconds where they've still got Baron buff, and Janna's still dead.
This is going to be the next tower going down, or the next inhibitor tower going down. DERPERS cannot, dodge this right now. And look at the damage that Kevin's managed to put down onto HawkDon. He does have the ignite. There goes the wild growth. That's going to save HawkDon for a little bit more. The knockup comes out from Nautilus from the depth charge. Kevin does go down in and amongst all that, but Irelia and Nocturne have gone down in the background. A few more auto attacks from Kenan, maybe enough that does actually pick up Lulu underneath the turret. Dredgeline pulls Jerry all the way forward. Rhythm dives forward with those broken wings, and Kenan manages to pick up the last hit. So this is going to be the next inhibitor. If they turn their attention back, no, they still want more kills. Stun under the turret. A few laser pew-pew shots onto CandyPanda. That scares him away. But it looks as though SK Gaming, they just want to close this out. They just want to pick up the victory. And you can't blame them. 4 champions down. GG, SK Gaming.
GG indeed. Really well played. Solid performance all the way through. They went up 3 kills, took the early lead, and to be honest, they never really slipped behind from that point onwards. They grabbed 1,000, 2,000 gold, and it just got bigger and bigger. And that fight at Baron, I mean, he didn't even need to see the rest of the game. That was pretty much sealed the deal.
So there is the final kill scores for SK Gaming versus Team DERPERS. SK advanced to the next round. This is, of course, the qualifying rounds for DreamHack. The top 2 from this will qualify for Sunday's games, and you need to place in the top 4 on Sunday to be able to actually go to DreamHack. That's the real key. Of course, let's have a quick look at the damage graphs. I love pulling this up and checking it out. Look at the damage that CandyPanda had put out. Huge, huge, huge amounts. So, for the time being, that was, of course, SK advancing to the next round. My name is Quickshot. Panky's on in the background. And we're going to throw up some music while we wait for the next game. We will be jumping into round number 3 of today's DreamHack qualifier. I hope you like some music, because we're going to put it up shortly. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
There you go, that was the uplifting selection. Just about wrapping up this special Solarstone Pure edition of Solaris International. That was Voyager, taken from the album. And now it's time to wind things down with this week's
The Solaris Chill Out Moment.
And this week's Chill Out Moment is the final track on the Pure album. This is Solarstone featuring Hannah Magenta, and this is called Swan Song. I'll see you guys same time, same place next week. So until then, take care of yourselves, whatever you're doing, and I'll see you soon.
The Solaris Chill Out Moment.
Hey guys, just for everybody that's asking in chat, we are in the process of organizing the next game. We will be following MILLENIUM against ECLYPSIA. The lobby currently has 9 out of 10 players, but we're just confirming the password. There's just a little bit of a miscommunication between the players and the admins with regards to the password. So as soon as we get that fixed, we will be able to jump straight into the game. It won't take much longer. While we have a quick break, I'm going to do another shameless bump. I mentioned this earlier, myself and Panky, we are on Facebook, and we rely on fans and numbers to be able to help us keep doing casts. So if you head over to facebook.com/quickshot, QU1KSH02, or facebook.com/panky.lol, you can jump on the page, like our stuff, follow us with regards to all the casts that we're doing, all the streams that we're doing. Just sort of, if you enjoy our cast, if you'd like to see us casting more games, it really helps us out. So facebook.com/quickshot and facebook.com/pankylol. You can see here is the lobby. It is 9 out of 10 so far. So as soon as I get the right password, we will be into the game. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes tops, guys. So yeah, bear with us, be patient, and enjoy the music.
You're listening to Akira Kayosa in the mix.
So, we have 10 people sitting in the lobby. Millennium Gaming facing off against ECLYPSIA. Panky, what you up to, my man?
I'm sitting here very sad, refreshing my Facebook and watching the numbers go up.
Ooh, why are you sad, Panky?
Because I'm sitting here watching the numbers go up on my Facebook.
For everybody that is wondering about that, head over to facebook.com/panky.lol. Like I was saying earlier, for the two of us, we need to bring some viewers, bring some numbers with whenever we do casts. So Panky was on, what was it, 830 when you started?
It was today, yeah.
Yeah, so up to 900. So we've got 70 extra guys. Thank you for that. Myself, I was on about 620 myself, and I've jumped up to 770. So thank you for the love, guys. We do have 11,000 people on the stream. So come hit the channels. Come share some likes. It really helps us out, and it means we can get more games and get some things going there. Actually, you know what? Somebody just pointed it out. I don't think I've liked you with my private account. So I have just liked you with my private account, Panky. So now you've got my private and my Quickshot account likes. Well,
I had you on my private, but not on my Panky.
you see? Well, there we go. There we go. I think that counts as cheating, but it doesn't matter. You've got 2 likes from me. You deserve them. So we have EC facing off against Millennium this time around. And we are into the bans and picks. EC managed to pick up the first ban this time around. And they're going to remove Uri from the pool immediately. Let's keep
Yeah, makes sense. Ridiculously strong champion, great at laning, great at farming. That charm can instantly start a fight or burst someone down as the game goes on. And the mobility makes it really hard to shut down as the game goes on. And the team fights and things as well.
So Karthus, the next champion, banned out. So 2 AP mids thus far. Let's see if we're going to see the champions we've seen banned out in the previous games. I mean, Urgot, Soraka. Is Shen going to be able to be in the pool? Morgana, maybe? It's a lot of champions that you should be able to remove. For Terror War, DreamHack, the qualifier for this is the 13th till the 16th of June. You can check it out if you head over to the Reddit post, and there's more details there. Hey, we've got a Jax ban, so 2 for 3 so far. At least in terms of bans. Urgot, the next one. Do you think Soraka's going out?
With Urgot being gone, I don't think so. I think ECLYPSIA are going to leave this one. If Soraka's banned, I feel Millennium are going to do it because they don't want her first picked. but there's plenty of other options open as well.
Well, 5 seconds left on the banning pool. Morgana, Shen still available. Was available, so Shen's the second last ban. Millennium versus ECLYPSIA Gaming, for anybody that is wondering. ECLYPSIA on the left-hand side, they will have first pick. And Dr. Mundo, the final ban. I'm happy about that. I enjoy watching Dr. Mundo, but it's not an exciting champion to watch. So, insta-lock
I don't
Morgana.
know. I think Xeno might argue on that front.
I just find that run and keep running to be a bit dull. I'm on fire in running. That's just me. I prefer watching the depth charge, the knockups, and the dredge line from Nautilus. Well, Morgana is instantly locked in, so that's AP mid, and that's a safe bet. Really difficult to gank Morgana. She's got excellent lane control, so much damage once you hit the mid to late game, and if you get caught by a Dark Binding and people jump onto that champion, it's pretty much a guaranteed death. So Millennium, they have 2 more champions to lock in. 10 seconds left to do so. It does look like we are going to see another Nautilus. He's played in every game thus far, unless I'm forgetting something.
I think he just might have been, yeah. And, well, he's proved his worth in all those games as well.
Yep.
Been really useful, set up some great ganks, amazing in team fights. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in every game going onwards as well.
So Alistair's now been locked in, so that's going to be Alistair's support, or if we can assume so. Now we're going to see whether or not ECLYPSIA are going to lock in their jungle and support as well, or if they're going to go for maybe a carry, solo. See who they're going to lock in, and we can start discussing what the lanes are going to look like. I hate getting excited about champions before they're actually locked in. They always disappear.
Yeah, these players love to sit there and wait till the last second and switch things out.
So everybody that's on stream at the minute, thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for tuning in. This is, of course, the DreamHack qualifiers. And we are watching, this is round number 3, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, that it is.
And of course, Millennium versus EC. So we do see a Kog'Maw and Janna being locked in. So it's a bit of control, the slow, the knock-up. You know, of course, Kog'Maw turns into a beast in the mid to late game. Hits incredibly hard with that Byrocane Barrage. And a little bit of attack damage and attack speed ended up in the background. So who would...
So far, ECLYPSIA have a really nice early setup for a Protect the Kog'Maw.
Now my question is, who do you put as a carry against a Kog'Maw Janna? You've already got Alistair, and it looks like it's going to be Corki. What other alternatives are there?
What other alternatives? Ashe works quite well. She scales quite nicely, gets strong in the late game. There's no one that will stand up 1v1 to Kog'Maw once they hit, it's like 6 items kind of built. But Ashe has got plenty of utility. She can do quite a lot of damage once she hits that late level. But from the way that Millennium are sitting on this, with Corki and Alistair, they want to go for the early game. They want to win that lane and shut Kog'Maw down right from the get-go.
What do you think about Corki over Graves? If they want to go for that early burst, early damage, you think Corki's better at the burst blow-up than Graves would be?
I think that seems to be the stance the players are taking at the moment. I'm certainly seeing a lot more Corkis than Graves. Why? I don't want to make a guess. I don't feel informed enough for that. But, I mean, the true damage in the late game really helps. So that's what Corki's got going for him. And perhaps the poke from the rockets as well.
Well, we'll have to see how it's going to turn out and how it's actually going to play out for Millennium at the moment. They have also locked in Gragas. And I love that. I have not seen a Gragas at top level play in quite a while. So, Gragas facing off against Morgana in the middle. And locking in Riven for the top lane. I wonder who they're going to pick as a counter. I'd love to see a Rumble. That would make my day. But I don't know if that's who's going to be locked in. Who is considered a counter to Riven? Ooh.
I can't think of anyone.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think myself. I've seen Jarvans kick the crap out of Rivens. I've seen Renekton's be able to do so as well. Udia is not a bad pick.
Oh, that's one that's coming up in chat quite a lot. That does work.
That's also true. All of those reckless strikes are going to be able to put a lot of hurting down. And now we're going to have to see exactly if this is the champion that's locked in. The man, bear, pig, Udia. Not sure which animal he wants to be, so he'll be all of them.
Here's one that I just received, notably in a whisper, in-game, from a certain studio, Garen.
Does Garen beat Riven? Well, that would be cool. That would be awesome to see, but sadly nobody picked him. So we do have the champions locked in, and we do see something very interesting here. So I'm going to quickly pull up my... Oh, no, wrong button there. I want to just pull up my browser for a few seconds. I don't know if that's 100% right. For everybody that is wondering why I'm doing this, I can't cover the summoner spells right now. So in the event that the champions stay the way they are, I'd just like to try and leave out some of the information that's being revealed. So what do you think of the champion selection thus far, Panky?
Thus far, I think ECLYPSIA are set up not as well as they could be. You want Kog'Maw, the way you want to play with him, you want to get him farmed, get him strong, let the game go on for a nice long time, and have him tear people apart. They've got Janna, yes, she can knock back in when they get close, she can shield him, she can knock someone up if they're getting close as well. They've got Morgana, you can pop her ultimate, stay close to Kog'Maw, anyone that's there will get stunned. But that's about it. Riven and Nocturne have got to go straight into Millennium to try and take down Corki. And Millennium, they have an AoE slow from Nautilus, they have an AoE knock up from Alistair, Corki himself can Valkyrie away, which Kog'Maw can't. Gragas can either ultimate Kog'Maw towards Millennium, or ultimate anyone from ECLYPSIA away from Corki. And all the while Udyr is just running there around, stunning everyone with his bear stance. There seems to be so much more protection for Corki there than Kog'Maw's going to get.
Yeah, very, very true. So we're seeing how the champion's going to lock in now. Riven versus Udyr in that top lane. That can pretty much go either way. And I think that's probably where a lot of the early game pressure is going to be coming from. Nautilus moving up there possibly for an early gank. I'm So Fresh could come up there, land a Duskbringer, and a Fear, the unspeakable horror. That could lead to first blood. And I think whichever champion manages to pick up an early advantage is then going to be able to turn the pressure around and put some hurting down on their opponents. In the bottom lane, Corki Alistair against Kog'Maw Janna. That's an interesting one. I think level 3 or 4, if Corki and Alistair can pick up a kill with the combo, it's going to put them in a good stead. But I think with the Howling Gale and the Voidoos, they're going to be able to control the speed and control the movement of Corki and Alistair and keep themselves relatively safe. Well, now we're going to just wait. We're into the last minutes of the game, so I'm going to throw up a quick commercial break. And when we're back, we'll be back with ECLYPSIA against Millennium for round number 3 of today's DreamHack qualifiers. So adverts are running. I know that not everybody gets them. So for everybody else that's busy sitting and tuning and listening in, we're going to do the same regular thing we always do. Where's your predictions? Who is going to be winning this game? That's what I'd like to know. 30 seconds left on the table. Panky, what do you think of the champion selection?
As I mentioned, just all that protection Corki has, I've got to give this to Millennium. Providing they don't drop too far behind in the lane phases, they're going to win the team fights time and time again, unless something goes horribly wrong.
Well, down to the last 5 seconds. Welcome back to everybody that's just finished from the adverts. If you don't know, this is, of course, the DreamHack qualifiers. This is the first one. It's running in conjunction with the EU Nordic and East qualifiers. And 2 teams from both servers will be qualifying for Sunday. 2 more teams from each server will qualify on Thursday. And our pool of 8 will then battle it out for 4 spots at DreamHack. And we've got some really cool skins once again. Scuba Gragas.
There's my favourite Morgana skin.
The Blade Mistress. I quite like the Frozen Terror Nocturne as well, but I find it such a frustrating skin because when you're doing your raids or doing the wolves, it's so blue, that Duskbringer. You'd have to be blind to not see it. Well, let's quickly wait for this last champion to join. Nyph is the last one. He was, of course, playing on Nautilus. And hopefully has not been disconnected. This is a bit frustrating. Everybody that's asking, this is the first qualifier. It is running along with the EU Nordic and East. And we're just trying to catch as many games as we can. I think we're up to around 3 now. So we should be heading towards the mid to late stages of the tournament. How many rounds do we have today? Panky, do you know?
I did have the page open. I closed it just before you asked.
My bad. My timing sucks.
According to the website, we get all the way up to round 5 tonight, and we are currently on round 3.
All right, sweet. So we've got at least 2 or 3 more games in us for today. One late connection from Nyph. Once he's actually then loaded up, we should be good to go. And thank you once again to everybody that's tuned in. I'm going to stick a Reddit link onto the chat box. It would be great if you guys could jump over there, throw a couple of upvotes, throw a couple of likes that way. Just let everybody know exactly what's happening. Everyone knows the qualifiers are actually here and taking place. So we are into the game. I'm going to be having a look at the champions. I'd like to see what Riven has done with her runes and masteries. Currently sitting 47 magic resist, plus 21 armor pen, and then 10%. So that's mostly flat MR plus armor pen for the most part, it looks like. Oh, wrong button. And Cogmore, 59 attack, and he looks like he's mostly running attack speed, unless I'm mistaken. What's the base attack speed on Cogmore?
I don't know.
It's around
Well, I'm pretty
0.6
sure
or so.
Studio will, and I'm expecting a Whisper very soon.
Studio,
And
come
actually, on that subject, we're going through 6 rounds for EU West because we had so many signs up, not 5.
All right, well, there we go.
So, we are halfway through in this game. And let's see, well, they're going to be a very defensive setup at the moment. No one really wanted to go invade.
So very, very defensive. Nobody's moving. Nobody's even really placing too many aggressive wards like we've seen from the previous games. And I'm so fresh. Starting off with the Wolves as is usual for Nocturne. Nyph on his Nautilus also mirroring that stat. So there goes the Titan's Wrath. It's going to give the damage shield as well as the AoE. I'm going to put some of that down. Whoop, small wolf has been picked up by Tabuno. Dax just hanging around. Doesn't even mind stealing some of the experience.
Still quite a lot, actually. I think that may have even been the big roll. Or at least both the little ones.
I think it was for the big one, hey? Because Dax was hanging around in that wolf pit the entire time. So we'll have to see if Nyph does get his level off this one.
There we go, there's a Whisper from Studio. Cogmore's base attack speed, 0.665.
Alright, so it's about a 30% attack speed increase on the runes. No, that's even higher, 0.79, so 15%. I'd just like to see exactly what sort of runes these players are using on their champions. Now, Gragas versus Morgana. Once Gragas gets a little bit of ability power up, and those barrels of his can start to burst through the black shield, do you think he's got kill potential with his body slam and the explosive cask to actually take Morgana out?
Only if he can bait out the spell shield. Gragas has some issues with Morgana. The early levels his CSing is a bit of a challenge before he gets the ability power up. And even when he does get the ability power up, just one quick well-placed spell shield can completely screw his combo over, and Morgana should win. But we'll see how Akagol plays it out.
Thank you for chat. I did have the names incorrect, and a very, very aggressive push on the bottom lane. Both exhausts have been used. Freddy 132, 122 going very, very low. Still saved his summoner heal though. I have just changed the names on the top, so sorry about the overlay.
I only just noticed what that overlay is.
Yep.
It's oddly familiar.
Yeah, it should. So having a look now on the bottom lane, 4.5k, 4.7k, very, very small lead at the moment. But the amount of damage that Corky and Alistair was able to put out at level 2 was almost enough to kill Freddy. But they did burn their exhaust, so without that exhaust, it may make it a bit more difficult to guarantee a kill as they carry on fighting.
Yeah, where are both the junglers? We've got Nautilus level 3 on his first clear doing his golems with those double buff ups. Gone through all his health potions now. He's going to have a fair bit of health left after he finishes his golems, so let's see where he goes. He's currently walking towards the top lane, and to be honest, could probably try a stealth gang in the top bushes. Why not? Although, Nocturne, level 4, has based, bought himself a Doran's Blade, and still got his double buff. He's also making his way towards the top lane. This came from the river.
Now we've got the pressure coming out. Nobody knows that the junglers are here. Let's see what's going to be happening. There goes the aggression. They've immediately pushed onto Fio's. What was a 2v1 now becomes a 2v2. And I'm So Fresh is going to be pushing forward. Now the two top laners have fallen back. The junglers stop beating one another. And with that Doran's Blade, I'm So Fresh put a lot of damage down. Both Fez, is that Fio's? Foz? Well, now we got pressure in this middle lane here. Nyph, he's going to flash over the wall. The flash comes up from I'm So Fresh as well. The red buff is applied. Now Skyart has moved forward. Dredgeline to the wall. Riptide comes up. First Blood does go the way of Skyart. Now they've turned their attention to Fios. He manages to get the stun. Explosive cast comes up from Gragas. The fear's landed in his face, so he gets feared away. I'm So Fresh going to be moving forward, trying to get away. Double buff is on Archegod, but he's going to need cooldowns and mana to be able to put damage back. And I think he noticed Morgana was missing, so he moved backwards. A headbutt from Dax pushes Freddy to safety. No pulverize coming out. It had been used already, unfortunately. So 1-for-1 trade, but Riven gets the bonus goals from First Blood.
She does, and that puts ECLYPSIA ever so slightly up in the gold, only about 200. Unfortunately for Riven, she backed away just as Elaine was pushed towards Udyr, so she's going to lose some of the CS to creeps, but he's pushing it up, he's going to base himself. So she might in fact just be able to freeze this up right at the edge of her tower range if she wants to.
And look at the build. With the gold that she's picked up, she's gone straight for that pickaxe. That's going to help the damage shield from her Valor. It's going to increase the damage on Broken Wings. There goes the headbutt. The stun onto Havoc as well as the pulverize. So much damage going down. The Howling Gale does knock Corky up for a brief second, but he flashes forward. The Ignite is going to be enough to pick up the kill. And Flash Ignite Corky manages to get a kill back for Millennium.
Really well played. And Alistair, okay, they knew he was in the bush, but they were not expecting him to flash headbutt and then pulverize.
Really, really good move from Alistair. Pushing Janna towards Nautilus. Pushing Janna towards the CC that Nautilus can put down. And that was really, really well played. Now, double buff is on Archegod in the middle. 3 points into the explosive barrel. And, of course, having the mana and the red buff, combined with the damage, the attack damage he can gain from Drunken Rage, he can really put some hurting down onto Schleier. If he dives forward with that body slam, activates his Drunken Rage. There goes the body slam to mitigate or to dodge the Dark Binding. And farm-wise, 55 to the 46 of Morgana. Those buffs starting to help out just a little bit.
Now, we should be seeing the point now where Gragas is starting to hold his own. He's going to grab some ability power up. He's carrying about 700 gold. A couple more waves and he'll get a blasting wand, I suspect. Or maybe even a catalyst. Depends what he wants to build it out. If he wants to go Rod of Ages or an early death cap. But he can start clearing these waves.
Once again, we've got both junglers moving up to the top lane. Paranoia is available for Nocturne. So are we going to see another commitment here from ECLYPSIA? Still waiting, just so tentative. There's no red or blue buff on Nautilus. And he doesn't even have his ultimate yet either. Still half a level away, so he's a little bit behind. There comes the paranoia just before Nautilus gets away. The damage onto Fizz is immense. They just melt him before he can get away. The dredge line pulls Nyjak back, or Nyjak back rather, but it's not enough to push him to safety. And a few more attacks. They're going to tank a little bit of turret damage. The gust of wind or the blast wasn't even required. Wind slash. But it was actually used. I just didn't see the animation. In the bottom lane, you've now got Janna and Corki, Janna and Cogmore pushing Corki back. The Dorans and Berserker's Greaves, in conjunction with that Eye of the Storm, adding 160 attack damage. How much is it? Absorbs 160 damage, adds 32 attack damage to his 87 already. Combined with the Bioarcane Barrage means Freddy 122 is hitting very, very hard.
Yeah, and with Morgana coming around the backside of the tower, they're looking to hit even harder as a 3-man gank. Binding goes out, does land on MDAX, unfortunately, but Slayer gets his ult off on everyone. The Ignite's ticking down onto Tabuno. He'll flash behind it, make sure the stun lands, picks up the kill. But Freddy 112 will drop to the tower, nicely saved by Dax. Gonna eat the true damage. Slayer's still being snared by Nerjaki. I don't even know how to say the name properly, but they are on the run from Gragas coming from the mid lane. Is there a barrel going to knock him back? Comes out, Havoc gets spell shielded. Brilliant play by Slayer. And both ECLYPSIA's players make it out alive.
What a great spell shield coming out from Morgana, knowing that the barrel was going to knock her forward, and throwing it onto Janna to save Janna's life. That was really, really good. And more pressure on the top line. Skyart with the BF sword and the pickaxe. That looks like it's going towards an Infinity Edge. Now we've got in the middle here, I'm So Fresh pushing forward with Nocturne. He might be going to try Smite Steal. If it is, and does manage to pick up the Smite Steal. The Spell Shield does get blown, pulled back from the dredge line, flashes forward instead of over the wall. Black Shield comes out. That's going to slow down Nautilus. And a very, very nice Smite Steal from I'm So Fresh. He's going to get away. Was it Smite Steal? No, it wasn't. Sorry, I'm lying to you entirely. HawkDon did actually pick it up with a barrel. I just seen blue buff and assumed. So it looks as though Riven is going for an Infinity Edge first. I'm looking at the items he's already built. But
I think it's Najik.
Let's go with Najik. I like that. So Najik currently 3-1 up in kills. He has a 25 creep score lead. And it looks like he's going pure DPS. And that's scary, because if Riven continues to get fed, and if Riven continues to build damaging items, it's going to be even more difficult to kill that champion. And the amount of damage that Riven can put out in conjunction with the crowd control is very, very difficult to deal with. Ooh. So currently sitting on 230 gold. It's going to need another 1,000 odd gold before she can complete that IE. Has picked up a Vamp Scepter as well. So I like this. I like this aggressive Riven. I like what it means once we start moving forward into the next stages of the game. Millennium are behind on gold, behind on kills, and quite behind on farm as well.
There's a ping onto Dragon, in fact, from ECLYPSIA. I'm So Fresh, he starts it straight away. And there's no vision on it from Millennium. There's a couple more pings coming down. Gragas is planting himself a ward from the mid lane. Havoc and Freddy come to join the bot lane. It is 3v3 at the moment, but Morgana is on her way down, and Riven is already halfway down the river compared to Udyr and Nautilus. And it looks like ECLYPSIA are going to pick this one up unless we get a barrel from HawkDon. Not quite, a little bit too late. The Smite's already gone out. And, well, a relatively free Dragon goes to ECLYPSIA.
Very, very good spell shield coming out from Nocturne as well, just as the barrel's about to land. Spell shield goes up, blocks the damage, blocks the knockback. A little bit of a wasted ultimate from HawkDon. But it looks as though Riven, with all this DPS and sitting with a Elixir of Fortitude, is really trying to play super aggressive. Theos, he's got the Heart of Gold ticking over, so although he is losing farm, that GP5 is slowly ticking. It's slowly keeping him in the game. Whether or not it's going to convert into the mid or the late game will remain to be seen. Scar landing a lot of damage. Just one combo with that key burst as well as the broken wings takes Theos down to half health, and he's forced to back off, drink that potion, and try replenish some of the hit points he's lost. We do see Theos.
Yeah, we do have Nautilus hiding in the top tri-bush. We've already seen Sky getting aggressing onto Fios. If he can bait him in, we might see something come up. But again, Nocturne is in this top lane, waiting to gang down on Udyr.
It seems as though Nyph and I'm So Fresh, their ganking timers are on the same rotation. So I'm So Fresh is now sitting in that top bush, but we do have Nautilus coming forward. There goes the Paranoia under the tower. Riptide manages to pick up both. They've turned their attention immediately to Nyph. The knockup does land onto Skyer, but he's forced backwards with a flash. And that Wind Slash just completely melts the hit points.
Thousands Flayer actually come away from mid trying to get onto Fios, but Gragas has followed him. Doesn't get that Spiritual Demo time, takes the damage. Tries to land a good binding, in fact, all the way through the wall onto ArcheGod. Stands him in that Tormented Soul, takes him down to half health. And they take down top tower for the first tower kill of the game and a 4,000 gold lead.
And Millennium are looking like they're in trouble. It's a little bit early to be calling it now, but 4k behind at the 15-minute mark. And a Riven that's potentially going to finish an Infinity Edge right now. Look, you know, she has the gold too anyway. Sitting 4-1 and so in control of the lane. 35 creeps ahead. 35 CS ahead, as well as taking the tower down against Udyr, who really needs items. Yes, the longer the game goes, the more powerful Udyr is going to get. But he needs the items. He needs to pick up that Wit's End or Trinity Force or, you know, some defensive items to really be able to stand his own in and amongst these big team fights.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, I'd love to see it in Finish Edge on Riven. I don't really think that's going to go through, and she hasn't. It's going to be a Bloodthirster, and either the pickaxe is going to go towards maybe a more of Malmortius. Don't know how survivable she wants to be, or just a very quick last whisper.
I would have loved the IE. That's just made me a very sad panda. So we do have another potential game.
Hilarious.
It would have been awesome. When you're sitting 4-1 up, why go for it? Go for it. Risk it. Why not? So let's see what's happening at the moment. With that Bloodthirst up, going to be starting to fill up those stacks, starting to gain additional attack damage, and of course additional lifesteal. Skyart's moving forward 4 levels above Nyph, and look at the damage. Wind Slash actually misses though. The red buff tick should be able to pick it up, and it does. So Skyart's going to be able to get away from that. Super unlucky that that Wind Slash missed. But red buff just enough to tick over Nyph. And another kill goes the way of Riven. 5-1 on that carry. And pushing forward as well. There goes the stun. Schleier's going to save the Dark Binding. Soul Shackles is out. Tabuno's staying in range of it. He does Valkyrie away at the very last second. Gets out of range of it. So much damage coming out. There is number 1. Triple Dorans, as well as the Sorcerer's Shoes, and almost enough gold for a needlessly large rod. Second turret goes the way of ECLYPSIA. And wow, what do you think of the game so far, considering we assumed Kog'Maw may not have been able to be protected? Right now, he's not the one they need to be afraid of.
6 kills for ECLYPSIA, 5 of them on Riven. And I think even the one that Slayer picked up was in that bot lane and got plenty of assists across the entire team. So, a little bit of a wild spread. But Riven really is trying to make these plays, ganking the mid lane in the blue buff and around the dragon, which would be respawning shortly.
I'm going to have to see how this converts. The towers are down now, so Millennium are going to be on the back foot. They're going to be forced to defend, forced to try and prevent losing buffs and losing map objectives. And it's going to come down to these next 5 to 10 minutes, how they handle the game. Because if they don't stop ECLYPSIA, then it's going to be signing their own death warrant. And they need to slow down the kills that Riven is getting. Then you make sure they pick up a few kills themselves, pick up that bonus gold from Riven, from the killing spree that she's picked up so far. And maybe just pull their way back into this game. So another Vamp Scepter picked up for Riven. So that's an interesting item to me. I think so. Could that be towards maybe a Zeke's Herald? It would make sense. Nocturne, Cog, and Riven would all benefit from the attack speed and the lifesteal. But a Zeke's doesn't use a pickaxe. We'll have to see what that Vamp Scepter eventually turns into. We once again have another invade coming out from ECLYPSIA. They're coming up behind ArcheGod. And we have a 5-on-5 here at the moment. Everybody is joined together. The bear stance comes out from Fios, just dodges the Dark Binding, and that would have been a huge Dark Binding if it had landed. Now we're going to have to see what happens. Now we're going to have to see where the fight comes up. Dragon is available. He has just respawned. They managed to catch Nautilus. He is standing on the Tormented Soil, but look at the difference between Nautilus and Nocturne. 4 levels. I'm So Fresh has a 4-level advantage onto Nijik at the moment, and they're not even going to contend this Dragon. It's going to be pulled out by ECLYPSIA. Completely free Dragon, second one of the game, and they're just going to extend their lead even further.
There's not really much Millennium can do about this right now. As I said before, they have a great teamfight comp, but they lost the lane so hard. The Riven on her own is completely ruining that whole strategy.
Riven, of course, going for a very, very big damage build. 5 points into the Broken Wings, 4 points into Key Burst, as opposed to leveling up that Valor. You tend to see the Valor being a little bit more preferred in terms of leveling up because of the damage shield. But when you got such a strong advantage in your lane, you may as well go for the damage. And look at the gold difference at the moment. 6,000 gold on Morgana. 7,000 on Riven. The closest champion is 1,500 gold behind. That's going to be a fully stacked Bloodthirster and 2 creeps. And I really can't wait to see what Riven's going to build next. Pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter. Technically, that's the ingredients for the Scimitar, but I don't think we'll be seeing the is it a Cutlass, rather?
Yeah, Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, I always call it Scimitar, but it's, yeah, the Bilgewater Cutlass. I doubt we'll be seeing that. 7,000 gold.
Fun, I think, is naive.
Well, look at the damage going on.
He's going to go into Fios. Wow, if he lands the stun, keeps chasing down. He will turtle stance and get away. Not too worrying, but he's the tankiest player on Millennium right now. Maybe Alice when he pops his ultimate, but other than that, if Riven can half health Udyr that quickly, think of what hope Corki has. None. Yeah,
exactly. And looking at the build right now as well, 21 armor pen plus 10%, 33% lifesteal so far, and 402 movement speed. That's a very, very scary Riven before any other items, and they're starting a very early Baron. 20 minutes in, there is no vision on behalf of Millennium. They might think something up. Udyr is busy doing the rates, or the double golems, but look at the vision from ECLYPSIA. They're going to, by time Millennium even get here, Baron is going to be down, and that's an uncontested Baron.
Very well played by ECLYPSIA. They had that Oracle's Rana, now they've cleared this out. Plenty of vision. And they saw Millennium are out on the other sides of the map, so fun.
They'll take it.
That far ahead, they'll take it down, yeah.
So, I cannot see a way back right now. 7,000 gold, unless Millennium start to ward up the jungle, ward up the both sides, and just pick people off that are out of position or overcommitted, and then win a big team fight. It's going to be so hard to come back from this point. You focus Riven, Kog'Maw tears you apart. You focus Cog, Riven tears you apart. And look at that, there goes the commitment. The paranoia as well as the wind slash just melts Corki in their face. The next one is going to go Gragas. Double kill for Kog'Maw so far. As if it wasn't bad enough having Riven fed, now Kog'Maw's picking up the gold. He managed to pick up 3 kills from that, from 1 Dark Binding. 1 Dark Binding lands. There goes the surrender vote. And ECLYPSIA, first upset of the day, knocking out Millennium in round number 3.
That binding could not have hit a more perfect target at perfect timing.
Yep. Completely destroyed. Locks Corki up, allows the rest of the champions to dive forward. Paranoia throws all the way forward, even if he hadn't been blown up. It was going to be 1 dead Corki. So 6-1-1 Riven. DPS Riven apparently is the way to go. Look at that gold. I'd love to see the damage right now. There's the damage graph. Really evenly spread, actually, if we're honest. I did think it was going to be slightly higher. So that's game number 3, guys. ECLYPSIA, they knock out Millennium from today's DreamHack qualifier. We're going to be jumping into round number 4 shortly, as soon as we find out who's going to be playing. So music's back up, and we'll be back in a few seconds. Hey guys, what's up? For everybody that's in chat and busy asking and wondering what's potting, this is of course the DreamHack qualifier. The EU West and the EU Nordic and East are both running tonight. Top two teams from both will be qualifying for Sunday's qualifiers. We'll do the same thing again on Thursday. Top two from West, top two from East will then also qualify for Sunday. And out of those top 8 teams, only 4 actually qualify for the event. The event is going to be running in June from the 16th till the 19th of June. I'll double check those dates. And at the moment, it looks as though we're going to be heading over to the EU Nordic and East for another game. So bear with me for just a few more minutes. We've just got to log out of our EU West clients, try get into EU East, and we'll be back with the next game very, very shortly. Hey guys, me back once again, and I just want to show you guys exactly what you can actually get up to. If you head over to reddit.com, I'll throw the link up again in chat in just a second. You'll see the announcement for today with all of the information, the brackets, etc. But what I really wanted to show you guys is on the DreamHack.se website, you can actually see the tournament information, the dates, the times, and exactly how you can qualify to compete. There are going to be 2 more qualifiers on Thursday on EU Nordic and East as well as EU West. And of course, if you manage to place in the top 2, you earn yourself a chance at the grand final on Sunday, or the final qualifier, if you will. So head over to Reddit. I'll throw the link up just once more in a second. Make sure you check out the information. And if you guys are playing, or if you have a team, be sure to sign up. We are, of course, trying to bump our Facebook numbers as well. So if you head over to facebook.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T, that's my page. We're trying to get over 1,000 likes on each of our pages. I'm on 820 at the moment. Panky is on 960. He needs 40, guys. Come on. Help us out. Help get us above 1,000. It really helps us out, keeping up with the casting and doing more and more stuff. So for the time being, be patient with us. We are going to be jumping into Team Mother Russia facing off against NAVI in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. I have the game name and I have the password. So it's only a matter of a few minutes before we get into the match. So bear with us and we'll be back shortly.
Someone on East has stolen my summoner name.
That's not cool. Not cool, guys. All right, let me jump into this. Panky, have you got the game name and password?
As in scope. In that case, yes, I do.
Awesome. So let me see if I can find this. Refresh.
Panky's gone as well. Oh, this is the hardest decision I've ever had to make.
Go with Panky TV. That's the real goal.
I'll go with my Reddit username, actually. Oh, it's gone as well.
I think people are trolling you. So let's sort this by game name. And I'm moving down. Yay, there we go. 1 spectator slot available. So I am into the game. I believe we have all 10 players available at the moment. We're just waiting for Panky. So let's pull up the game screen. And there is the game screen, guys. So you can actually see that we are heading closer and closer to the very next round. This, I believe, is the quarterfinals for Nordic and East, isn't it? Let's do a reload on the table, because they should be 1 game ahead. CLG EU 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I'm trying to find out. This is either the quarterfinals or the round of 16. Or the previous round. NAVI for Mother Russia. Yeah, so this is a quarterfinal. So the winner of this will be heading into the semi-final. And of course, you can find the bracket up on the Reddit post, which we linked a little bit earlier. Make sure you check that out. And yeah, we are all logged in, so ready to go. Next game, NAVI versus Team Mother Russia. This should be a fun one. Look at the ELO at the moment, 2,300 average against a 2,000 average with 2 players at 1,300. So that's a little bit worrying. We'll have to see whether or not this actually affects the game. So while we wait for the game to start, I'm going to throw up a quick advertisement in the background. And we will be back shortly. So that's busy running. I need to get my overlays updated.
What are the mods doing? Your mods are abusing me for my spelling.
Oh, shocking, shocking.
I know how to spell my own name, Pseudodog, but someone's stolen it.
I think they're trolling you.
Sorry, not Pseudodog, Pseudoswag.
I prefer Pseudodog. We'll go with Pseudodog. What do you think?
Just because he abused me about my spelling, he can stay a Pseudodog.
I like that. I like that. So we are into the Champion Select. And now let's see how the bans and picks are going to go on the Mother Russia side. And very interestingly, Fizz is the first one banned, followed up by Elise Sin. Now we've got Xin Zhao, Misfortune Victor. This is some high-pace banning. And Mordekaiser, I would say 1 sort of standard ban, if we want to go that far. What do you think of the pick so far? Really
My guess is they did pick some bans before we logged. The admins told them to wait for us. This is a remake. And they already know the champions.
You are wise beyond your years, good sir. I believe that sounds very plausible. So we are going to see now a Shen being locked in for Mother Russia. I'm very interested about those bans. It's a pity. I love Fizz. Fizz is one of my favorite champions to play. I really like the damage you can put out in the play style. So let's see what's happening. Once Shen is locked in, and we'll go back to Navi to select. Karthus in the mid. That gives for Mother Russia quite a lot of options against who they want to play. Ari is available, Ryze is available, Cassiopeia is available. There's a lot of preferred AP mids that you can stick in there against Nocturne.
I don't really want to make too many guesstimates about these picks because they're going to go so quickly. I'm going to wait until they all look in and then I'll discuss it. But, well, for Mother Russia's team, it's starting to take shape. And first thing I'm going to take from it is the fact that I love Jarvan and I'm excited to see him.
And is that going to be a Jarvan top lane or Jarvan jungle when you consider Shen's in the game as well?
It'll most likely be top lane, especially considering, as I suspected, they'd already done the picks. There's no reason for them to pick and switch here. They were just picking their own champions.
Yeah, very, very true. I also noticed, that something I think it has been pointed out in chat a whole bunch of times, and I've only just read it. That says double lift on Jarvan.
It does. I have a feeling it might not be legit.
I feel the same. We'll just have to see once we get into the game what the latency looks like. Because if the latency is fairly high, it may be. And I'm really...
I am, sorry, while we're shamelessly plugging, 10 Facebook likes away from 1,000 now. And my Twitter's actually only 70 followers away.
Well, there we go, guys. Twitter and Facebook. Facebook.com/panky.lol. Just help us out. Throw some love. If you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, don't do it. That's fine. But if you'd like to help us out, it really does... make quite a bit of a difference for us. So we have the champions locked in. We have Sand playing Leona. Some of the first games I ever casted were practice scrims for Navi. So I've watched the Leona combo in that bot lane a lot. In addition, we've also got Orianna facing off against Karthus in the middle. We've then got Yorick versus Jarvan in the top lane. And that's an interesting one. I don't think I've seen Jarvan face off against Yorick. That's a matchup I have not seen many times before.
It's something that Jarvan has to take control of early on. Otherwise, you're just going to get completely zoned back and shut out and find it really hard to farm. One thing I do want to point out, after we mentioned it in the last game, that we expected to see Nautilus in quite possibly every game. Navi banned in this one.
Yeah, very true. Well, he does... oh, yeah, okay.
Navi banned Nautilus, Ari, and Jax when they did their proper round of picking.
Okay, so these are just random bans.
Yes. But Cotton X's memory fails him and he can't remember what Flash in the Night and For Mother Russia banned.
Alright, fair enough. Okay, so right, that explains it then. So now we're going to have to see exactly what happens. We are into the last 2.5 minutes. What do you think about this middle lane? Orianna's got a pretty big amount of kill potential against Karthus, if she can land the attack and dissonance orders.
This also goes on mana. She's really mana intensive, using both the attack and dissonance quite a lot. And when you're up against Karthus, who has that mana regen from Defile and the eventual blue buffs from Carton X, Magix is going to have to be pretty conservative and smart in his mana usage. But I've seen Froggen do some amazing things with Orianna recently.
Yeah, very, very true. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. We already know that unless our Russian double lift is able to pick up some early advantage against Nezrelas on Yorick, my money's on Yorick winning that lane. It's so difficult to get him out with that Omen of Famine, the amount of hit points that it gives you back, and the fact that he can just stick to you like glue from the Omen of War and Pestilence. It's really, really difficult to get away from him. Bottom lane, Tariq Corki against Leona Graves. So it's two very aggressive champions, especially if Flashy in the Night opts to rank up his Shatter and, land that Dazzle Shatter combo, follow it up with the Gatling gun and the Phosphorus Bomb. But is that enough burst to get through the stun and the slow from Leona and Buckshot from Graves? That's the real question. So we are into the last 45 seconds. I do have to throw one more small advert up. And when you get back, it will be NAVI facing off against For Mother Russia. And this is, of course, on the Nordic East server. And I believe they're one round ahead of us. So this is the round of round of 8. The winner of this goes into the semi-final. So, adverts are
I picked
playing.
1,000.
Congratulations, congratulations. And if anybody is sitting there, that's over 1K. So Panky, 1,000. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Now everyone needs to go and switch over to Quickshot.
We'll see.
And how many are you up to?
I'm up to 844. So I need 150 to break the 1,000. If anybody is there and you guys, want to share some love, head over facebook.com/Quickshot. And it just, keeps you up to date to when we're casting and what we're up to. Generically named, no, I emphasize every word. I'm super excitable and always happy. Now, let's jump back over to the game. Skins. Mafia Graves is awesome. I love the sound effect. You can actually hear the shells being, shot. Pew, pew, pew. It's really, really cool. Karthus is cool. I haven't seen the Pentakill Karthus in a very long time. And Warlord Shen has a flag on his back. It's a bit distracting, actually.
I'm not sure what to make of the Warlord Shen skin yet. I need to see it in a little bit more action.
I just keep getting frustrated by that flag that sits over his head. It really distracts me. We'll follow him now, you'll see. It waves in the wind. And that's all I can see. So we are following For Mother Russia. They are wearing the blue shorts down in the bottom left-hand corner. And of course, in the red shorts, Natas Vencia. And this is the quarter-final game, round of 8, on the Nordic and East. And I think double lift is a Russian double lift. I don't think it's the US double lift that we're used to. So Flashy in the night is moving forward. No flash.
For Mother Russia have changed their lineup around quite a bit since I last watched them play, shall I say, actually. So much so that Flash in the Night was actually mid when I last saw them in action.
And how long ago was that?
That was about a month ago, back when they were males, actually.
Alright. I actually work in the building that is directly above the Mouse Sports offices. So I'm literally sitting on Mouse Sports heads. If anybody's still there at 9 PM. Interesting use.
I think they might be. Esports seems to never stop working.
Yeah, very true.
And sorry for that slam in the background. My roommate's in the kitchen.
No problem. Ask him to make us a sandwich.
He's having a barbecue, which is horrible.
Oh, because
I'm quite jealous.
The weather is pretty good for barbecue at the moment. So we have Shen starting off on his wolves. I'm going to be moving over. Oh, the big wolf was actually stolen by Maxja. He picks up the 44 gold and the experience, so that's going to put Shen a little bit behind. It's not the end of the world, really. So command attack goes out. Nocturne is going to be starting off on the red buff, and he started Boots Pots. Not really out of the ordinary. Gone with some additional attack speed, as well as the armor penetration on his runes. So it really looks like a very, very aggressive type of build. So, Sand has fallen back. He's picked up some additional wards, I think. Looks like it anyway. Double ward, Fairy Charm, and the pots, and he's heading back into lane to back up Antigen as he's chilling there.
I'm going to watch this top lane quite a lot, and I'm really interested in this matchup, especially now that Double Lift, Misha apparently, has hit level 2.
Well, I wonder how this is going to play out. Chat, give us your feedback. Jarvan or Yorick? Who's going to win it? What do you guys think is really going to be the difference maker here? The middle lane as well is also going to be a very interesting one. Look at the damage coming up from Nizrelis. He's got the Omen. Look at the return damage from Double Lift. The Demacian Standard as well as that Dragon Strike really chunking Nezrelis down. And we got pressure on the bottom lane. Kotenks is going to be going away. Flashy in the night flashes forward, does land a dazzle. But a defensive flash from Nocturne gets him to safety as well.
Yep, so flash down now on support and jungle and relatives in the bot lane. And to be honest, Nocturne being Nocturne, he's going to sit in his jungle and farm up to 6, and I think he's going to be a bit better off for that. Flash in the night, that's going to have to be careful. I mean, look how aggressive this bot lane already is. Leona Graves.
Yeah.
And now that Flash in the night doesn't have his flash to get away from that, could start being troublesome for him.
Big fight going down in the top lane. Double Lift and Nezrelis really going low. Both of them have got... Double Lift's got slightly better burst, but Nezrelis has the ability to sustain himself, get a lot of that hit points back. Already got the 2 points into the Omen of Famine, so that's going to be dealing 105 damage, and it returns 40% of the damage dealt. So every auto attack that ghoul lands after being summoned, it's still going to be healing him, still going to be keeping him alive. Everybody that is asking, this is not the real Double Lift, but it is, that's the name, so we are going to be sticking with it. So there comes the stun from Sand. Flashy in the Night taking some damage. The Phosphorus Bomb to the face, though, is going to put a lot of damage onto Sand. He's forced backwards. Both Ignites have been used on this bottom lane, though. But
trying to find out what Double Lift's real name is. See if we can at least give that people that. We're going to keep calling Double Lift through the game, otherwise people are going to get confused by why we're using a name that they can't actually see. But we're going to give him credit if he plays well, because at the moment he's keeping Nezrelis pushed right back and out of the lane.
Farm-wise as well, 26 to 21, but there is a pretty decent look at the damage there. Dragon Strike into the Demacian Standard. A flash from Nezrelis, he puts forward, lands the Omen of War, and now Kotenks should be able to pick this up with a Fear proc. One more auto attack, and very, very smart from Nezrelis. Jump forward, put the Ignite down, and knew that Kotenks would be able to come in from behind and finish up that kill.
Nice quick first blood then. 5.5 minutes. It's not uncommon nowadays to see games go about 14-15 minutes before we see a kill. I've seen things go to like dragons before we've seen a first blood. But
yeah, very true. I like the nickname for Gotenks as well, or Kotenks. If anybody watched...
Kotenks.
Kotenks. I'm going with Kotenks because it sounds like Gotenks from Dragon Ball Z. If anybody watched it, but...
Apparently they're bringing it back.
Oh wow, that would be fantastic. So first blood does go the way of Navi. They've also got a small farm advantage as well, so pulling ahead ever so slowly. But of course it is only 6 minutes into the game, so you can't really write home too much. Double Lift in the top lane. He's opted to go for a Doran's Blade. It's really going to increase the damage that he can put out. But in reply, Nezrelis has gone for a Chain Vest and the Mana Crystal. So that'll help at least mitigate a lot of the burst damage or that auto attack damage that Jarvan's going to be putting out. Bottom lane, Movie! 3 points into Phosphorus Bomb. Opting to level the burst combo from Corki, slightly more than the Armor Shred. And Maxja, 3 points into attack. Very, very good attack and then dissonance. Keeping Karthus on the back foot. Keeping Citizen Wayne just a little bit defensive there in that mid lane.
I like how he's doing that, but unfortunately for him,
and they're on
the way Karthus is.
On the bottom lane, we do get a pull all the way forward onto Movie. The stun does get applied to Flashy in the night. Now we're going to have to wait to see. There's a little bit of split focus between the champions, so Sand and Antigen aren't able to pick up a kill, but they force Taric and Corki backwards.
Yeah, at the very least, they put him down low, and as you just see, they're now going to have to leave the lane. Taric, okay, he has a heal, but he doesn't really count. It's not classed to sustain like the Sorakas and Alistairs and things are.
Yep.
So, you can force them that low, you're going to force them out of lane.
Antigen is out of mana now. Down to 55, so he's not going to be able to get a full combo once he hits level 6, which is very, very shortly. He's going to have to wait to get some of this mana back. And if Movie and Flashy in the night decide to commit to this, they might be able to pick up a kill on Sand. He is very, very low. But he's going to be falling back instead, and has opted to recall as well. In the top lane, we do see Ilex setting up against Nezrelis. Was thinking about putting some pressure down, but opts to fall backwards instead. And Double Lift sitting on 50 CS to the 41 of Nezrelis, so the pressure on the farm, it appears he's out farming Nezreal, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Nezreal kept him pushed under the tower, so he's lost a couple to that. But Nezreal is staying a long way back because he knows Java can burst him down. So he's staying right back, let the minion waves build up. He's going to CS from range when he knows he's safe. And I suspect he also had a suspicion about Shen, but the rest of his team are rushing in a very quick dragon at 8.5 minutes. And Flash in the Night seems quite surprised when he drops a ward there to spot it.
Well, free dragon, 8.5 minutes, no challenge, and that's fairly early as well. I mean, the standard sort of timing when it comes to dragon is what, 10 to 12 minutes is when you start looking at it really. So, a little bit early, well played to Navi. Noticing they can get away with that and pulling 4 champions to do so. But it does give them a gold advantage, which is very good. In terms of Nezreal's level, 4 points into Omen of Famine. We have to see what he starts to level up next. It does tend to be the Omen of War. Only 1 extra point into Pestilence just to get that additional slow or the higher slow percentage. And Xinec does have Paranoia. Double buff as well. About a third left or a quarter left on that red buff. So whether or not we're going to see a Paranoia dive or not is really what's going to see if he can pick up this kill. He's moving into the bottom lane. Going to be setting up for a bush gank. Taric is missing as well. Let's see if Movie overextends and steps a little bit past the safe zone. Farm-wise, 87 in the mid to 89 on Orianna. Top lane about as even. There goes a very, very good dive. The stun comes out, an ultimate as well. Collateral damage is going to be enough to chunk him down, but the Paranoia is going to deal just the last hit. Karthus does have his ultimate available, waiting for the Shen ultimate to go, and I assume he's going to cast it shortly. No Karthus ultimate, no Requiem. Oh, it's on cooldown, because it was used. It was used during the course of that fight. I just did not see the animation.
I didn't see that either. I was not paying any attention at all, but Xinec is wow, taunted and stunned under the tower. But they will get picked up. Flash in the Night as well. Xinec's a little bit outstaying his welcome.
Well, that's very interesting, because Karthus has used his ultimate. It's on cooldown, but I did not see the animation.
Yeah, there's a lot to pay attention to. Either we missed it or it bugged out completely.
Yeah, it could have been caught by Sand's ultimate as well. That solar flare with, the huge line. It could have hidden it. But either way, ultimate down. No assist for Karthus, unfortunately, so may have been a tad late. Not actually able to deal any damage and pick up an assist on that. So 2-for-1 trade. Navi managing to pick up the kills.
Apparently everyone in chat saw it, so we're just completely blind.
Alright, thank you chat. You guys notice it. It was after the Leona ulti. So, there we go. Well played. 1,500
Either way, it didn't pick up the kill.
Yep,
so
and it didn't even get an
irrelevant.
assist. Yeah, it didn't give an assist either. Which is the only reason I was quite confused, Now we do have Xinec. He's moving up into this top lane. Double lift falling back, running away. And I like to see on Nocturne at the moment, he's gone for the GP5s. Antigen in the bottom lane, he also managed to pick up that blue buff from the kill he was able to pick up. So that's going to give him a lot of buck shots, just being continually dealing out damage, even able to actually pick up that ward kill before it managed to go invisible. That's frustrating when that happens. 1,500 gold advantage, Navi slowly in the lead. And if they can keep pulling off those ganks, keep pulling off that pressure, it's going to set them up very, very nicely for the mid-game. But in terms of late-game damage, Karthus and Yorick really going to become beasts. And really just get stronger and stronger the game goes on. And if Yorick is able to put that Omen of Death onto Graves, look at the pressure coming out now. Nezreal gets taunted, then knocked up. Ignite goes down as well. The Omen of Death has been used on himself. Cataclysm plus one more attack is going to be enough to finish him off. And a very, very good gank on that top lane from Elec in double lift.
Nezreal is actually just.
And now on the bottom lane, we've got pressure. They managed to blow up Taric just completely alone. Paranoia comes out from Xinec. He moves forward, taking a couple of auto attacks on the turret. The buckshot from range from Antident does actually pick up the kill, though.
Xinec just walk back on out of there, and the tower range was safe. Perfectly played, and well, still didn't see the Karthus all that time because he didn't use it, so that wasn't our fault.
There we go, there we go. So, 2 kills picked up for Navi in exchange for the 1. Very good ganks coming out from both junglers at this time. And Sandmunchin and Antigen, they're going to leave this tower, allow the tower to pick up a few more creep kills before it goes down. And the first tower of the game goes the way of Navi as well. So they're going to be increasing the map control and really going to be driving home a lot more pressure. Wriggle's Lantern is completed as well as the Heart of Gold, and a fairly early Rod of the Ages on Karthus as well. 133 CS, around the 13-minute mark, so that's actually pretty good. Not been involved in any kills or assists just yet, but that's going to start ticking over, giving him the hit points, the mana, and of course, just making him stronger the longer the game goes on.
And Orianna just made her way across to the blue buff, but it's currently being worn by Shen. The red buff managed to steal it from Orianna.
That's very, very annoying. And on a champion like Orianna, who's very mana intensive and needs that mana regen to be able to continue to cast her spells, that's going to put her behind. Now, is Karthus wearing the blue at the moment? He is not. So we're going to have to see whether or not... There we go. The blue buff has just respawned. Pressure has gone down onto Nezrelis now. Xaxus is opting to use the shockwave as well. Ignite goes down. If Shen wants to move one more auto attack and the command attack, very well played from Maxia. Knowing exactly how much damage he's able to put down, and picks up Nezrelis pretty much for free. There wasn't really much of a fight there.
No, I'm really surprised by Nezrelis. You know, he plays really well in this top lane. And he's certainly dropping behind here. I mean, he does play a phenomenal Jax, but that was banned out.
Yep, Jax was removed from the player pool. Very well played by Maxia and Orianna. Once again landing another... Oh, there goes the taunt out. They immediately focused on Cottonex. He blows up. While Cottonex has been taken out, Taric goes down in the background. Sandmansion does manage to flash out of the Cataclysm and get away. But Movie's the next one's going to be falling. And this has all of a sudden gone a 2-for-4 trade. Karthus has gone down. They have managed to pick up 4 players from Mother Russia. They managed to turn it around, so that's a 3-for-5 trade in the end. Jarvan manages to pick up 2. Very, very well played.
That whole fight had no Nezrelis. That was 4v5 to Navi.
4v5, and they managed to pick up an ace. So it was a 3 deaths for 5 kills. But the damage that Karthus was putting out was absolutely immense. Nocturne got focused so early on, he wasn't even able to use Paranoia. And Karthus was just there. He landed so much damage from Malay Waste, and the Defile was just continually ticking over every single champion. Really well played by Citizen Wayne and Graves in that particular situation. Look at Antigen, 4-0-5 right now. He had the pickaxe and the zeal completed with all those kills. Is now sitting on 1,700 gold. So probably going to finish the Phantom Dancer, considering he has the crit gloves as well. But we'll just have to see what he decides to buy and decides to upgrade. Gold graph is now to 5,000.
Navi are gonna slowly start this snowball. I mean, Karthus is someone you do not want to give kills to, and he's got 3 to his name now after that last fight. Another blasting wand on top of his Rod of Ages, which of course only gets stronger with time. And to be honest, he hasn't had it for very long either, so he's got a lot more AP and health to come for him.
And keep in mind as well, he was 0-0-0 before the beginning of that last fight. And he managed to pick up a triple kill and 2 assists. And I don't even... he did use Requiem right at the end of the fight as well. So every single one of those champions had been hurt or killed by Karthus. Really well played by Citizen Wayne. His positioning was great. And just towards the end of the fight, he was still in and amongst everybody that he could deal damage from. Death defied his passive from Beyond the Grave. Now all of a sudden with the Frozen Heart completed, Nezrelis is actually putting some more damage onto Doublelift. But Doublelift does have that Hex Drinker. He does have the ability to just mitigate some of the magic damage that Nezrelis is putting out. Look at the farm in the mid lane. 183 for Orianna and 175 for Karthus. Such huge numbers.
We do have a gank being set up in the top lane again. They want to get onto Nezrelis. Doublelift starting the fight, trying to bait him forward.
Citizen
land
Wayne.
a knock up.
Citizen Wayne is on his way up though, so he does manage to make it into the fight, but it is too late to save Doublelift. So now Doublelift's the next one to go down. Stand United is used, but it's not enough to save him. Now all of a sudden Paranoia dives in. Cottonex is going to be seeing if he can get the fear proc. The fear pushes Eilig right back in between everybody. And lay waste from Citizen Wayne manages to pick up that kill.
Really lucky fear as Navi are concerned, but Magix catches a slow to the face from that Carthus wall. Now being baited backwards and forwards around the tower. The fear's going to go out. He does use his ult onto Cottonex. The ignite's ticking. Cottonex's going to flash away from the tower. Magix is low. Citizen Wayne gets the lay waste at max range. And another kill for Navi, and more importantly, another kill for Carthus. That's 3 more since that last fight, and he's now 6-1, and he's carrying a lot of gold.
Have a look at Antigen's build right now. He's gone for an Executioner's Calling. Lifesteal, Critical Strike, as well as inflicting enemy champions causing grievous wounds. That's a pretty interesting one. Flashy and the Knight is now committing to a fight here by himself. I don't know why he was doing that, what he was thinking. Collateral damage comes out from Antigen. If he doesn't pick up the kill, Requiem will. And that was a poor decision, if we can say that.
I think he may have given up.
Yeah. That makes me... I think so too. And interesting build from Graves at the minute. I don't think I've ever seen an Executioner's Calling. Oh, I lie. Maybe a year ago when we were still seeing a little bit of Jax, a little bit of Dr. Mundo. But it's a long time since I've seen that in top level play.
Actually, it's something that Snoopy's been trying, or had been trying about 2-3 weeks back with Nocturne. Because he'd start Vampiric Scepter in the jungle, and then have nothing that he really wanted to build it into, because he didn't particularly want the Wriggles. He'd go for a Wit's End and a Phage or something like that, and wanted something to build his Vamp Scepter out. So if he was up against a Mundo, he'd build an Executioner's Calling.
It makes perfect sense against Dr. Mundo. It means you can save that Ignite for a killing blow as opposed to negate the ultimate. So you can use it a little bit more aggressively or offensively to confirm that kill. And now it looks like Flashy in the Night may be caught out once again. If Sand can manage to land that blade, the ultimate beautifully juked from Flashy, but it's not going to be enough. The slow comes down, there goes the smoke grenade. Flashy in the Night giving up another kill in exchange for a ward. That was all that was really done there. Cottonex juking all of the abilities, dodges the command attack, dodges the dissonance, dodges the missile barrage. Such great character control. And Navi are now sieging the mid lane.
I don't even know how long the Mother Russia are going to be able to last behind this. There's so much damage coming out in the poke from Navi, and to be honest, when they want to, they're going to be strong enough to just start a fight. There's a lot of CC there for Mother Russia, so it would be really risky. They are ridiculously strong now with their 8,000 gold, 7,000 gold leads, alright?
Navi really in the driving seat at the moment. They've picked up both of the dragons that have happened so far. And the next dragon will be up within the next 2 minutes, unless I'm mistaken. 8:14. It should be a little bit later, actually.
Codnex fighting Movie in the bottom lane, pops his ult, does get exhausted, and Jarvan tries to explore the party, but the Carthus ult will finish Movie off.
So very good Requiem from Carthus. And just missed that Paranoia dive. And that was 1v2 in the bottom lane from Cottonex, wasn't it?
It started out 1v1, and Jarvan came over the wall with his EQ just to finish him off.
So that's going to force Navi back just a little bit. 4 versus 4 now. They've used the Requiem. They don't have Paranoia available, so until Nocturne gets back, he's obviously not going to be able to assist much in the fights. Some very, very good damage coming out from Axia. The attack and the dissonance with a Rod of Ages and the Blasting Wand just chunked down Citizen Wayne's hit points. Even with 2,100 life, he's only sitting on 30 magic resist. So Oriana's going to be hitting very, very hard. But I also just noticed he does have his death cap completed already. So death cap, ROA, and 1,300 gold at the 22-minute mark. Fed Carthus is fed.
Ever so slightly as dragon number 3 starts for Navi. Cottonex returns and comes straight down here. And the dragon's dead before Flash in the Night and before Mother Russia can even get close.
A little bit of a chase there. Nezrelis wants this fight, but the rest of Navi are not so sure they want to get involved. Now a very, very aggressive double lift. He jumps all the way forward, blows up Carthus, but Carthus is still going to be able to deal damage. Requiem is not available right now, though. The ultimate did come out from Yorick, though, so he was dealing damage from beyond the grave. From beyond the grave, Taric is the first one to fall on behalf of 4 Mother Russia. Jarvan has now jumped all the way over the wall. Cottonex is going to be chasing down Ilek, being chased by Movie. Now Ilek's going to go down. One more auto attack finishes him off. Cottonex has turned his attentions onto Movie. Movie flashes over the wall to get away. And is him down. 15 seconds left for Requiem and for Karthus. 10 seconds. They're not going to be able to pick up that kill. So that was a 2-for-1 trade. Not too bad. Navi's still coming out in the stronger position. And they should be able to take a TalØl from this as well.
Yeah, okay, kills are something that you get a little bit of from it. You got to remember, this is an objective game. You can get all the kills you like, but if you lose your Nexus first, you've lost the game. So the fact that Navi got a tower off of that, and it all started with the dragon, means it doesn't matter how many people they lost there. They could have been aced and they would have been up on the gold. Okay, they wouldn't have got the tower if they'd been aced, but...
Look at the team gold right now as well. In the middle lane, 10,000 on Karthus to 7,000 on Orianna. Top lane, Yorick on 7,000 against the 7,000 on Jarvan, so that's even. Bottom lane, Graves 9-3 to the 6-6 on Corki. Huge differences on your carries. Nocturne 8,300 to Shen's 5,300. I mean, 3,000 items. That is a completed sort of tier 2 item for each of the carries outside of the top lane. 10,000 gold difference, 25 minutes in. There's not a lot that From Mother Russia can do to prevent Navi taking this game. But it's just going to be playing by the numbers. Antigen has now finished his Infinity Edge. He has Zeal and he has that Executioner's Calling. He's also sitting on 1,000 gold, so he's pretty close to finishing a Phantom Dancer now as well. And his damage is already immense, and it's just going to get even higher. Look at Corki's build as well. BF Sword, Merc Treads, and a Brutalizer. Really going for whatever he can get his hands on at the moment. Tarek, on the other hand, 162, has been caught out twice now. Roaming, trying to look around the map, trying to put some wards down. And I think it's just a matter of time before Navi decide to push, before Navi decide to force the next big brackets, and then try to take home a victory. But they turn their attention now to Baron Nashor. Karthus, Nocturne, and Yorick. Graves is not even there right now. He's going to fall back. Now turn their attention back. The Wall of Pain goes out, but nobody manages to get caught by it. No slow means they don't commit with a bigger fight. Sand Mansion has been wearing the Oracle's Elixir for a little bit of time. He's been clearing out those wards and putting as much damage, removing as much vision as they can. And look at the vision that Navi have right now. They're completely set up for Baron Nashor. They're completely set up for the invasion from Moscow, from Mother Russia. And I think Navi have this game in the bag, but they're playing it by the numbers. They don't want to play it too risky. Give up anything they don't need to give up. And it's better to guarantee.
By 10,000 gold, as you say, and I've seen teams turn around this kind of deficit, but not when you're up against a Karthus that's 8-2, a Graves that's 6-0. Nocturne's pretty strong in his own, and there are team comps that you can win when you're 10,000 gold down. But up against a Karthus is not one of those comps. He just gets stronger and stronger, and because of the way his passive works, and because he's with a Yorick here, being able to kill him quickly is not an answer, because he's just going to come back.
And then come back once again. It's very, very strong. And the damage that he's putting out as well. Lay Waste managed to catch Orianna completely alone, and it actually dealt over 600 damage. Flashy and the Knight is now committed to this fight. The Shen ultimate comes out to try to save him. Cataclysm is going to be used from Jarvan very, very shortly. That was used to finally kill Karthus, but he comes back with the Yorick ultimate. Now Karthus is pushing forward onto Orianna. That's going to be a dead Orianna very, very shortly. Sand Mansion through the wall manages to pick up a kill. Nocturne is now coming into this middle lane. Paranoia is not available. Sand is now trying to push down Maxture. Antigen will be able to pick up that kill with one auto attack and a buckshot. They lose Karthus but pick up 3. This is going to cost them Baron. And that should be enough for Navi to be able to push home a victory.
I want to point out two things in that fight. Orianna ulted with the ball on her head when she was nowhere near anyone. So that hit nobody. Karthus died to Ignite halfway through channeling his ultimate, and that did no damage either.
So a little bit of confusion. I think a little bit of not necessarily the best focus from the players. Sandmansion may even go down to Baron Nashor. In the background, Antigen does pick up Corki as we're watching Baron. Xinec is now trying to get away. Now Nash is busy regenning his hit points. And they managed to delay Baron. Corki gave up his life, but he did defend Baron, so I suppose objective completed. And some wasted ultimates coming out from the champions across the board. For everybody that is asking, this is not the real double lift. This is just a, let's say a fan. That's a nice way to say it. So it is not the real double lift, but yeah. 12,000 gold advantage. We're approaching the 30-minute mark. And Citizen Wayne is now pulling out this dragon. He doesn't have any lifesteal, but the amount of damage that he can put out with those layer wastes, hitting for over 600 damage every time it pops. And that's on a 0.9 second cooldown. He can just melt Dragon and Nashor once he actually gets into those positions. And there's not a whole lot more to say about this at the moment, is there, Panky?
It's not really. Just going to sit here and watch him play it out for Mother Russia. Have to pull out something really special to try and turn this around. But Navi are not the kind of team that's going to throw an opportunity like this. This is DreamHack. 270,000 Swedish kroners grand prize. And, well, in a best of one qualifier, you don't mess around. One game and everything could go horribly wrong. Navi going to be trying their hardest.
And of course, this is a game for the semi-finals, so they are going to be facing off against another recognized team very shortly if they do pick up the victory. CLG EU are also in the Nordic East qualifiers. I believe from their side of the bracket, though, they would be facing off against MYN if they are victorious, but I would need somebody to double-check that for me on the brackets. So they do manage to steal a tower in the background. Karthus, Citizen Wayne is pretty much 1v1ing Elec, and now they're committing to a fight. They know Shen isn't available, so there goes Requiem. That's come out. Look at the damage going down. Sandmanchen's ultimate does come out and lock up Orianna for a brief time. So far, it's a 1-for-1 trade thus far. Antigen might be going down in the background. I don't know if that's his ghost or if that's him actually dead. Orianna's now gone down. So has Corki. And what a strong, strong fight for Navi. They managed to pick up 4 and immediately turn their attentions back to Baron Nashor. Shen, the only person to survive that, managed to escape Karthus and did actually recall. Now, Graves is going to continue pushing. Going to put some damage down to this tower while the rest of his team pick up Baron Nashor. Karthus alone has got so much DPS against that objective. And with Baron Nashor and all the gold that they've picked up, there should be 1 or 2 more last pushes before Navi wrap them out. And I just think it's a lack of coordination here on behalf of From Mother Russia. They really haven't coordinated very well once they've moved into this team fight stage. Their laning presence wasn't necessarily too bad, but they just aren't grouping up in the best way possible. And they aren't comboing their abilities as maybe they should be. Also some slightly unorthodox builds here. Black Cleaver, Brutalizer, and Merc Treads on Corki. Really going
it's an interesting one.
Really
Do you want to get out of Karthus slows maybe, or Yorick slows? Or even the fact, stuns from Leona. That's exactly what it's about. Do not want to get locked down by the CCC from her.
And look at Graves at the moment. 9-0-11. Executioner's calling. Last Whisper. Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge. There goes the Paranoia. Corki's going to Valkyrie forward. Requiem comes out as well. 1 or 2 more attacks. That's going to be able to pick up that kill. Elec is Elec is the next focus. He does manage to use the dash to get through the wall. Flashy and the Knight moving forward to try to take on a red buff Nezrelis. Nezrelis is not even going to finish the fight. He's going to leave it for Antigen. And it looks as though they're going to leave it for Creeps, or this might be a surrender vote. Okay, so Creeps managed to finish that one off. I have no idea what that was about. But it looks as though Flashy and the Knight has officially resigned for this particular game. There goes Jarvan. He's jumped all the way forward. Cotton X is now going to be the first one to get blown down. Does manage to take the ultimate from Nezrelis. Flashy and the Knight has disconnected. Now they've turned their attention. Elec is the next one to go down. Turn their attention to Citizen Wayne. A very, very good flash from Citizen. Gets him out of range of that Dragon Strike and manages to just save his life. This should be the final push with no, this is a 4v5, and the fact that they've got Baron buff. It doesn't look like From Mother Russia are going to be defending. And that's GG to NAVI. Everybody that's joining, this is the, quarterfinals. NAVI managed to pick up the victory against From Mother Russia. And they proceed to the semifinals. Dominating performance from NAVI. Don't you think, Panky?
I don't think there's any other word to describe it. It was absolutely dominating. And let's see if they can go on and do it into the next round. I was looking through the brackets, and it looks like on West, quarterfinal game is going to be Absolute Legends versus either SK Gaming or FNATIC.
Well, I tell you what we're going to do. Let's jump back onto EU West then. I'm going to open that up. And I think we'll try and get the next game up as quickly as we can. Everybody that is on the stream, thank you for tuning in. The next round is coming up very shortly. Next round shortly. SK versus FNATIC. Possibly. So stick with us. Of course, there is going to be music in the background. And we'll be back in just a few moments. I had actually forgot to put my music on. Sorry about that, guys. What I am doing at the moment is I have jumped into the FNATIC versus SK for the game. I'm going to bring this up in just a second. I also need to update my overlays. So while that's happening, directed camera is on. We are 15 minutes into the game already. And I, of course, need to update my overlays right now. So we have FNATIC on the right, and we have SK on the left. And where is... FNATIC goes over there. Sorry guys, I'm just updating my overlays, so that should look about right. And you can see on the top lane, Cyanide is going to be going down to Ocelote in just a few seconds. The Karthus Requiem does actually pick up the kill. Ocelote now standing under the tower is going to now go down as well. 3-4 is the kill score. On the right-hand side, FNATIC are 3,000 gold ahead of SK Gaming. And Panky, are you with us?
I am. currently having a quick nibble now. 1 second.
All right, fantastic. Well, take your time, take your time. For everybody that wants to know what is happening, this is SK Gaming facing off against FNATIC. We are back on EU West. I believe this is round 3 or round 4. I'll get one of the admins to confirm this for me. And we are 15 minutes into the game because, of course, we were watching NAVI face off against from Mother Russia. And at the moment, SK Gaming a little bit on the back foot. 4,000 gold difference at the 14-minute mark is a pretty big advantage. Lamia also has his Ashe, who he used to great effect at the Gamescom Intel Extreme Masters, unless I'm mistaken. Well, there comes now very, very good aggression. CandyPanda and Nyph pushing forward. Lamia taking so much damage. Cleanse comes out from CandyPanda. The Ashe Arrow does lock them out, and she manages to get away. The Requiem is down from Carthus, so no global ultimate to finish off that kill. And Lamia super lucky to be able to get away from that particular kill.
Yes, I'm back. And yeah, 15 minutes in, the winner of this will go on to play. Sorry, never mind. Kevin getting ganked in mid. Steiner coming down from top to do it. XP dancing back and forth by the late waist. Wildcards going around, and they do pick up the kill onto Kevin. Doesn't have his ult to use. And Panky go with the luck. And interesting to have Cyanide with Oracles this early on.
There we go. Cyanide does have the Oracles running. We also see we have Xaxus in the top lane, I can only assume. As it is Shushay, and of course XPK playing that Twisted Fate, and would most likely have been in the middle. Ocelot's playing Jax, which is really awesome to see at the moment. 5 points into his Empower, 3 into Leap Strike. As the Phage and the Vamp Scepter jumping onto Shushay, and look at the damage that he's able to put down. It's just a couple of auto attacks. And yeah, that's small. Now we do have Destiny coming up from Twisted Fate. He's jumped forward. CandyPanda gets stunned. The wild cards, slow arrows coming out from Lamia. Really great gank from XPK. 4-0-1. Stomping some authority in this game from the mid lane.
FNATIC seem to be dominating. I mean, we've only been in there for about 2 or 3 minutes, and they're just everywhere. Top lane ganks, bot lane ganks, and Nyph now going really low with that stun card from XPK.
Didn't have his ultimate either, so if they had opted to carry on pushing, they would have been able to pick up a kill. Lamia now does have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So now we're going to have to see, there it goes out, it lands onto Dedrayon, followed up by the yellow card from XPK, and look at the damage. Oh, beautiful flash from Dedrayon, managed to get him away from the Wind Slash. Now Cyanide's turned his attention to Kevin, not going to stay on the fight though. Moves away as Vayne comes up, and they decide to put as much damage down onto that tower as they can. And a really, really good flash from Dedrayon. Jumps out of the way of the Wind Slash, but unfortunately not able to get away from the movement of the Broken Wings. The only death so far is the Jungle Riven and Xaxus in the top lane.
I'm interested in what Jax is building. It looks like Ocelot might be picking up a Zeke's Herald with a Vamp Scepter and a dagger. Or that dagger could be going into a Trinity Force and the Vamp Scepter is just going to sit there as a Vamp Scepter for ages, which is probably more likely.
Yeah,
but
that's what I think as well.
Dragon.
And you see Cyanide, he is double buffed, compliments of that kill earlier onto Dedrayon. And he's going to be moving back into his jungle, and I like seeing that. Riven in the jungle is a lot of fun. Double wards in this bottom lane. Both of them with a fair amount of time on them. But of course that pink ward there just to get rid of the vision. Look at how much vision FNATIC have at the moment. Complete control of that bottom lane. Completely able to see what's happening and what's going on. And it helps so much. Now Shushay caught behind enemy lines. Ocelot is now sitting in the grass. Twisted Fate's moving forward. Destiny is available. There comes the Destiny. Lands the stun card. The explosive cast push Ocelot backwards. But he managed to get away from one of the barrels. And just flashes away to safety. Shushay currently sitting on 1,400 gold. Riven on 1,800 gold. Merc Treads and that Wriggles Lantern completed. So FNATIC looking really, really good at the 17-minute mark.
XPK looking amazing. 311 CS right here. CS, ability power, sorry. 158 CS and 4 kills.
Deathcap
Kevin,
and Sheen completed.
Yeah, and Kevin, compared to the Carthus we saw in the last game, not quite doing the same. Okay, he's got 181 CS, which is a lot, and it's plenty of gold come back, but he's not quite on the 6 kills that we saw in the this point in the last game.
Just watching the single crit coming out from Lamia onto Vayne. Hit for a little bit over 300 damage. Might have even been 400 actually, if I read it correctly. Infinity Edge and the attack dagger. That'll be completed into a Zeal fairly soon. 200 gold away. And super, super powerful.
Look how much gold Riven's carrying. In fact, that's
Look on the top lane.
He's pushed towards the tower. The Ignite's going out. He's chasing the barrel. Susha needs to get one body slam off and gets the kill. I think Ocelot realised he was dead when that actually turned and leaped into Ocelot. Into Susha, sorry.
Great pressure there. Ignite, explosive cast, and the Deathfire Grasp is enough to kill the Jax. So I like that. Jax, a counter pick for Jax, Gragas. And of course it is Shushay on Gragas, which is where he made his name as a pro League of Legends player. DreamHack Season 1, I believe it was.
It was. DreamHack Season 1 was Susha playing godlike Gragas's.
Yep. Huge damage. I remember one particular combo against the Rise on the middle lane, though. Shushay's now managed to catch Kevin out. XPK has moved forward. The depth charge does knock Shushay up, so he is going to go down. XPK not willing to commit to jump in past the past Gragas, who knew Shushay was going to be going down in that team fight. I can remember there was one particular kill onto Rise at that tournament where Shushay came from the river grass, body slammed through the wall, landed an explosive flask, the barrel, and just completely melted a Rise. It's a kill that made me fall in love with Gragas. So, really, really well played at the moment. Well, I say that. Gragas is 1-3-1. It's XPK and Lamia that are really doing the damage for FNATIC. And as predicted, Ocelot has finished his Zeal, as opposed to going for a Xex.
Yep, Zeal and Sheen. Zeal and Sheen. Phage he had for a while, and he's going to go into Trinity Force, but Cyanide's ganking in with the help of XPK to start with. He's going to fight Cyanide. He's got the Ignite down, and the red buff is ticking. Ocelot gets the slow after a nice splash from XPK, and wow, the wild card and the wind slash just a little bit too much. Jax will drop again.
But what great pressure. Every single time XPK has used Destiny, they've picked up a kill. I mean, for the 6 or 7 minutes we've been here, that ability comes off cooldown. They throw it out and pick up a kill, and now all of a sudden Kevin may be in trouble. Oof. Just managing to get away from that, actually. Bottom lane, Lamia and is that Logic's Fairlocks. So there's a substitute. Nyph managing to pop that ultimate just to get out of way. CandyPanda has now put a lot of pressure down onto Lamia. The stun comes out. Monsoon forces everybody back. If Lamia can get some vision, maybe enough to pick up a kill. Felix from Logix is now on the way back, running as fast as he can. Gragas body slams through the wall. Explosive cast, not able to pick up that kill. A flash coming out from CandyPanda. Shushay's now the one that's in trouble. Depth Charge is going to be chasing him for a while. Cyanide flashes forward, puts the key burst to pick up one kill. Now he's the one that's in trouble. Is Requiem available for Karthus? It is off cooldown, so he's not going to be able to land it. Dedrayon's now going to be moving up. See if he can catch anybody. Does pull Felix back with the dredge line. That's going to be a dead support. And goodbye, Miss Jana. One more auto attack, Empowered Strike is going to do the damage. So 2 for 2, I think. Or 2 for 1.
Now, lots of kills going backwards and forwards. That because Ash died as well. But yeah, the Karthus ult was used right this fight. Lamia took the brunt of that with the help of Janet. Luckily for FNATIC, the support death didn't lose an Oracles because it's on Riven.
Yeah, that is true. So it is 400 gold they saved, but they do have a fairly strong gold lead at the moment. The damage from Lay Waste is still hitting incredibly hard. Hitting for 400 damage before magic resist. Chunked off Lamia. 3 or 4 of those will be enough to kill him. The gold lead is growing. The gold lead is now at 8,000 gold. Lamia, Zeal, and Infinity Edge, as opposed to a BF Sword and Zeal only. But of course, Vayne does have the Silver Bolts, and of course hits significantly harder once we get to the late in the next 10 or so minutes, once a few more items have been completed. Vayne is just going to be able to tear faces apart. And if Nautilus and Jax are able to distract FNATIC for long enough, Vayne's going to be able to just melt the health bars of the FNATIC champions. Dragon is available. Enchanted Arrow is there. Destiny's come up now as well. Gragas is pushing the top lane. Where is Twisted Fate? They are going to be moving to their top lane, so they're going to lose Dragon. but pick up the tower instead. At least they should be able to. The Drunken Rage and the Lichbane procs are going to be able to just take that tower out very, very quickly. They are going to be running into a 3-man or a 4-man SK. And let's see whether or not Ocelot's going to be able to catch anybody. Shushay moves forward. There goes the Deathfire Grasp. Stun goes out. A few more auto attacks. The Death Charge is going to knock Shushay up. Requiem is now going to go out onto XPK. He needs one more ability. One more Wildcards would have been able to do it. The Wildcards goes out, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Eye of the Storm plus Monsoon allows XPK to walk away, but one lay waste or Defile, that's going to be able to pick up the kill. The stun onto Felix, and that's going to be him going down as well. I think that was a bit ambitious.
Be a Baron.
I think that was a bit ambitious.
They have a Karthus, they have a Vayne. Okay, she's got to take a trip up to the bot lane.
The Jax as well.
Well.
That was ambitious. They thought they could blow Ocelot up, and I don't think a Deathfire Grasp without any additional AP was enough for Gragas to be able to, really put that hurting down. Now, are we going to see Cyanide coming over this wall to try and steal? He does not have Flash available. He's only got Wind Slash. The Wind Slash goes out, and it's not enough, unfortunately. So close.
He went over the wall, headbutt over my, so he was not in range to land the Wind Slash. He could not hit the Baron.
But Lamia does push down the towers in the bottom lane. So even though they have lost Baron, they have not lost a single tower. And they've pushed down 6. Every single tower is now down except for the inhibitor ones for SK Gaming.
So, 10 kills to 10, 6 towers to nothing. That's a massive amount of global gold for FNATIC. And okay, there's a Baron buff on SK. So for the next 4 minutes, they're going to have to be careful. But FNATIC are still in general stronger, and I mean they are 7,000 gold up, and while they don't want to take a fight while SK has Baron, I think they're strong enough to win a fight if SK were to initiate.
The key is going to be focusing down that Vayne. I think if they can take Vayne out very early, maybe Jax as well, and then turn their attention to the rest, and of course not being caught on Karthus's Defile. That's really where it's going to come from. Vayne, Bloodthirster and Zeal completed. He's going to be able to out-DPS Ashe in a fight, but of course only has that conditional stun. He's not going to be able to open up a fight like Ashe will be able to. And I think the long-range poke is slightly superior for FNATIC as well. They've got the barrels, they've got the wild cards, as well as the volleys. Opting not to contend that tower while Shushay was not there. And that's the first tower down for SK at 26 minutes. Karthus is looking a lot stronger after these last fights though. 5-1-1. He's now managed to finish his death cap along with the Rod of Ages and is currently sitting on 871. So probably going to start walking towards either maybe a Rylai's Scepter or going for the magic penetration from the likes of not a blasting wand. What's the name of the item? Anyways, it'll come to me. The magic penetration one. So
Void Staff.
Thank you, Void Staff. I completely forgot the name of it. So 6,000 gold. They managed to pull back 2,000 with the last few kills, the tower and the Baron buff. But FNATIC's still looking very, very strong. And if XPK is able to set up a few more ganks like he has been doing, it may be enough to win this the game. Now, Shushay is in a lot of trouble. Deathfire Gas, Explosive Cask, melts Vayne, flashes away to get out of the range of the stun. And that was well played. That was very well played. Destiny comes out. There goes the stun onto Ocelot. Ignite is out. Body Slam does not land, however. Jax is now going to turn the attention onto XPK. And with the Requiem damage going out, that might be enough to actually take a Twisted Fate out. Ocelot's got the stun. That's going to be 1. And the XPK does land the yellow card to pick up the kill in reply. So 2 for 1. But wow, that Requiem damage was huge. Requiem currently hitting for 817 damage. 817 damage.
I knocked Karthus for not having so many kills when we joined this game, but wow, has Kevin picked it up. He's up to 5-1 now. Okay, he didn't get the kill onto either of those in the top lane there, but he turned that fight so far back into Ocelot's favour.
It was absolutely huge. I could not get over just how hard the hit points got lost from TF and Gragas. But then again, it is a lot of damage. Now, Cyanide's been wearing this Oracles for at least 15 minutes. So he's really getting his money's worth from this particular Elixir. And in reply, Nyph on the bottom lane, or Nyph from the bottom lane, is going to be running around with the oracles as well, counter-warding. So there's the vision for SK at the moment. Just 3 very, very timid wards. FNATIC on the other side. Just a couple around the Baron buff, which has now worn out from SK. And they've turned their attention to this bottom lane. They want this bottom tower. What are FNATIC going to do? Are they going to counter push and try go middle for an inhibitor? A whole bunch of blue pings coming out from SK and a lot of aggression. Looks as though SK are recalling.
This push is ridiculously quick. Look at the wave play you've got. XPK, Suche, and then Lamia on the towers. Look at this tower. It's going to melt. It might even be dead before the SK get back to him. The inhib's going to be safe, but I think I need to worry about that.
So really well played by FNATIC. Opting, you know what? If SK want that tower, they can take it, but we'll take an inhibitor if they decide to go for it. And of course, SK opt to fall back, meaning they don't even pick up the tower, but they lose 1 in reply. So that increases the gold lead once again by 1,000. Lamia has now leashed this dragon buff, or dragon rather. And now they've turned their attention to dragon. Destiny is available for XPK. And they're going to see that he's missing in just a few seconds. Here come the fall back pings. FNATIC are now falling back, and SK are the ones that are now doing the push. Ooh, sorry, I lost control of my mouse there. Now, the wave clear from Gragas and from Ashe, they should be able to hold off these creeps. But if SK commit to a fight, there goes the explosive cost. They're just using their ability to defend. Twisted Fate, can he take down the tower before SK get there? Yes, he can. Very, very easily. And they've managed to catch, almost managed to catch Karthus out. Karthus recalls. XPK may even been able to pick up this inhibitor. He's activated Destiny. He's started to use Destiny, and he gets away. XPK. Wow. What a play. What a play.
That was huge. That alone was a massive FNATIC now. They can sit back. They can wait. The Baron will be respawning somewhere in the next 2 minutes, long before the inhibitor does. And, well, SK are going to have to play this really smart to not give away this next Baron for free.
Of course, top lane's going to be pushing naturally thanks to the super creeps. Middle lane, there's no turret, so anytime XPK decides he wants to backdoor, if he can get full vision on the SK lineup, he's just going to pop Destiny, backdoor that inhibitor, and fall back. Allow mid lane and top lane to push, and they've just got free reign of the map. They do not have to worry about where they go. They don't have to worry about pushing the lanes, because the super creeps are going to do it for them. A great play by XPK at the moment. I believe this is the round of 16. Let me open up my Skype and see if Mr. Admin...
Is, yes.
It is round of 16. So the next game will be either SK Gaming or FNATIC against Absolute Legends, and I believe that's going to be the round of 8 quarterfinal. So
Yes, I do.
we've already got a massive game here, and we'll be moving straight into another one for everybody that's joined us. 16,000 viewers on stream. This is, of course, the DreamHack qualifier. We will be... The top 2 from EU West and the top 2 from Nordic and East will qualify for Sunday's qualifying games. And it's only the winners of the top 4 for Sunday that actually qualify for DreamHack. So, 8,000 gold now. Baron buff has respawned. FNATIC have started to put some wards down. Cyanide's still rocking that Oracle's Elixir.
Look at XPK. Look what he's trying to do. He is waiting.
Yep.
Waiting till they see the entirety of SK in and around that Baron, trying to stop FNATIC, and he's going to go in and take out the second inhibitor. That's all he's doing.
Now, Vayne is sitting in the spawn, possibly to defend. There is not enough vision from FNATIC. They don't have any vision in the blue at the moment, in the blue jungle, so they don't know what's happening. And XPK, he's just chilling. Gragas Suche is baiting just a little bit. I think they know there's some wards there. Trying to pull some vision, trying to see where is SK. And XPK would have seen CandyPanda. XPK should be able to blow up CandyPanda as well. The amount of ability power he's got, the gold card and the wild cards, it should work. But you know what? He's chilling. He's building a tent.
Go card it, wild card it, Lichbane, Zhonya's. As soon as he comes back out, he should have another wild card and a Lichbane proc, and that'll be CandyPanda dead.
And you know what frustrates me? The entire time XPK is there, this entire time we're discussing that, The second he decides to leave is the second Vayne runs up in front of him. So, so unlucky. SK Gaming have now started Baron buff. There goes the ward, so we know where they are. Immediately falling back. Destiny has been used. Is XPK going to opt to jump forward? That is the real question. Destiny was used. He has not. Oh, he has jumped to the middle lane. So he's moving up for Baron. They know Vayne's missing. SK are just terrified. SK are completely timid. But I suppose you have to be. An exposed, two exposed inhibitors. And the tower killing ability, or inhibitor killing ability of, Twisted Fate's XPK. Tossing out those wild cards. Blue buff is running out. That is it now out, or off rather. Shushae's going to body slam away. And we've just got a standoff. We've just got the standoff. Neither team willing to commit to something that's going to cost them the game or cost them a match, And FNATIC, it's their game to lose. The situation they find themselves in, it's their game to lose right now.
Yeah, and they know they're, I don't want to say weaker in these team fights, but they're certainly having a tougher time because of the way Harper's is right now, and Vayne. The game's gone on this long, those two are ridiculously strong, so they don't want to straight up fight, which is why they're instantly pulling away when they see Nyph.
Which is so frustrating, because they could have killed it had they stuck there for just a few more seconds. And look at the damage. Nyph opts to use his ultimate, does get locked up. Nasha should be able to kill him. The last attack does actually kill him, take out Nyph, so that's a lot of crowd control that's gone away. Cyanide now moving forward. Dedrayon does get stunned up by the gold card. XPK does pop the hourglass. Ash is sitting in the background doing as much damage as he can. Requiem is finally going to be used now. 2 for 3, 2 for 2 so far. That's going to make that a 2 for 3. Twisted Fate is down, and of course the Destiny was not used, so Shushae, he's on the run. He does have his abilities up in a few seconds, so if he can catch CandyPanda, it may be enough to pick up a kill. Ocelote will be able to take him out though. And exactly like you said, in a straight up team fight, Karthus and Vayne deal too much damage for them to handle, and they can't actually win a, I don't want to use the word fair team fight, or full 5v5. They have to try use this backdoor strategy. They have to try catch somebody out. A carry, somebody like Vayne who's not going to come back. And then carry on fighting from there. And that's the first Oracle's Elixir down for Cyanide. And in reply, Fearlox has picked it up on Janna.
Ocelote and Vayne, the two left up then at the end of that fight for SK. You can see just from that, okay, FNATIC are way ahead in gold, but that Karthus and that Jax do way too much damage. And if the fight is prolonged, the true damage from Vayne's going to hurt as well. FNATIC needs something quick, concise, and over. And to be honest, SK are way too strong for that to happen now. So as you say, and they've got a backdoor, and they've got to get XPK down and around the bottom half of the map, which is exactly where he's going. And now that both the inhibitors have respawned, SK are going to feel a little bit safer.
XPK should be able to blow up one of those inhibitors very, very quickly before anybody's able to get back. But whether or not he can take out the second, that's going to determine whether or not it's going to be an effective push. Now we do have a 4 versus 5. XPK may just stick to this push on the bottom. There goes the engagement. Cyanide is instantly blown up. Twisted Fate is now pushing down the bottom. Jax is calling back. So they're going to take out, so that's all of the turrets down. SK are going to stay on the Baron buff. Whether or not somebody's going to be able to steal it. Jax has jumped forward. XPK is in a lot of trouble. The Requiem should be able to shut him out. Requiem damage has been negated, but Jax is just continually hitting him there. Destiny is used, so XPK gets away. Baron buff picked up by Ocelote. A tower for Baron, and now having to play defensive. Now FNATIC are looking shaky. Now FNATIC are looking on the back foot. SK are going to be able to pick any fight they want, even under the towers, even under the turrets. And unless a sneaky backdoor actually takes place from a couple of FNATIC players, I think SK have got the better lineup right now. And a long-range dredge line pulls Fireluxe all the way back. A couple of auto attacks from CandyPanda, that completely melts Janna. Tumble and a few more attacks from Lamia, almost picks up Lamia, but she actually manages to pick up the kill onto Nautilus. I didn't even see how that happened. Must have just been turret damage. Now Nyph is the one that's gone down. And for the next 50 seconds, this is FNATIC's opportunity. They have to push. Jax is going to be coming in for this fight. Let's see what happens. The stun gets missed. Now Shushe is running away. Shushe is going to go down. In the background, Ash picks up Vayne. Oh, but Karthus and Jax are still alive. They need to try push. No inhibitor. No, Destiny is available as well, so I wonder if Twisted Fate's going to push for it. Ocelot's now diving onto Cyanide. Lamia putting so much hurt down with those Ash arrows. Kevin has now moved forward. The stun goes on to Kevin, so Kevin's down. Requiem is going to come out. Will it be enough to kill XPK? No, XPK jumps forward. He finishes Ocelot. Wow. Non-stop action. Fights after fights. Cyanide and XPK now rushing forward. Nautilus has respawned. Vayne will be back in 25 seconds. Do they have enough time to take out an inhibitor?
I don't think they do.
Nautilus
and Nyph have got a fair bit of damage and CC between them. Without Lamia being that far up the map, they do have the damage to rip through that inhibitor in the 10 seconds they need, while you've got those two being as annoying as possible. And then CandyPanda's up like now, and you do not want to push against that CandyPanda right now.
And look at what Ocelot's managed to pick up. He's finished his Cutlass, and he's picked up a Warmogs. So he's going to be dealing even more damage. Once that Cutlass is finished into the Revolver, I assume we're going to see the likes of an Atma's Impaler. And if Jax gets to that point with a Revolver and an Impaler, I'm very worried for FNATIC. 40 minutes in, 6,000 gold is not the biggest difference. Yes, it's a fair chunk, but when you look at the gold numbers and the gold, across the champions, Karthus 15,000, 13,000 Vayne, 11,000 Nautilus. There's not huge differences between these champions, even though it is 6k in total. So I'm interested to see exactly what's going to be happening with these the item builds, especially on Ocelot. If he finishes a Gunblade and then an Atma's, I think it's GG. Especially when you consider Vayne now. She's finished her Banshee's Veil, and she's also picked up a Giant's Belt, so that might or will most likely work towards a Frozen Mallet. I can only assume. And of course the on-hit slow from the likes of a Frozen Mallet, that's immediately going to increase the amount of damage and the amount of utility that she can actually offer. So that's Destiny that's now been used. Twisted Fate. TF is going to be moving. Immediately CandyPanda is recalling. So let's see what XPK can do. This is going to be one inhibitor going down. The rest of SK, Vayne is the only one that's recalled. One inhib down. Is XPK going to be able to do the next one before Vayne can take him out? A few more attacks. He does have the yellow card up, but it's not going to be able to go through the Banshee. Oh, it does actually go through the Banshee's Veil. Wild cards was used, followed by the stun. Stun card is available again. Another one. That's very, very good. He's also got the Hourglass. All of a sudden, XPK actually picks up a kill onto CandyPanda. This might be another inhibitor. And wow, in the background, Karthus actually goes down as well. Now SK are in troubles. Ocelot's committed to a fight on against Cyanide, but there's a 4-man FNATIC. 2 inhibitors down. XPK's taking out the 3rd inhibitor. Is that GG? Is this the GG push? Stun card goes out into Dedrayon. That might be it.
I don't want to call it. SK is still really strong.
This
Still
might
got
be
Jax
it.
up.
3 versus 4 at the moment. Twisted Fate has gone down. We've got 3 exposed inhibitors, but there are no super creeps. So it's going to come down to whether or not they can hold these turrets. Whether or not they can hold these turrets. XPK may have single-handedly won this game if they can turn it around. 20 seconds is what they've got to stall for. They've caught Lamia. Lamia's now on the back foot. Does have Guardian's Angel. Now there's a few creeps moving in. Still no super creeps moving into the lane. They've turned their attention. 15 seconds. Where's your money, Panky? Where's your money?
Depends how long. CandyPanda's up in 5. Carter's up in 5. SK can keep enough health up. Nyph dead. That's not going to help. And the next turret's going to drop. Carter's and Vayne are up. Ocelot's going to lead the charge. It's a good stun out. CandyPanda's charging in with his ult up. Ocelot's going to drop. So a little bit too soon. Kevin in the middle of everyone. They're chasing FNATIC out.
FNATIC
Really
get away.
Inhibitors and wow. Carter's channeling is up for good measure. Will it grab anyone?
No.
Not even close.
So 3
Now,
naked
here's the thing.
inhibitors.
Sushi's ult split them up in that fight. They may have been able to kill a couple of people earlier on and actually end the game there if he hadn't landed that where he did. And in fact, if he gets caught out here, he's going to help throw the game a little bit more himself. So it's usually not doing that one right. And while XPK sorry has just taken down 3 inhibitors and he's got SK locked in their base now for the rest of the next 4 minutes, I believe it is, that inhibitors are down. I wouldn't say single-handedly won the game. The fact that they got those Nexus turrets down was so much to do with how they picked off Karthus while they chased SK back through the lane. If Karthus had survived and walked back into the base there, that would have been a completely different fight. But because they managed to pick off Kevin before they got there, they had free reign of the base, took down the 2 Nexus turrets, and, well, SK, hearts in their mouths.
Yeah, I completely agree. Had that explosive cast not pushed everybody away into the double turrets, if they'd managed to pick up 1 or 2 more kills, it could have been a dead Nexus. Now the question is, what do FNATIC do now? Do they wait for the inhibitors to respawn and then do another backdoor to try and win? Do they try push in with super creeps? Because of course all of these creeps and all this farm is just going to give SK more and more gold, but it does mean a free Baron.
Now, FNATIC take Baron, they wait for Sushi, they all go into the SK base and pressure, get as many creeps in there as possible, get as close to the Nexus as possible, then flat out ignore SK and nuke down the Nexus. They have so much damage mixed in with XPK, mixed in with Lamia, mixed in with Gragas.
Here it comes, there goes the Destiny. They've jumped straight onto Ocelote. Are they going to be able to catch him though? The Ash Arrow lands perfectly. Now Jax is down. 5 versus 4.
That's got to be game.
This has to be game. Let's see whether or not Karthus and Vayne can pull off something magical. Kevin eats a wild cards in the face. Takes off a lot of his hit points. Now they push forward. There goes the explosive cast. They push forward onto CandyPanda. The depth charge goes out, knocks up a few in the background. Shusha is going to be the first one to fall from FNATIC. He does get pulled backwards, but Vayne is down in the background. XPK finishes off the Nexus. And FNATIC knock out SK in today's DreamHack qualifier. XPK, Twisted Fate. Wow. What a great game.
I'm going to have to say it, I am glad we dropped in to spectate that game.
Really, really great play. So here is the final scores. XPK on Twisted Fate 9-4-6. Lamia and Ash 9-1-9. There's not much more to say, to be honest. So we'll have a look at the damage graph really, really quickly, just as it is one of my favorite ones to look at. Clearly showing you where the damage comes from FNATIC. So for everybody that's jumped in, we will be watching FNATIC against Absolute Legends up next. That is now going to be the quarter-final game, so that is the round of 8. Myself and Panky will be back in just a few minutes. Music's going up, and yeah, stick around. So, Panky, we have a full lobby and a full game. Are you excited?
I'm quite excited.
I'm super excited. I'm looking forward to seeing this game. I'm also really looking forward to watching a little bit more of FNATIC since they've come back from the OGN tournament. I haven't seen too much of them on the top level scene, so see if their playstyle has changed from the ground up from what they were doing a few months ago. Now we are ready and waiting, as everybody can see on stream. We are just waiting for the last few guys to load up into the game. Panky, how are you feeling? You've got the homegrown love for Absolute Legends, but after watching that very powerful play from FNATIC, do you have a favorite, or are we just in for a good game?
I don't have a favorite. I just want to be entertained with some amazing League of Legends, and can't think of two teams after seeing FNATIC play that would do it any better.
I completely agree with that. I'm very much looking forward to this one right now. Of course, for everybody that's on stream at the minute, this is the DreamHack qualifiers. The top two from today's tournament will qualify for Sunday, and it's only on Sunday's event where people can actually earn themselves a spot in the DreamHack event. So we're going to have to see what happens at the moment. The brackets for the tournament can be located on the Reddit thread. I'll stick that up in chat in just a second. So jump over, you can see the Reddit thread, you can see all the different brackets and things like that.
And on that Reddit thread, Quickshot's Facebook, because he needs 94 more likes to hit 1,000.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been a pretty successful day thus far. For everybody that also may not know, or would like to hear a little bit more, we will actually be back on Thursday, or at least I will be back on Thursday, shoutcasting the next qualifiers. I believe Panky is a little bit preoccupied, but we're going to try rope.
I'm going to be at Alton Towers on Thursday.
Ooh, we're going to try and rope in studio to help out with the streaming for a couple of hours. So I don't have it committed yet, but I'm trying. So yeah, we're just waiting for the teams to ready up 100%. Panky, fly solo for just a tiny bit. I need to just fill up my water bottle. So I'll be back in just 1 second.
Not a problem. I'm going to sit here and watch your Facebook and see whether people hit 1,000, because it should be very, very soon. I actually check my Twitter at the same time. Quickshot as well. Let's see. It'll be in chat, because these mods are amazing, and I want to give a quick shout out to them and say thank you for keeping an eye on the chat while this stream's going on. Now that we're up to 18,000 viewers, so you're all awesome for tuning in, and thank you. But we're in AL versus FNATIC, picks and bans, and Twisted Fate is gone just like that. And there's the Mundo. So, wow, AL have really got their bans thought out. Twisted Fate and Jack's taken really, really quickly. And that's taken a little bit longer, getting rid of Mundo. Don't want to give that to Malunoo again. He's certainly made a name for himself on that ever since about Gamers Assembly, in fact, in April. And we are down to the last 10 seconds before they decide on the next one. Ari, so one of Extinct Strong champions, taking her out of the picture early on, although she's been, or Extinct, he has been playing a fairly beastie Lulu so far in this tournament. And I'm not going to lie, I'd quite like to see it again. Also like to see what FNATIC's answer is to put it up in the mid lane. And Nocturne, then the final ban from AL. He's been a really common one, whether he's been banned or whether he's been picked. He really is coming back with a force, much like Nautilus, who, unless he gets banned out here, is still open, but like Urgot and Soraka are. So, plenty of options up. Lots of champions that are borderline overpowered, as some people may just say. I use the word loosely. Are still open, and Nautilus is finally taken away. So we still have Soraka, Urgot up, and now the FNATIC have got these first two picks. They could take it away, because extinkt has grabbed himself that Shen.
So, I am back, and Instalock split push Shen for extinkt.
Yep, simple as that, straight on up.
I like Shen. I very much like seeing Shen in the top lane, so let's see how effective that's going to be against FNATIC, and who they're going to put up there against Shen. If, of course, it is Shen that's going to go top. He could go jungle.
I have ACER asking, are you recording all of this?
I am. It is being recorded to my Twitch account, and what I do afterwards is I create highlights on Twitch, and those highlights are then uploaded to YouTube. Unfortunately, my recording software on the PC causes a few hiccups, but I will be doing the highlights. I will be shifting it all over to my YouTube channel during the course of tomorrow.
There you go. Hopefully Erotic is watching and listening, but if not, I'll tell him on game anyway. And there is that Saga big up straight away. Leave her open. He's not going to be open for long.
I wonder if Cyanide's going to put that Riven in the jungle again like he did last game. I mean, it seemed to work very effectively against SK Gaming. Soraka has been locked in, and now Absolute Legends looking like they're going to take Morgana as well. Morgana and Shen, that is a very, very scary combination.
That is horrible. I'll have to see what FNATIC answers then. They take away that Ashe. Lamia's Ashe is formidable. The amount of quadra and pentakills in online and offline tournament play I have seen from AD carry across every game I've seen, I think, are just dwarfed by Lamia alone when he plays Ashe.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And are we going to see a Xerath? Oh, that would have been cool. I like Xerath. Arcano Pulse, Mage Chains, go, go, go. Let's see who there's going to put here. Olaf should be able to take out a Shen in the top lane. The damage that he's got is pretty high. The true damage will get through that damage shield that Shen can put up. And of course, if he lands a couple of those undertows, he's going to be able to stick to him as well. But of course, it hasn't been locked in, so let's wait and see. Oh, that is interesting as well. If it is Olaf and if it is going to be top lane, does that mean Shusha is going to be playing Olaf? And it's been a while since I've seen Shusha play a bruiser.
I like, that's the beauty of the current AD bruiser top lanes. A lot of the champions that you're playing up there can also be put in the jungle. Yeah. So by picking them, you're not always revealing your strategy.
Very, very true. Now, just in terms of the semi-finals that are going, actually, these are the quarterfinals. The other quarterfinals that are busy being played, Moscow 5 versus ECLYPSIA, SYPHER versus TCM. Of course, we're in Absolute Legends versus FNATIC. Then you have Embrace the End versus Team Megashock. Embrace the End versus Team Megashock will be coming up against one of the winners of either FNATIC or Absolute Legends. Over on the other servers, we have a semi-final of CLG EU versus Meet Your Makers. And in the bottom, you have... Oh, who is this? NAVI versus... I think it's Biker? I can't really see. It's a Polish team. Binary Beast. Daniel... oh, it's XHCL. Alright, XHCL. There we go. So, XHCL versus NAVI for semi-final 1. And CLG versus MIM for semi-final number 2. The winners of those will be in the grand final. So... a lot of big names at the moment. A lot of big names.
Olaf isn't Olaf. Suchet is going to be running Rumble in the top lane. But Filiox doesn't own Rumble, so Olaf is a placeholder.
Okay, so we're going to do a remake then on this game.
Yes.
Alright, so it's going to be Rumble in the top lane then. Okay, that I have seen. I have seen Suchet playing Rumble. So... that's very interesting, but at least we know what's going to be happening. So, for everybody that doesn't know, this is, of course, Absolute Legends versus FNATIC. I suppose I can quit spectating, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks like this game has died. So I'm going to quickly just quit spectating. I know Xinec has invited me to all of the Absolute Legends games thus far. So I'm going to wait for that one to happen. And for everybody that's on the stream, you guys are totally, totally awesome. We have the #1 LOL stream on Twitch and owned at the minute. And we're just shy of 20,000 viewers. You guys rock. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, we will be back on Thursday again with another qualifier. I have quit that game, by the way. So I'm just waiting for the next one to start up. Where is every other one else?
The lobby stays up, but he needs to kick us from the spectator slots before it'll actually let us back in. I have the password. I'll send it to you on Skype.
Please do. That would be great.
Oh, there we go. It's added me back in. Has it done the same for you?
No. I actually clicked quit spectating. I assumed we were going
No,
to...
I did that too, but I was sitting there looking at the custom game lobby, and it suddenly added me back in.
Okay. Well, I assume we're going to have a remake. So, for everybody that is busy tuning in, we are, of course, just going to be remaking the lobby for FNATIC versus AL. I'm going to quickly throw up an advert break, and we'll be back, hopefully, with the lobby in 30 seconds.
Yeah, gonna remake a blind pick.
All right, sweet.
60 followers away from 1,000 on Twitter. At AL Panky, for those of you that are kind enough to follow.
And, of course, at a Quickshot while you're there. So, we are going to jump into this game. I'm just waiting for the next one. Let me know once the lobby is up. Oh, there we go. Xinec has invited. Xinec, you are a legend. Thank you so much for all of the invites. Every time Absolute Legends has played, he's invited me. So, you are amazing and awesome, and thank you very much.
Don't tell him that. He'll never shut up about it.
Oh, well, you know, he's a nice guy. Come on. You know, give credit where it's due.
It is. Xinec's a lovely guy.
And of course, for everybody that is running ad block, keep in mind that it does negatively affect the streamers, but that, you know, that's your choice. You're welcome to do so. Keeping an eye on chat. Let's try break 20,000 viewers, guys. We still have at least 2, I think maybe 3 more games in this one. My math is a bit terrible. So we'll have to see exactly how many more matches we've got. But I think we might jump into the grand final for EU Nordic and East next, because that's going to be a pretty big one. There's a lot of big names at the moment. And then maybe come back for a semi-final or a grand final here on EU West. What do you think, Panky?
I think that sounds cool. Are they actually playing the grand final?
That's a great...
Because if the top 4 go through, then...
that's right.
Do they even need to?
Yeah, that's also true.
But either way, we've got this game, and then...
At least one more.
Semi-finals round from here.
And we can pick the best one between the 2.
Actually, no, we don't. The semi-finals is the semi-finals. That's the 4.
Remember, it's top 2 though, hey? Because it's top 2
is it top? Of course it's top 2, because it's 4 from each
4
Tuesday
from
and
each
Thursday.
Tuesday and Thursday, yeah.
Yes, so yeah.
Panky,
we've got at least one more game after this.
Twitter.com Panky, hey?
Twitter.com/ALPanky.
AL Panky.
Because Panky is taken by some Russian guy that hasn't tweeted in nearly 2 years, but I can't get the username.
That sucks a lot.
Although I think the way to work, if I hit 10,000 followers, then I can claim it, but that might be...
Is that all? That's
that
the
all? Yeah,
trigger, you know?
Just 10,000.
No problem. We'll pull that off. No issues at all. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me actually pull up the tournament page on stream. I think I've got it up. Where is my stream page? So, no, that's not the tournament page. That's the tournament page. I'll put up a Reddit link in just a second. The tournament page for this is open to everybody. And of course, there is another qualifier happening on Thursday. So, guys, head over to the page, check it out. If you have a team, if you have a pre-made, why not register? Try your hand, you know, play some of these guys. Maybe you stand a chance to win. And of course, you can check it out. So, now we're going to minimize this really, really quickly. Casters are ready. We have all 10 players in the game. And let's see what happens. All right, so we just found out confirmation from the admins. The winners of the semi-finals will be going through to the grand final. And of course, the players in the grand final qualify for Sunday, so we're not actually going to cast that. After this game, we have one more, and then we're going to be able to call it a night. And now we're going to have a bash and see what's happening with the lock-ins and the picks.
Not going to be a Pantheon, no matter how hard XPK tries to convince us.
That would be absolutely awesome if it was there, but sadly it is not. And for everybody that's on stream, this is a quarter-final on EU West. Absolute Legends versus FNATIC. We're into the last little minute of swapping around. Shen in the jungle. Renekton up top facing off against Rumble. And that's going to be a fun one. That's going to be an interesting one to see. I like Renekton. I love Rumble. Big fan of that champion. So how does this qualifier work? It is a single elimination bracket. It is normally seeded, but unfortunately there were some technical difficulties earlier today, which meant that there was random picks. Hence a couple of the bigger names facing off against one another earlier on in the bracket than we would usually see. So we've already seen MILLENIUM going out to ECLYPSIA. We've seen FNATIC taking out SK. Do you remember any other big names going down? My memory's starting to fail me, Panky.
I wouldn't call them big names, but they were certainly a team with impact. We had DERPERS going out fairly early on. Let's see who else is still here. Game Hoppers lost to Moscow 5 in round 2.
Well, we are into the 3-minute countdown now. So at the very least, we're moving towards the next game. And
in fact, Against All Authority went out in round 4.
Wow, so a lot of the big names have been knocked out already. I would like to know, what do you think of these lane matchups? What do you think of...
I would just like to input Studio's input. They picked Rumble because he's hot. He has no strategic significance, he's just hot.
Fantastic. I like the thinking. I really like the thinking, you know? Does Rumble counter Renekton, or does Renekton counter Rumble? It's a better way of looking at it.
I have no idea, because this is not a matchup I've seen for a long time, if ever, for that matter. But I suspect, especially in the early levels, 1, 2, and 3, it should go to Renekton. I'm going to say that before I open Studio's message, because I'm sure he's about to tell me. Skill-based matchup can go either way.
Yeah. And then looking at the junglers, you've then got Cyanide and Shen, Cyanide and Malunoo, Shen and Riven, both of whom probably going to put some pressure down on that top lane to try and give their champion the advantage. Once Shusha is able to pick up that Hextech Revolver and get some lifesteal back from that Flame Spitter, it's going to be able to keep him in lane a little bit more because, of course, YoungBuck has Cull the Meek, which is going to give him sustain from very early levels. So I'm very interested to see how this matchup goes. I really like both champions. They're both super, super aggressive. Then, of course, you've got the Soraka-Urgot combo on the bottom lane, and they're going up against Ashe Janna. So non-sustain versus sustain. Another very, very interesting one, but think about the mid to late game. The tanky DPS of Rumble, Ryze, Urgot, and Riven. That's a huge, huge, huge beefy front line that's going to be very difficult to get through. And if they manage to break through the ranks and catch Sleper off guard, Sleper's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Certainly we want to watch, and I do really like FNATIC line. There's a lot of AoE and it's a very tanky group. So these later team fights will be fun, and we're going to find out in 30 seconds exactly how it plays. There's quite a bit of global presence there from AL, just in Sleper and Malunoo.
Yeah, that is true as well. Combine that with the wish from Soraka, in case somebody gets caught up on the top or the middle lane, it's going to be very, very powerful. But just before we start, we are going to throw up one more ad break, and we'll be back with the quarterfinal FNATIC versus Absolute Legends. All right. So I need to check my overlays for everybody that has ad blockers. I think my game has also decided... Oh, there we go. Ooh, Triumphant Rise, Amethyst Ash. Man, Cyanide letting the side down. Only non-skinned. Not cool.
And he could have the best in the game if he went bunny.
Yeah, exactly. Not cool at all. So we're almost at 20k viewers, guys. Let's break that 20k. Show them really what this competition's all about. There is still another game coming up after this. And we're going to have to see exactly which one's going to be the best pick. Before we do, though, I need to update my overlay. And then I need to update it. So we have FNATIC on the right-hand side, Absolute Legends on the left-hand side. And ladies and gentlemen, we are into the quarterfinal. Let's get a prediction on chat. Where is first blood going to come? Top, middle, or bottom lane? Top, middle, or bottom lane, guys. That's what I want to know. Which team, which composition, which players are going to pick up that first blood, but top, middle, or bottom? A lot of people saying top at the moment. And a very aggressive start from Absolute Legends. If somebody gets caught with that dark binding, it's going to hurt. For everybody to remember as well, Ultraface is extinkt. Alright, we're going to be calling him extinkt throughout the game. Because that is his actual nickname. We want to respect that. Now, what do you think XPK is going to build with Rise? Are you anticipating a double Rod of Ages, like the sort of popular build of the moment is with him?
I don't think double Rod of Ages, but one would not surprise me a bit, and maybe even an Archangels again now. Now that they added the AP, or upped the AP ratio a bit more on his queue, getting those items actually benefits again, rather than leaving it at the catalyst and the tier like it always was before.
We can keep a very close eye on it. Of course, this is the reworked Rise after, I think, 2 patches, I believe. So his ultimate's going to give him that movement speed buff. And I've seen quite a few messages in chat earlier saying XPK is considered to be one of the best Rise players in EU. Not 100% certain about that, but nevertheless, he's one of the best mids in EU at least. So he's going to be throwing out as many of those overloads as he can. There's the first one.
Yep, straight onto the blue buff, going to pull it and give it to Lamia. So, with a bot lane that already has a ridiculous amount of mana thanks to Soraka, they're going to give him the blue buff as well, which makes obviously a lot of sense. Riven doesn't need blue. Doesn't need the mana regen, I say. The experience is nice. But they've got some plan up this lead, which means Cyanide shouldn't need that extra. Oh, now with the level 2 got reaching bottom lane. Okay, he's missed a couple of CS. But with that blue buff CS, the gold he gets from that itself, it should be evened out slightly. And the fact that, as I say, he is now level 2, and he'll be able to outfarm, and he'll be able to zone Ashe and Xinec, Sleper and Xinec, sorry, for ages with this blue buff. He should be able to catch up in that CS.
Yeah, opting to put a point into that Terra Capacitor early as well. That was obviously negate some of the damage from the blue buff. Now look how much damage he's taking in return from Sleper. Phoenix is going to be able to heal that up shortly. But of course, I mentioned this earlier, Soraka really needs a couple of levels before that Astral Blessing is able to heal enough hit points. We're keeping a close eye on the lanes at the moment. I think the top lane is really where a lot of the pressure is going to come down. XPK in the middle, he's taken a bit of damage from extinkt already. Look at the damage coming out from YoungBuck. He lands that Ruthless Predator onto Shushay. Blocks him up for a little bit. Cyanide still waiting. Red buff is down to half. He still has level 3, so he's got all of his abilities to knock up on the stun. First what happens in the middle, as I'm trying to watch top lane, they do manage to get the stun. I'm going to rewind that very, very quickly and actually watch this lane. There it goes. The Dark Binding Ignite and the Tormented Soil. The last tick is going to be enough to pick up that kill. So let's throw on the directed camera. Fast forward the game just to catch up. And, oh, there we go.
Haven't missed out on too much. Riven and Shen looked at each other, but that was about it.
Looked at one another, said hello, and yeah, first blood going the way of extinkt. And that's not going to be helpful for XPK on Rise. So blue buff on Urgot at the moment, down to the last 25%. Hasn't really been able to convert it to any kills. 24 CS to 24, so hasn't even really been able to do a whole lot on the farm side of things. And in the top lane, we have Cyanide. His red buff is about to wear off, and he does move forward. There goes the Broken Wings. The knockup happens as well as the stun. Ignite is down. 1 or 2 more hits. They do manage to pick up the kill. Cyanide just steps out of turret range at the very, very last second. Nicely done. The capacitor does land 1 Acid Hunter, 2 Acid Hunters. Not able to follow it up with another one, though. And that's going to be the last of the blue buff for Lamia. So 1-1 with the farm and the kills. Only 100 gold difference at the moment.
We do have Shen approaching the bottom lane as Xinec and Sleper start chasing out to Lamia. This blue buff is still up. He's going to time out during the fight. Let's see if they can kill him in time. The summoning heal goes out. Lamia gets really tanky thanks to the heal from Soraka, but he's going really, really low. Malunoo still chasing under the tower. Will get the kill. Taunts away from the last shot, and he gets out of there with the blue buff.
His blue buff intact. Unfortunately, it did wear out on Lamia, so they weren't able to steal it back to refresh that timer.
Of course it did. He's down to the last minute of his. My bad.
Yeah, very, very close. It was just that literally one attack before those little blue orbs disappeared. Now on the top lane, Shushe opting to go for a blasting wand as opposed for maybe saving up towards the revolver. And that's going to help. Look at the damage that Flame Spitter and his Electro Harpoons are actually putting out. Slice and Dice used just to get away from that Flame Spitter. And Shushe going to be trying to play this as a kill lane. Going to be trying to get an advantage with the damage that he can get early on. Soraka
Isn't it being as annoying as possible, just zoning Soraka on his own in the bot lane. There's not much he can do 2v1. Jala with a shield on. Their auto attacks hurt, so...
Well, it does add, what, 30 odd attack damage at this point already?
Level 2, just about 23.
Lamia now, the capacitor does land a few Acid Hunters. Sleper's down. That's the last potion for Sleper. Summoning heal is available. And once again, we have Cyanide in the top brush. YoungBuck so close. Slice and Dice does get away. Electro Harpoon lands as well. They're going to be trying. The second one lands. Not going to commit to that dive. No equalizer on behalf of Rumble Soap. Not going to be willing to tank. But now Morgana sets up. Going to eat Dark Binding to the face of Cyanide. Soul Shackles goes up. Ignite has been popped as well. Does get stunned up. The last pop does get thrown away in the background now. Shushe is going to be trying to push onto YoungBuck, but he can't take a 1v2. And very well
really
played
well
by
Extinkt. That flash was brilliant. He just waited to see which way everyone wanted to go. Did go to the tower. She could have gone anywhere just to break that chain. But when he found out exactly which way she was going, she committed, flashed behind it, and no matter broken wing charges would have broken that stun. And it did end with the kill.
A great play by Extinkt and very good pressure. 3-1, Absolute Legends with an early lead. And we're going to have to see if they can hold that. We're going to have to see if FNATIC can stop the rot. Slow down the kills that they're giving away. 900 gold behind, so that's 1 dragon. The key is, of course, to make sure they don't give up any more. Don't feed any more champions. 2-0 Morgana. 4 points into Tormented Soil at the moment. Ping going down onto blue buff. So this is probably for XPK. He's going to move back to this Ancient Golem, grab that mana regen, and spam out a bajillion of those overloads. Really crank up the amount of mana he's got in the Tear of the Goddess.
Look who's wearing blue buff.
Who is wearing blue? Ooh, that went to Riven. That is
Not
very
ideal.
annoying. That is very annoying.
Yeah, it did give her level 6, so it'll make her a little bit stronger this game bottom, but she could have got it off another camp instead, and now XPK is going to have a little bit of trouble when Extinkt, who any second now, should end up going and getting his own blue buff.
Now Malunoo is just chilling in this top lane, camping a little bit. I think that they're going to consider doing a tower dive here. There goes the equalizer. Fairly smart from Shushe. It's going to be able to pick up all the farm.
Malunoo just ulted. He was at wolves, he killed the big wolf, and he ulted to YoungBuck to save them while they were fighting against Shushe in the top lane.
Ah, alright. I missed that. So that was to save him, and that was why I was hanging around. So Stand United has been used by Shen. That means it is on cooldown. Cyanide has fallen back from that bottom lane, so he's not going to be able, has not committed to a push or going for a kill. We've got a bunch of pings now on the red buff on the FNATIC side, so I'm not quite sure what they're thinking about. But the bottom lane now does have their ultimate. Sleper has the crystal arrow. Of course, Lamia does have the hyperkinetic position reverser. quite possibly the coolest ability name in the game. And we have Malunoo setting up in this top lane. He's moving in with that red buff. There's no equalizer coming out from Xushe, so there goes the stun. He's running down, going to try to get away. The scrap heap is going to be used. The taunt lands at max range. The red buff slow. Xushe is going to be trying to get away once again. He's now overheated, not going to be able to cast any more abilities. Has slowed down Shen. But he does not have a flash available, or only the ignite. One slice is going to push him forward. YoungBuck once again takes another slow. The ignite plus the tower hits. That's a dead Xushe. He did manage to pull the champions away for quite a while though, so outbought Cyanide some time to get up into the lane.
Lamia and Xinec fighting with Sleper. Sorry, Lamia fighting with Sleper and Xinec in the bot lane. Does get a heal from Soraka for a little bit of armor. They all going to keep chasing. How unfortunately, extinkt couldn't quite get down there fast enough.
Double buff on Cyanide. If he can catch YoungBuck, he may have enough damage to actually put down a kill. That's the real push, you know, potential. But he's going to have to try and lock down YoungBuck.
Sorry, Ash Oda landed mid. XPK lands a binding, gets the ult down. Malunoo comes in, steals the kill with a Vorpal Blade just for, well, getting an assist. Wanted to get a bit of a goal.
We can watch that kill from the start. There comes the Ash Arrow, smack in the face. And that's the kill. Really nicely played. A bit cheeky from Malunoo, to be honest.
Careful with your fast forward in the back and watch the bottom lane.
Yep, and we are on directed camera, so we're keeping a very close eye on it. Now we're down to the real time. Very, very good position reversal with Lamia. He manages to swap places with Malunoo, get out of the range of that taunt, and move to his tower for safety. So we are back on directed camera. This is now Absolute Legends picking up the first dragon of the game, and that extends their gold lead to 3,000 gold at the moment.
I'm not entirely sure what Xushe and Cyanide were trying to do there. They were both just hitting that top tower while YoungBuck took out the minions. But they were never going to kill it. No chance in hell were there enough minions there for them to take that tower down. And by Cyanide doing that, he opened up the dragon, which you saw AL took.
Yeah.
We've reached that point now. 12 minutes in the game. Dragon is a very real possibility. Everyone is strong enough for it.
Sleper's been caught out in the bottom lane though. It looks like he may have disconnected or he's in the shop. Something along those lines. Those Acid Hunters are landing. Stand United comes out from Shen. Now all of a sudden the pressure gets turned around. Lamia so close to being able to put down, to take out Sleper. Wish has been used by Felix, so they're not going to be able to use that anymore. Summoner Heal's not available. A Flash Monsoon pushes Lamia back in direction of Sleper. If he can land a few more attacks, no, unfortunately not going to happen. The taunt under the tower just misses, but along with the flash from Felix, he does get out of range of the Dark Binding. It's not going to be enough though. Extinkt does take him out. Malunoo just tanking that turret all day long. Really well played by Absolute Legends, and so unlucky just not to have enough damage to take out that Ashe before Stand United could be cast. Top lane now, there's more pressure going down. YoungBuck putting damage down onto Xushe. The equalizer is available though. So if Xushe can catch YoungBuck out in a advantageous position, apply some slows, he may actually want to go for a fight. The first harpoon does land. He does have Ignite available as well, but Dominus is there for YoungBuck. That's plus 300 hit points that would have to be burned through. I don't know if Xushe's got the damage to do that just yet. And goes the Slice and Dice. Coldemy comes out. Decent damage coming out with the Ignite going down. There comes the Dominus. Overheat means that Equalizer can't be cast, and the Equalizer fails. The Equalizer completely fails, not landing on YoungBuck. Had that landed, that would have killed the Crocodile. That would have taken the Crocodile out, but sadly, it was misaimed. Really unlucky for Xushe.
Xushe's got to be kicking himself after that, and actually he's got to keep running because Malunoo's coming up. Not quite fast enough though. Xushe's back and away from the tower. And YoungBuck now has the advantage of the lifesteal. Look at that. He's back up to almost half health with a couple of Color Meeks in the minions. And as a result, he's now denying Xushe some creeps by pushing him into the tower. And Xushe has got a base.
Look at the farm difference as well. It's only 10 at the moment. It is slowly starting to grow. In the middle lane, 116 on Rise, 122 on Morgana. Ashe in the bottom lane, 89 to the 95 on Urgot. We do have Riven coming forward, but no, not close enough. The position reverser comes out, immediately flashes away. There was a bit of miscommunication there because Cyanide was miles away. Sleper's now applying damage onto Felix, pushing him all the way back. They've now fallen back as well. Morgana's jumped up in the background. Dark Binding Picks up a creep instead of Lamia. So unlucky, but look at the damage. Lamia dropped to 290. A few ticks of that Tormented Soil really hits hard. Astral Blessing comes out. If Extinkt can pick up a Dark Binding, it does land onto Riven. And look at the damage. 1 or 2 more attacks. Flash moves forward. The Soul Shackles almost manages to pick up Riven, but it does take out Lamia in the background. And wow, Rise manages to sneak down. I completely missed that. He's now run from the tower. If he can get another Rune Prison out, that's Ashe locked up. The Wind Slash is going to put some damage. Sleper's trying to take out Riven in the background. Stand United use. That's going to save Ashe for a few seconds longer. She's going to start pushing forward now. Ashe, one more overload is all that would have been needed. The taunt manages to land onto Soraka. Riven's going to lock up Malunoo. No key strike, no stun, unfortunately. And wow, it looks like it's going well for FNATIC, and all of a sudden another Absolute Legends member rocks up. And what was that, 3 for 2 at the end of the day? 4 for 2?
I completely lost count, and I don't want to make a guess at it, but it does end the score at 10-3. That goes without saying, can't dispute that. And at 15 minutes, Absolute Legends are ahead by 4,000 gold. That's an Infinity Edge plus some. And well, FNATIC, they got to make something big here. We do have a dragon respawning soon. Maybe we'll get a fight going on there. They are by no means out, but they do have to win this next fight.
And interesting, look at the way YoungBuck is leveling up his Renekton at the moment. He's got 5 points into Cull the Meek, so that's going to be increasing his lifesteal. And he's leveling up Slice and Dice primarily for the armor reduction. 20% armor reduction, and also hits for 240 odd damage per slice, or per dice as it were. And I find that very interesting, considering his Ruthless Predator is his primary DPS ability. Corrosive Charge lands onto Xinec, followed up by 1 or 2 of the Acid Hunters from Urgot. And very, very interesting to see how that goes down. Another ultimate used from Shusha to try farm the wave, and it picked up 2 out of the 6 creeps. I don't know, it feels like there's a little bit of a lack of practice on that rumble from Shusha. His ultimates have been a little bit out of place, a little bit mistimed. And it's costing him the lane in that top lane.
And when you've got Morgana and Shen making their way top as well, Cyanide's got to get out of there with his oracles. Oh, he turned around. That was never good. The stun comes out, the tool comes out, Cyanide melts, Extinkt uses ult, may have been a bit overkill, but the kill's the kill, and it takes away the oracles, which is a huge deal as far as AO are concerned. Yeah,
5,000 gold behind, and adding that another 400 gold difference. It's just pushing them further and further and further. Look at the vision on FNATIC's side. The only thing that's warded is these middle bushes, these middle grass. That's it. Nothing else is warded up. On behalf of SK Gaming, they've got 1 dragon ward and 1 top tribush ward. That's it. Now, if they can hold this, if FNATIC can keep it at 5,000 gold for the next 10 or so minutes and farm their way back into this game, it's going to help. That's really what they need to do. But the catch is, of course, they keep giving away these kills. The pressure from Morgana and Shen has just been so good. Cyanide has not been able to pull off as effective ganks as Shen has been able to. And Extinkt roaming 5-1-2 on Morgana. That's a scary Morgana.
YoungBuck, how is this lane famed out? Well, just by that damage, when it should have been skill based, as we previously mentioned, it is so far in YoungBuck's favour now. And while Shen nicked that quill early, Sleper is going to die in the bottom lane to Lamia, Filiox, and Cyanide.
There's the kill in rewind. Position reverser, caught out of place. They managed to take him out. I like this rewind feature. We now want to direct the camera and fast forward.
Rewind feature.
So, 4 more seconds, we'll be back up to real time. Now, Dragon is back up. If FNATIC can pick this up, it's going to do quite a bit to help them get back into this game. And of course, they are a little bit out of position. Cyanide now is being caught out. He does manage to get taunted from Malunoo. He's going to be trying to get away. Is the dash going to be available? 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Another dash is going to go out. Dodges the Dark Binding. A very, very good Valor. That gets Cyanide to safety. But it does open up the Dragon for Absolute Legends.
Now, Sleper's not actually back. He has respawned, but he's still up halfway through the map. And he does have his arrow, though. And to be honest, XP was out of mana there. Cyanide now low on health. They're going to have to back. FNATIC are not going to contest this at all. And, well, Extinkt is just having some fun with the guys in the bottom lane.
He might even be able to turn around and steal the blue buff as well. That's the real problem. Not only have they now lost Dragon, they're now going to lose their buffs as well. It's not necessarily required for Rise. He's starting to hit the point where he's got a bit of mana. He's got the ability to... oh, look at the pressure on the bottom lane here. Lamia and YoungBuck, and a flash from Lamia to get out of way of that arrow. That was really, really good. The Dominus has come out from YoungBuck. He's going to be putting down as much damage as he can. XPK is a little bit overcommitted. Finally, he does go down in the background. Cyanide's going to be the first one to fall for FNATIC. XPK is taking too much damage to come back into this fight. He now goes down. Lamia's blown up from the 4-man of Absolute Legends. And, wow, Absolute Legends playing absolutely legendary. Almost 10,000 gold ahead. They've picked up the first tower of the game. They might even convert this to a second tower.
That's almost as bad as a studio level pump.
Oh, come on. That had to be done. It had to be done. But, wow. Absolute Legends really, really, really in the driving seat at the moment. They do lose a tower in the background, but that gold gap is just growing further and further behind. Urgot doesn't really offer a lot of, DPS in comparison to Ashe, his counterpart. Sitting at 0-4. Riven, again, needs to be able to be fed to be able to get into those teams and deal as much damage as possible. Only sitting on 1 and 3. It's just not looking very good for FNATIC right now.
"21 minutes in, past the surrender mark, so FNATIC are going to play this out. Credit to them. At the end of the day, AL could always screw up and throw the game away. So there's no reason to jump out and surrender from this yet. They've still got Rise, who gets really good in the late game. Riven, who admittedly is, I don't want to say underfarmed because she's in the jungle, so she's going to be a little bit poorer than normal. But we've all seen how strong she can be when you put her in the top lane when she can get farmed. So Cyanide needs to try and get some gold to his belt, whether he kills or whether it be taking some CS from a lane somewhere is up to FNATIC. But if he can start getting some damage, things might change. And so far, we haven't really seen too much of an impact from Sushate, although he does just inch past that arrow.
That was so close. Equalizer goes out to try and save that tower, but wow. Ooh, misclick there. What a close Ashe arrow.
I honestly thought, I saw it fly past and thought it had bugged out and it was going to hit and jitter back in a minute.
I thought exactly the same. The hitbox on Rumble is obviously a little bit smaller than the actual character size. So, I think that's how we managed to get away with that. The skin of his teeth. The skin of his teeth. So the gold graph is now up to 9,000 gold. And there's the numbers on your screen. You guys can have a look at exactly that. And look at the Christmas tree of wards. Absolute Legends have got the entire red buff side of FNATIC's jungle warded up. FNATIC even more so. That's 5 in the red buff side, 2 in the blue buff side. They really don't want to get caught out. And they really want to make sure they know what's happening on their side of the map. Dark Binding goes out. Doesn't manage to connect with XPK. Even if it had, it just would have popped the Banshee's Veil. But of course you have to pop the Banshee's Veil before you can catch him out and deal real damage to them. So do you think this is possible to come back? Do you think a team that is this far ahead, 3 turrets to 1, and picked up the Dragon, almost 10,000 gold at the 24-minute mark?
Everything's possible to come back from. But it very much relies on, well, AL here. If FNATIC had to come back from this, AL need to hand it to them on a silver platter by screwing up monumentally. And I really cannot see that happening.
Especially when you consider Morgana 614 and Shen 605. You've got Renekton, who has farmed his way into this game, 160 CS, sitting on 125 at the minute, got so much gold from the assists. Cyanide almost going to dodge that arrow, but it just catches on him in the head and completely melted under the damage from Morgana. Now they have turned their attention to YoungBuck, but without having an AD carry there, without Urgot to be able to drop some of that armor and really just continually put some damage down, YoungBuck just effectively walks away. XPK is very, very low on mana as well. His Tear of the Goddess is only halfway full at 24-minute mark. Has not had a single blue buff. In the top lane, Rumble gets taken out by Sleper and Ultraface. Or Extinkt, rather. And it's just looking...
10,000 gold lead has just been broken.
More and more dire for FNATIC. It looks as though FNATIC may be going out of this qualifier. But of course, they do have to lose the Nexus before that happens. You consider every inner turret except for the mid lane is now down. And Absolute Legends have turned their attention. XPK's jumped forward. He flashed for that one. Didn't really have a huge amount of mana. Slice and Dice comes out from YoungBuck. He's still tanking the turret. One more auto attack closes that out. And a great Dark Binding coming out from Extinkt. Flash plus Dark Binding. That picks up the kill onto Feliox. And my money is on GG right now, unfortunately. It looks as though FNATIC are just a little bit too far behind. They don't have the farm. They don't have the gold. Absolute Legends.
I want to give Sleper some credit here, because he's landed quite a few arrows, which is a rare occurrence when Sleper plays Ash.
Well, there you go, Sleper. Seems you've learned how to aim. Well played, well played. Ash at the moment, 4-1-8. Infinity Edge completed, Zeal completed. And sitting on enough gold to finish that Phantom Dancer. Shusha is now caught out. Eats an Ash arrow to the face. Is going to go down in the background. Another kill goes the way of Absolute Legends. And it looks as though AL are going to be qualifying for the semi-finals. So Mr. Admin Man on Skype, what are the potential games for the next round? What are the two matchups that we could potentially see casted? And we're going to have to decide which one is going to be the best one. Now we're going to keep a close eye. I've got it on directed camera at the moment, so Riot are deciding what we're watching. And once we get closer to the next big team fight, I'll take control again. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in. This is, of course, the DreamHack qualifier. There will be another one on Thursday. I will be back to cast that. I think Studio is going to join me for a couple of hours. I just have to confirm with him, I think, during the course of tomorrow. And Panky, what have you thought of the game so far?
Game so far, I hate to say it, but it's been a stomp. AO just everywhere they've gone, they've picked up a kill. They've taken an advantage. They've grabbed an objective. FNATIC just don't seem to have had an answer to it at all.
Pressure coming from Shen as well. Malunoo. Every time Malunoo has ganked, somebody has died. I think he's failed maybe 1 or 2 ganks, or not led to a kill. And it makes such a big difference. Sets up all the lanes. Now we do have Baron happening. This is a 5-man FNATIC, but of course Shen will be able to just jump in there with Stand United. So he's managed to pick up the dragon in the bottom, in the bottom half of the map. And for the time being, at least, Absolute Legends have been chased away from the Baron buff. Dominus was used from YoungBuck. Well, that is very interesting. The gold graph has grown even further now. 15k is the difference. 15,000 golds.
And this whole time, Millennium's just been shoving the bottom lane. Again, he got that dragon, as you say, while they were repairing. Rotated to bottom, and he's keeping Suche occupied while the rest of AL shove into the mid lane. Again, rotate around, go backwards and forwards. They can all be spotted. Extinkt will just about miss that binding. And I think he's just waiting for a slip up. They need AL here to dive under a tower and therefore throw the game with a really silly fight, but it's not going to happen. You need a Blitzcrank or something to pull him in there.
It would need even more than one fight for that to happen. 15,800 gold. That's several. There comes the flash position reversal, so that is Malunoo caught out. So that is going to be a lot of gold coming out, but he's still putting out a lot of damage, even solo. So the kills bonus does go the way of Rise. And that pushes the gold a little bit. But while that's happening, we now have the rest of Absolute Legends pushing for Baron Nashor. FNATIC are getting closer. Dark Binding lands onto Cyanide, and look at that damage. More than half of his hit points just from 2 spells. Really moving. Whoop. Gonna pop that scoreboard down. Keep a close eye on the game screen and what's happening there.
That was really nicely played by FNATIC. They knew that if they went to Baron to start anything, AO would start a fight, Malunoo would ult in, they'd lose the fight, that'd be GG. So they all just went straight on Malunoo, burst him down before AO even knew what was happening. They weren't even at the Baron at that point, but AO saw it and went, oh, they're killing down there. Quick, do Baron. Started it, but they just didn't quite have that damage. FNATIC gambled with that, They weren't sure how quickly they'd kill it, and it paid off. They got all the way across there, they stopped the Baron attempt, and they've relieved the pressure. For now.
It hasn't made a huge dent in that gold score difference, so unless they start picking up towers or killing multiple champions, yeah, it's pretty much GG. Shen almost finished his Randian's Omen as well, so he's got that Wit's End, he's got the Sunfire Cape as well as Aegis of the Legion. And once Randian's Omen is completed, that's going to negate a lot of the damage coming up from Riven and Urgot. Going to move the slow down, and now let's see what happens. Very few wards from Absolute Legends. They're baiting in a FNATIC here. Guys have a very, very close side. There goes the Dark Binding. That's landed onto Shushay. Extinkt jumps forward and gets a very, very good Dark Binding. Or Soul Shackles. Manages to catch everybody for the first proc. Locks up Lamia in the background. So Lamia will be the first one to fall down. YoungBuck is now turning his attention to the top lane. Riven's the next to fall. Now they're going to turn their attention to Rise. Shushay puts some damage down. Gets really good damage onto Sleper though. But gets blown up before he can kill him. XPK's on the run. And this feels to me that it's GG.
There's the surrender vote.
There goes the surrender vote.
Lamia is gone. Lamia was not hanging about.
And FNATIC taken out by Absolute Legends in the quarterfinals. Absolute Legends in control of that game from the very first minute. Malunoo on Shen, everybody played phenomenally well. Every single member of Absolute Legends played phenomenally well. YoungBuck in the top lane. You had Sleper landing those crystal arrows. You heard it from Panky himself. He normally misses. So great, great, great play. I'm going to bring up the bracket really quickly, guys, so we can have a look at exactly what it looks like. We are on West at the moment. So the bracket, we now have... I think I opened the wrong one. I may have the links backwards. Yeah, I do. Moscow 5 versus SYPHER. And... oh, no. Counterlogic EU. Okay, ignore me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm going to talk to the admins about the bracket. We have at least one more game coming up, guys. I'm looking at my Skype chat right now, and it looks as though we're going to be casting potentially SYPHER versus M5, or Absolute Legends thrown in there. So I'm going to put some music on in the background. Stick with us. We have a few more big names and a few more big games coming up. So keep an eye, and I'll let you know once everything's confirmed. Where is my music gone right now? It appears to have died. So, while I try reopen my media player. There we go. We'll be back shortly, guys.
After Hours FM. This is After Hours FM.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, what's up? We have one more game in store. It is, of course, going to be Moscow 5 facing off against Team SYPHER. It's going to be the last one of the semifinals. There'll be another semifinal being played for EU West. We're not going to be able to watch that one. In terms of the teams that have already qualified, let me actually pull up the ladder. I have put 2 and 2 together and figured it out. So for EU, Nordic and East, on the right-hand side, you can see XHCL, they have defeated NAVI and qualified for Sunday's final qualifying games. CLG EU are still facing off against MYM. So I'm waiting to see who's going to be winning that particular match. As soon as I find out who the winner is, I will let you guys know. In terms of the semi-finals for EU West, we're going to be watching Moscow 5 face off against SYPHER. In the next semi-final, it's going to be Absolute Legends versus Embrace the End. So the winners of those games, they will be qualifying for the grand final. And of course, the grand final doesn't need to be played because it's just a qualifying for Sunday. I am reading some messages at the moment, and CLG have won. So they have qualified for Sunday. They will be taking part in the bigger qualification matches. Oop, wrong button. I need to now jump into our game. So bear with me just a few seconds, and let me see if I can find it up. And if it is, I can just put it straight on stream. So for everybody that's chilling with us and staying on board, thank you. Here is the game lobby screen. So at the very least, you guys can see we are into the lobby. It is going to be Moscow 5 against Team SYPHER. Pull your friends, your family, your cats, your dogs. Bring everybody to come check it out. And as soon as the game starts, we'll be back and the music will be off. While I have a small break as well, I'd like to give some mad props to the admins for today's event. It's been run by 2 gentlemen, Somi and, of course, where is my name written? Name drop, there we go. Scarfed and Somi, both of the admins currently sitting in dh.lol on QuakeNet. You guys are legendary. Run most of this tournament completely solo. Nobody else running with them. So give them some love, give them some thanks. Somi and Scarfed, rather. Mad props. You guys are totally awesome. So you can see the game is starting to fill up. Just a few more players, and we'll be back with the semi-final for today's DreamHack qualifier.
After Hours FM.
Hey guys, sorry about the delay. I'm very, very sorry about that. It does look like SYPHER are ready to get this game kicked off right now. So we're going to wait for just a couple more seconds. We'll be able to jump into this. This is, of course, the semi-final. And the winner of this game qualifies for Sunday. We are watching the DreamHack qualifiers. Panky, are you running around somewhere?
I'm sitting here modding your chat.
Ah, you are a legend, good sir. I wasn't even really paying a huge amount of attention to my chat. So we've got a lot of bands coming out thick and fast. Ari, Morgana, Blitzcrank, Shen. Urgot's still available. Soraka's still available. I wonder if they're going to see bans this time round. For everybody that is asking on chat, on the left-hand side, it is Moscow 5. On the right-hand side, it is Team SYPHER. Don't forget that N-Rated and Yellow Star were part of Against All Authority. But they left or were kicked, something along those lines, and joined up with SYPHER. The last two bands, Karthus and Zillion. So Urgot is available. I wonder if Moscow 5 are going to lock him in. Jax is the first pick. Here we're going to see a Jax for a full game this time around. I'm excited about that, Panky.
I am excited about that, although I'm a little bit scared for SYPHER. Dedrayon already considered one of the best tops, if not the best top in Europe at the moment. There's various different arguments floating around, and I've just been messaged by Wicked on Skype, so I think he might have something to say about that. But either way, Jax just coming out of the woodwork, ridiculously strong as a champion now on Dedrayon in the top lane. SYPHER are going to have to watch out.
And they're getting their Urgot as well. Remember, Moscow 5 played Urgot, or sort of brought him into popularity, if that's the right way of saying it, playing in the tanky DPS and a Fiddlesticks. That's quite interesting. Aww, swap to Janna. Once again, not locked in. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's difficult not to when you see Fiddle. Well, let's see what's going to happen. Janna and Urgot, they do complement one another fairly well. That Eye of the Storm is going to increase all the damage that's going to come out from Acid Hunter. But of course, it does mean it's going to have to be a little bit more careful with that Acid Hunter in the bottom lane. Only use it out, when it is required, as opposed to just continually spamming it as if you had Soraka as a support. So, Urgot and Janna locked in. Who would you put as a support against that, considering Corki has been locked in that bottom lane?
Something aggressive, and when you're using what is effectively the old Against All Authority bottom lane, Yellow Star and N-Rated, Leona Corki was a very common setup for those two to run.
Well, they would need to be able to shut down Janna, shut down Urgot. If we've already seen this once today, where I think it was Tarek and Urgot that actually put down a lot of pain, a lot of pressure with that Gatling cannon, the Gatling gun rather, shredding the armor. But of course that was against the Soraka in the bottom lane. She was giving the bonus to Urgot. Vote on chat at the minute, going the way of Moscow 5. So Corki Soraka, it's not necessarily what you'd consider an aggressive bottom lane, is it?
No.
But of course...
I mean, Soraka obviously going to keep Corki pumped up, healthy, lots of mana. He's going to be able to output the damage that Corki does with phosphorus bombs, rockets, his combos. But it's going to be slow, steady, sustained harass up against quick burst with the likes of a Leona. But when you are up against Janna, okay, there's lots of shields in that, with Janna's shields and with the shield that Urgot's got himself. If you can keep the damage coming consistently enough, which Soraka will really help to do, you are going to whittle them down. But it all depends on jungle pressure and things as well. If you can whittle them down slowly enough, they're going to realise they're going to get lower and lower, and they could bait you into something if you're not paying attention. Any other team, I'd say flat out troll. But Moscow 5? I've been trying some weird stuff recently.
Okay, I'm going with it. I'm going with it. Let's see if this actually sticks in here. Eve Does that mean Eve in the jungle? But I think it's... I don't know if that's real. I would assume that that's going to be a placeholder.
Probably is a placeholder, but Roam Eve was a thing for a while. I mean, back when everyone started saying, "Oh my god, she's terrible stealth rework," about 4 or 5 different people came out at way over 2,000 ALO saying, "Look, here's the video, here's my guide. This is how you play Roam Evelyn. She's still valid. It's hard, and it's really, really dependent on the early game, but it's possible. This is how I do it." So maybe they've tried something. No.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, so I've quit spectating. So once again, we are going to have a quick remake. We do have picks and bans going through, so I assume it's going to be remade as a blind pick. That'll save us some time. Let me know blind pick details. So once again, we are jumping to that. I'm going to quickly put up the loading screen so you guys don't see the password. And we'll see if this game gets remade. M5 Remake 2. That's not it, correct?
No, that's the one we were in just then. I just messaged Alex. They're going to remake the lobby completely.
Yeah, I just got pulled back into a lobby. So, unfortunately, the Eve pick is not going to happen. It would have been pretty cool if it did. It would have been very interesting if it did.
We can hope. Maybe one of the others was a placeholder.
We can hold thumbs. I am hoping beyond hope. No, no, no. Stop pulling me back into the lobby, you silly client. This client is pretty terrible at the minute, to be honest. So, for everybody that is on the stream, we, of course, are busy doing a remake. I think the champions would have been selected probably through chat. There's another Remake 3 up. And it looks like the right one. Did you just rejoin this one?
Yes, I'm in this one.
Sweet. So, for everybody that is there, we are also in blind pick as well. So we're going to be able to just jump straight into the blind pick, not be forced to go through the picks and bans. And this will, of course, be the last game of the evening. This is a semi-final. The winner of this is going to be going to qualify for Sunday's, I suppose, final qualifier. This is a qualifier for qualifiers, if we look at it that way.
Yo, dog.
And we're just waiting for the last player to join into the game.
Guys, remember the various Facebooks and Twitters, which I'm sure our lovely chat mods will remind you of if you read chat. Or, as I say, at Panky, at Quickshot, or facebook.com/Quickshot, or facebook.com/Panky.lol.
Yeah, make sure you sign up, follow it. If you've had some fun with us, I know that I'm going to be back on Thursday to cast the next qualifiers, trying to rope Studio in to help me out. If he's still listening, you have to do it, dude. You have to do it. And, of course, Panky's casting everything under the sun these days. So make sure you follow, sign up, and keep up to date with when the next cast and the next events are going to be happening. So, we are into the selections. Oh, I got very excited for a second looking at the champions and then realized I was being trolled. So let's see how these...
See, we would never, or unless they whispered you, we were never actually told what that Evelyn was a pick for. So we'll have to wait for Diamond Box to lock in before we can be sure. It might be Listen, it is one of his favourites.
It's true, so let's see what happens right now.
Yeah, he first started on Xin Chao, and I've seen him run that in jungle actually.
Yeah, we
the
followed
4PL All or Nothing at the weekend.
Yep, followed on the weekend before last as well, just before they got knocked out by DERPERS, I think it was, or it might have been Game Hoppers. And he was running Zen all day long. Now, of course, mad props have to go to the admins for today. Zombie and Scarfed, two boys that are in IRC. They've been running most of this event. I believe they've done it all day long, single-handedly or, duo-handedly. It's only the two of them. So make sure you give them some love. Make sure you just sing their praises a little bit. It's not an easy job running these tournaments and keeping all these things up to date. So, we do have the champions all locked in. It will be Lee Sin in the jungle. Alexish is going to be running that Galio in the mid. Bottom lane of Janna Urgot and Jax up top. Facing off against Vladimir in the middle. Irelia top. Soraka Corki in the bottom. And Nautilus in the jungle. What do you think of our lane matchups, Panky?
I think they're going to be really interesting and good fun to watch. I mean, I'm going to slip up a lot here, and I apologize, because to me, that looks like Against All Authority with a couple of subs. But it's SYPHER, and I will try and remember as much as possible that it is SYPHER. So I apologize in advance if I do screw up. But Alexic, teleport Galio. I love seeing that, I'm not going to lie. The teleport ganks onto top, mid, bot, wherever the hell they need him to go. And Galio as a whole is just a good, fun champion.
Yeah, Resolute Smite and that Righteous Gust. It's such a powerful wave clearer. And at the early levels, once he's picked up a little bit of ability power, they hit incredibly hard as well. I mean, you don't really consider him a burst mage, but those two spells together, they chunk off decent hit points. Corki, Soraka, they're fairly squishy. Irelia, Vlad, and Nautilus, they'll be able to tank it a little bit better, of course. But for the most part, we've got a fairly tanky team across both sides. I'm interested to see where this happens. I'd like to see how Dedrayon does against N-rated in that top lane. I haven't seen a top level Jax Irelia recently, you know, the last week or 2 weeks. And I'm a fan of both champions. They've both got the ability to leap. They've both got the ability to move around. Irelia does have the inherent sustain, but of course Jax will be able to hit harder once they start getting up into those level 6, 7, 8 fights. Middle lane, it's pretty much going to be a farm fest. Alexish against Mama. I wonder if Alexish is going to play very, very aggressively and just try to keep Vlad at his tower. Just try to keep Vladimir using those tides of blood to deal as much damage as he can. Or, you know, to miss as much creeps as he can. But he's fairly effective once he gets a few levels anyway at farming up those waves. So, let's see what happens. So, with regards to the game, what do you think about the lineups? Early game, mid game, late game, who's got the advantage, Panky?
Early game, I gotta give this to Against All Authority. No, SYPHER. Jesus Christ. So I've done it again. I'm gonna give this to SYPHER in the early game, just because of Corki, the burst from Vladimir, and Nautilus. I love Nautilus right now, but the longer this game goes on, the stronger Darion's gonna become. Then again, there's also a Lee Sin there to screw things around a bit, so there's a nice balance between the two, but I can still see SYPHER taking the early half of this game.
Well, let's see how it plays out. We are into the last loading bit, so I'm going to throw up one more ad break, and when we get back, it'll be Moscow 5 facing off against SYPHER, today's semi-final for the DreamHack qualifier. So, commercials are running, and with a few of you that can hear us, you're going to have a look at the champion skins, and we need to decide which one is the coolest, because I'm a bit of a champion skin fanboy. Oh, unfortunately we can't look at them because my card has decided to freak out a little bit. So I'm going to leave that just on. Here we go. For everybody that's just rejoined us, do not freak out, do not stress. I can fix the loading screen as soon as we get back into the game. For some reason, it just decides to go into the right click sometimes. Let's try this.
I've seen, if between the champion select finishing and the load screen actually coming up, if you click or type anywhere else, it'll break. If you alt-tab away from League, then it drops down to the corner.
Lovely.
Courtesy of the lovely forecourt jester giving me that bit of information.
Oh, great. So we have our details up. You have SYPHER on the right-hand side. We have Moscow 5 on the left-hand side. And once again, guys, I am going to ask this one more time. Where is your predictions? Who is going to win this game? Either Moscow 5 or SYPHER. I want to see those votes. I want to see the names being typed up in chat. 20,000 viewers. Who's got this game? Who is qualifying for Sunday's qualifier? A couple of trolls saying
That sounds so weird.
Dignitas and TSM are picking up a lot of the votes. I love internet. You guys are fantastic. Wow, that's a lot of names going back and forth. Moscow 5 with a strong favorite, but there's a good fair chunk of SYPHER in there as well. So I think...
A couple of people predicted me.
The one thing that we have seen, or that we are looking at right now, is the Gatekeeper Alexis. Sorry, Gatekeeper Galio, not Alexis. Really cool skin. This is the first time I've actually seen it up close, if I'm honest.
Yeah, when it came out, I saw Galio like 5-6 games in a row after it, but none of the players wanted to play with the skin because they weren't used to it yet.
Yeah, exactly. So the lanes have been set up. Moscow 5 facing against SYPHER. For everybody that's sharing some love, make sure you join myself and Panky on Facebook and Twitter. And of course, we'll be back casting more games more often. So Lee Sin's going to be setting up for the red buff at the moment, it looks like. He gets a pull from Galio. He's going to be starting 71 attack damage. He's got the cloth armor and the pots. And only the pull, no extra assistance from any of the other champions. So he's going to be able to pick that up. Does smite for the final, or for the last hit there. Vladimir.
Nautilus hasn't used his smite. He's going to save it for red buff. It'll speed his jungle up ever so slightly. And if he plays it right, it'll get him to the top lane just before Diamond Prox does. So pay attention to those early ganks. If, that is, Nautilus decides to do one.
Well, he's gone straight to the red buff and decided he doesn't want to go to the red buff, and now he's going to race. So, adding a small delay to the amount of time. But still fairly strong. He's got that blue buff ticking. He's going to be able to use that Titan's Wrath. And N-rated playing very defensively at the moment. Blade Surges forward. That looked like it hit Jax instead of the creep. So not managing to pick up that last hit. Missing 1 or 2 small creep kills. And on the bottom lane, Winner and Genja putting so much damage down onto Yellow Star. And now in the top lane, another gank happening. There goes the Tempest and the Cripple. N-rated has been slowed. First Blood does go to Jax. Complement of the tick from the Ignite. And Diamond Prox just running over the corpse, adding a little bit of insult to injury. You could consider that a teabag?
I think you kind of have to. You can't really do a proper teabag, if you like, in League of Legends.
Yeah, I come from a Battlefield 2 background as well, where teabagging is considered the norm, so...
Yeah, I came from Call of Duty 4, so that's...
Yeah, very, very true. I actually managed to play Call of Duty 4 at Antwerp Esports Festival in 2010. But anyway.
I'm quite jealous.
Yeah, got my ass kicked, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So, First Blood does go the way of Diamond Prox and Dedrayon on the top lane, and actually did go to Jax as well. So that's a very, very scary thought. So he's going to go back. Let's see what he picks up for his first couple of purchases. Now on the bottom lane, even more pressure going down. Ignite has gone down onto Yellow Star. One more Acid Hunter may be enough. But no corrosive charge, so it's not going to be able to lock onto him. Doran's Blade and the Cloth Armor. Wow, Diamond Prox really diving far for that one. He landed the Hadouken, flew all the way forward with that Q, and put a lot of damage down onto Vlad. But with his sustain, he's just going to be able to heal himself back up.
Diamond Prox took half his health bar in damage for doing that. May have been a bit OTT, but it's Lee Sin. His W's broken, he's got ridiculous sustain.
Yeah, very true. At level 1, it gives 5% lifesteal and Spell Vamp as well. Now this top lane, Dedrayon has managed to pick up that early Doran's Blade as well as the Cloth Armor, so that's going to negate a lot of the auto attack damage coming out from Dedrayon. And if he can pick up a little bit more farm or complete 1 or 2 more items, it's really scary for N-rated. Now we do have Winner on this bottom lane. He's going to be trying to get away. If he can get picked up by the brilliant Dredge line, immediately gets knocked up though from the, what's it called? The Howling Gale. Now XL Winner does manage to get away to safety. Genja's now putting some damage onto Yellow Star. He's going to have to flash away. Silence goes out. 1 or 2 more attacks may have been enough. But a very good Howling Gale as well. Had they committed, they would have been knocked straight up into the under the turret. A lot of aggression early on. Quite different to the previous game that we watched, at least for the first, 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, Moscow 5. I mean, they're notorious for being really aggressive, but they are constantly in the face, and SYPHER keeping Nautilus in the bottom lane, line, while it went through the floor, it did hit a minion. So Hyperbot's going to have to back away.
A little bit of robot voice there on your microphone, but it sounds to have gotten better towards the end. A very, very famous quote from Intellectual Masters Ukraine. I think it was Alexei. She said, "See hero, kill hero." And I like that policy. It's simple and effective.
Exactly what it says on the tin.
So looking at the lanes at the minute, Leeson has already moved in. He managed to pick up the double golems on the top for stealing them away from SYPHER. And already at the 6-minute mark, we're nearing 1,400 gold difference, which is a huge advantage this early on, especially if it continues to grow. And the damage coming out from Dedrayon onto N rated, already down to less than a third life. Ignite is available again. So once Dedrayon gets that ultimate up, which is now up, he's going to be able to allow the proc, put a little bit of damage down, wait for that third strike to hit. In conjunction with Leap Strike and Empower, it might actually be enough to pick up a kill.
It would be ballsy, especially with Aurelia being as strong as she is. She does now have 6. She's got the heal from her ultimate. She's got an exhaust, and she's got a stun with Dedrayon being on, well, healthier than rated is himself. So Darion's going to be careful. But again, this is Moscow Fire. They play these really risky plays, and 9 times out of 10 they work out. So let's see whether he does it. Doesn't look so. And Rated going to push the lane with his ult and go back on it now that he is out of mana. It was a smart play.
Dedrayon saving up at the moment, sitting on just shy of 1,000 gold. He's picked up that cloth armor. What do you think that's going to be built into? A phage, most likely, for his first item?
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Oh no, wait, no, it wouldn't be a phage because a phage is a longsword and a ruby crystal. So that could be Ninja Tabai or maybe a Wriggle's Lantern. So let's have a look as he goes back. Decide what he wants to pick up.
There's his phage.
There's the phage. There's the phage.
I suspect we'll see a Vamp Scepter fairly soon as well. He kind of needs some lifesteal to keep up with Aurelia sustain. And of course, her W and her ultimate will give her plenty of health back when the fights start. But Jax with 1 orange blade doesn't really have any kind of sustain himself.
Currently sitting on 3% lifesteal. We do have an invade coming out now from Diamond Prox. He's placed another ward just as the previous ward is about to expire. Or that just looks, there we go. Aurelia on this top lane at the moment. Ninja Tabai completed and the Doran's Blade, so we're going to be trying to negate as much of that damage as possible. And it makes sense when you consider Urgot, Jax, and Lee Sin are all auto-attack champions. So 10% damage reduction on auto attacks is pretty decent. There is a good fight going down now on the top lane. Ignite has gone down. There goes the Leap Strike from Dedrayon. Even through the exhaust, is still able to out DPS N rated. The problem comes in now that the fact Nautilus is jumping forward. There goes the depth charge. That's going to knock up Dedrayon. And a very, very good kill from HydroQ. What's that? Hercubot? Hercubot?
Hercubot? Yeah. Nautilus. Just
Nautilus. Oh, Nautilus. There we go. We'll go with that one. So, very good counter kill there from SYPHER. That balances the score up 1-1. But there's still 1,000 gold difference. Galio in the middle, 20 creeps ahead. Jax on top, currently sitting even. Bottom lane, Urgot 66, Corki 56, so 10 difference as well. Small advantages. But they do add up over time. The longer those advantages stay in favor of one side, the stronger it gets. And that looked as though Galio stole the Big Wraith, which he did. Very nicely done by Alexis. We do have a 4-man SYPHER, make that a 5-man SYPHER if Vladimir does decide to come down. And it's going to be putting pressure now onto this dragon. And that's a very early dragon. They have managed to catch out when a Monsoon is popped. And Rate is going to be pushing forward. She's going to be able to try get in range for the Blade Surge. Somehow manages to get away. The Howling Gale, in conjunction with a little bit of poke from Urgot. So Dragon is picked up, but they should be able to take a tower for this.
Yeah, Moscow Fire instantly realizing, okay, Diamond Proxy is nowhere near close enough to the map. Just gonna sudden push down on the top lane, and they will take out this tower.
That's very, very early at the moment. Dragon and tower down at 10 minutes 30.
Yeah, not uncommon to see people answer Dragon with the top tower. The gold's not quite level because of it. It's 150 gold each as opposed to 190 gold each. But it helps out. It's just the way they play, and it does open up your top lane into a little bit of roaming. Which one is Jax? His ganks can be pretty strong, and to be honest, this Jax is already really farmed up, getting really, really strong. Could be a nuisance if he shows himself in other lanes.
Now, I wonder, look, on this bottom lane at the moment, we've got Humpen taking a lot of damage from Genja. Genja's now falling backwards. Nautilus is going to be moving into this lane. The Howling Gale knocks up a couple of champions. Monsoon is not available. There goes Depth Charge. That knocks up Genja as he's trying to do the swap. But XL Winner, is this a secondary account for Gosu Pepper, or is it a stand-in for today's cup?
That, I believe, is a stand-in, because I think at this time of night it's already about 5 AM for Gosu Pepper, so I think he may be asleep.
Ah, okay. Well, that's very, very interesting. So, 1-2 at the moment. SYPHER ahead in kills, but still technically behind on gold. And I'll tell you something, Alexis's Galio is pretty epic. 131 creeps at the 12-minute mark. I stand to be corrected, but I believe the highest potential is 120 at 10 minutes if you pick up every single creep. I'm not quite sure why I think that. But averaging 10 creeps per minute is about the best that you can do in a game of League of Legends. 30 creeps ahead of Mama. And Alexis has now moved forward straight into a dredge line from Nautilus, forced to flash over the wall to safety. But he does get away very, very easily, sitting 2,200 gold. Let's see what he's going to pick up with that gold. Opts not to call to recall, instead decides to stay in lane and pick up another creep wave. Now Dedrayon has applied a stun to Enrated, just continually trying to beat him, continually putting damage on at the moment. 4 points into a power, 2 into leap strike, and only the single into counter attack, just saving it for that stun. And the gold graph still at 1,000. Dragon will be up in about 3 minutes time. Terra Capacitor up for Genja. He's moving forward, getting very, very aggressive. There goes the Valkyrie. The position reverser not available. Corki not taking a chance though. Flashing away at the last second.
As soon as he saw Diamond Prox reveal himself in that bot lane, he flashed. He was not getting swapped with Lee Sin that close. Even though Nautilus was there, he'd have got a burst. But Dedrayon was chasing Enrated out the top lane, but Enrated is low on mana, and he has used his ult up, so he's going to have to back away.
And there's also a big creep wave that Dedrayon doesn't want to give up. All that experience and gold for a potential kill. It's not necessarily worth it. So we have Nautilus now moving into this bottom lane, and look at the damage from Genja. Nautilus does have depth charge available and the flash, so if he's able to get forward, it may be enough to actually pick up this kill. He already moves, takes one turret hit to the face. Slowly starting to move forward as well. And let's keep a very close eye on Nautilus, what he's planning to do. Genja still hanging around. I mean, this turret's going to be gone if they decide to push it down. SYPHER opting maybe not to kill the turret this time around. Falling back. And Genja not going to lose as many CS as they would have thought. Top lane though, there is a lot of pressure going down. Red buff from Lee Sin. There goes the Hemoplague now from Vladimir. And the damage onto Diamond Prox is immense. Hemoplague is going to pick up the kill, and with the flash coming up from Enrated, that pulls her right back into the Idol of Durand. And really unfortunate for Enrated. It looked as though maybe miscalculating or forgetting that Idol of Durand taunts you, because of course that just pulled her right to Galio. Managed to pick up a kill.
The communication between Moscow 5 there was amazing. As soon as this taunt ended, Momo would have been the obvious target. He was stunned, he got caught in the Jax City, but instantly they both turned onto Aurelia. They blew her up, she was dead, out of the picture, while she was the one that was still under control of her own character, shall we say. It wasn't stunned, wasn't CC'd when the taunt ran out. And as soon as they burst her down, straight back onto Momo. He was still stunned at this point. That's how high the burst damage is. And as a result, they picked up both kills in quick successions.
Here goes the depth charge out into Dedrayon. That's going to knock him up for a little bit. The dredge line does come off cooldown as well. So Nautilus is now pushing forward. Hercubot trying to get back in range. 1 second left on dredge line. He may need to flash and do this. Dredge line doesn't pick it up. The flash comes out from Dedrayon. He manages to get to safety. Currently sitting on 1,300 gold. So he should be able to finish up his boots. Maybe look at upgrading that cloth armor. We're going to have to see exactly what decision or what route he decides to go for. Merc trade's completed. The amplifying tome picked up now. And I wonder what that cloth armor is going to eventually grow into, because it's not part of a Trinity Force. What would you build it into if you were a Jax or if you were a Dedrayon?
Guardian Angel eventually.
Yeah, that's also very, very true. In terms of farm at the minute, 190 creeps on Alexish at the 16-minute mark. 16 minutes. That is an immense number of creep kills. We have hit the 16 minutes, so that does mean Dragon's going to be up within the next 30 odd seconds. Or make that 3 seconds, because there it is respawning. The Diamond Box, Darren and Alexis, they're going to be able to put a lot of damage onto this Dragon, take it out before anybody can really react. Corky is now moving forward, but he's going to be very, very careful not to get caught out. Dragon goes down before anyone from SYPHER can even respond. Now they've jumped onto N-Rated. The stun comes up from the counter-attack. Hercubot has moved forward with that dredge line. Managed to lock up at least one of the Moscow 5 players, but it wasn't enough to save him. And 4-3, Moscow 5 extend the lead to 2,000 gold.
Moscow 5 just know the characters and each other perfectly. And they knew how close SYPHER were. They knew exactly where everyone was. And they still leaped in 3v, what was more or less 5 at that point, before Genja and XL Winner joined them, onto the Jax. Onto the Aurelia, who normally pretty tanky champion. It's not someone you initiate a fight onto. And blew her up, split her off from the team. Notice how they positioned. Jax leaped onto her and then ran towards the rest of her team, forcing her out the bottom side of the river and towards the mid lane, which then meant they could cycle it around, split them in half and blow them up.
I'm going to say that this game on Alexish is officially the highest amount of creeps I've ever seen at 17.5 minutes. I don't think I've seen the 220 creep score barrier broken pre-18 minutes.
I think he's had almost every Wraith camp. Both teams.
Yep, I noticed that as well. Just one smite and one gust. So 320 damage from the gust. Smite is hitting for 430 damage. And that creep score is absolutely huge. A couple guys in chat saying that apparently Scar has managed to get 300 creeps at the 20-minute mark. It's apparently the highest. But I tell you something, this is the
number
most I've
sounds
seen.
way too high.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think 300 is possible.
Not at 20 minutes.
No. Considering another 2 minutes, that would be every creep in the lane and 2 or 3 camps in between every single time as well. You know, the wolves and the raids every time they're up. But either way, 227 CS at 18.5 minutes. This is a huge amount of farm. Oh, there we go. At 24 minutes. Right, so that's the prediction. 24 minutes after the correction has come out on chat.
I was frantically inputting things into the calculator to try to figure it out, but Moscow 5 are going to push the bottom lane instead. They don't care about maths. However, Yellow Star, Haiku Bot and Hypen are going to try and defend it. Hoopen, sorry.
A lot of damage was put onto that tower though, dropped it down from 2,500 to 900. So the next time Moscow 5 do decide to push, they should be able to take it out. Should be able to pick up that tower kill. Jax at the moment, Sheen has been completed. So combine the Sheen with his Empower ability, and he's going to be able to put on a decent chunk of damage. Leap Strike, Empower, and the Sheen proc is really going to start hurting a lot. For everybody that's joining us, everyone that's here, this is the last game of today's DreamHack qualifier. The winner of this qualifies for the actual qualifier on Sunday. Head over to the Reddit post and you guys can check out all the links in the brackets. And the gold graph growing ever so slightly, up to 3,000 now. Moscow 5 just farming their way to completing items, farming their way into this game. And you can't blame them when you can look at the CS numbers. Corky 150, Urgot 150, Jax 120, Aurelia 120, well, call it 130, 130. Alexish in the mid, 260 to the 200 on Vladimir.
How's Momo building skin? Is it? His max is cute, his max is E, he's got himself that Crystal Scepter up. Cooldown boots, which is something different. I like the choice you have now at the moment. I mean, we've even seen top laners going for cooldown boots regularly. I suspect we'll see something along the lines of a death cap from him next. Maybe some magic resist, but Dedrayon is being ganked and rated, and Haiku Bot starting the fight. Knockup comes out, the exhaust is down, and rated being ignited. Now proc shows up a little bit too late to save Dedrayon, and wow, that kick. Unfortunately, it hit Haiku Bot, and the damage wasn't enough to finish off Enrated. I think if he hit Enrated with the kick, it'd have been a very different story.
So unlucky and so close. But even 1v2, Dedrayon still almost has enough damage to actually take Aurelia out. It's very, very scary just how hard he's hitting at the moment. And he hasn't even finished that Trinity Force either. Sitting on 640 gold, so another maybe 1,000 gold away from finishing his, or 1,500 gold away from finishing that Trinity Force. And that's just going to get even scarier for Dedrayon. Well, for SYPHER. 4-4 is the kill score. 27,800 to 30,400. There's the gold graph at the moment. You guys can have a look at who's earning the most. Genja ranking up his Terra Capacitor, managing to absorb 200 damage for 7 seconds. It also increases his slow by 30%. Dedrayon on the top lane, maxed out in power. Leap Strike is almost maxed out as well. Counterattack's only the single point into it right now. And still looking fairly even, relatively speaking. Moscow 5, you know, are in control of the game, I would go so far as to say. But in terms of...
You've got to look at it as it's 4 kills to 4, it's 1 tower apiece, it's 1 dragon apiece. You look at it from that position and the player's position and it feels really even. But then you look at Alex's CS, which is just about to break 300. And you think, okay, maybe our mids are losing out slightly.
According to what chat was saying, 300 creeps was picked up at 24 minutes. This is now the 23 minutes of that being hit. Dedrayon is being chased by the depth charge. The depth charge, as well as the Hemo Plague, is enough damage to pick up that kill. Alexis does have Idol of Durand, but without Jax there, they may not have enough damage to 4v5. Let's see whether or not they're going to commit to this. The dredge line does miss from Hercubot. Urgot is now thinking, is a flash available? So he may be able to flash over and do the position reverser. They pulled this dragon all the way out. Alexis is going to be waiting. Is he going to do a flash idol? That is what we need to see. Dragon does go the way of SYPHER. Lee Sin has now been caught out. Diamond Prox uses that safeguard to jump towards a friendly member. Now they've turned all of their attention to Genja. Genja's going to get caught out before he can even cast his ultimate. The ultimate comes up from Galio, but it was instantly disabled. It looked as though an auto attack from Nautilus is what cancels it, the on-hit stun. And that's something you have to remember. Nautilus gets caught by Idol of Durand. One auto attack is going to stun Alexis instantaneously, and that cancels Idol of Durand.
That was really bad on Genja's part. He thought everyone for SYPHER were chasing the rest of Moscow 5 down to the bottom half of the map. So he followed from behind, poking in the backside, thought he'd be safe to turn around and walk away out the other side of that. He was wrong. Momo had gone towards mid. He came back out of that bush as soon as Genja was out of mission and landed the slow. Instantly, everyone in SYPHER just turned on him, blew Genja up. The rest of Moscow 5 tried to come in and save him, but he was dead before they got there, and as a result, they paid the price of Janna, sorry, demon.
And chat pointing out that apparently it was a Soraka silence that actually ended that Idol of Durand. But either way, it cancelled very, very shortly. 0 channel duration, 0 damage buff building up. And if Nautilus gets caught once we start hitting these bigger team fights, I'm also going to remember that on-hit stun is going to cancel it as well. So how do you cancel? How do you counter that? How do you initiate an idol when you know a single auto attack from a taunted champion is going to end your ability? It's a difficult place to be in. So with the dragon in the fight,
he needs to get himself stunned and then cast it, or have Jax leap on him with a counter strike and make sure that stun goes down. And maybe even a switch from Urgot. It's not your ideal target, but if you don't initiate the fight with the switch, and it stops the cancellation of that ult, it's always a good thing.
Well, let's keep a close eye on this. This is a middle tower now going to be going down. Knockup does land. They've turned their attention to Diamond Prox. It's taking a little bit of damage, but they weren't able to save the tower. So 2 towers apiece thus far. Now we're going to have to see exactly how the game plays out. The gold graph has been pulled back to 2,000 difference. Jax is now putting a lot of pressure down onto N-Rated. Darion's putting the hurt down as best as he can, but N-Rated able to 1v1 him. With that Wit's End and the Ninja Tabi, as well as the blue buff, he was able to out-DPS Dedrayon, even though Dedrayon does have the Trinity Force. So it appears as though that magic resist plus the on-hit damage from Wit's End was enough to negate the damage. Of course, having the Glacial Shroud helps as well. All that bonus armor, just reducing all of the damage coming out from Jax. And that's going to be another tower going the way of SYPHER. SYPHER clawing their way back into this game slowly but surely.
Xaxus has hit 10,000 gold and level 18. So rich, and he is currently carrying around 300 or 200 gold short of a complete death cap. So he's going to keep farming, and he's going to cause all sorts of havoc to SYPHER. And as you said, they really need to get the cancel down on that ultimate as quick as possible, otherwise it's going to tear them apart. And that's just his ultimate. His poke is already ridiculously good as Galio, with that Resolute Smite with the Whirlwinds, and there's nothing you can do to cancel those.
Dedrayon is now putting some pressure down. That's the end rate. The Tempest and the Cripple does actually land from Diamond Prox. So as Aurelia tries to dash away with that Blade Surge, she gets completely slowed by Cripple. Lee Sin applying a 37.5% movement slow or debuff, and that was more than enough to hold him in place. More than enough to keep him now, locked up, or keep Enrated locked up. So 5-8 the kills. Another one goes the way of Moscow 5, but they are still behind in kill score. But 2,000 gold ahead. Almost entirely from Galio. 100 creeps. Yeah, 100 creeps at, call it 20 gold per creep. 2,000 creeps, 2,000 gold just on Dedrayon alone. That is immense when you think about it that way. So, champions are floating around the map at the moment, placing wards all over the SYPHER jungle. Moscow 5 sticking to their very, very aggressive playstyle, pushing forward, staying in the SYPHER jungle as long as they can, trying to catch somebody out really, trying to see, is the red buff available, can we take that? Is anybody trying to pick up the Wraith Camp or the double golems? I'm pretty much just trying to find opportunities, find gaps. And it's interesting to see where this next team fight's going to come from. We've hit the 28-minute mark, which means Baron Nashor is going to be on the cards. Baron Nashor is now somebody that people are going to start looking, or where the teams are going to be starting to look for. And I expect either Dragon or Baron is where the next big team fight's going to come from. Urgot now sitting on the bottom lane. He is completely alone down there. And a 4-man Moscow 5. They're chilling up in this middle lane. Winner is running around with that Oracle's Elixir. This is most likely not Gosu Pepper. Believe it's a stand-in because of the time difference between here and Russia. And a few pings going down from SYPHER onto the Baron. And this may be a Baron.
I didn't realize it, but Moscow 5 are really out of position for trying to stop it. They have waited a couple of seconds too long and they're starting to regroup. But they're in, they're going to start the Baron. Keep an eye on its health, down to 8,000. This is melting, down to 7,000 health, 6,000, 5,000. Still dropping, but Moscow 5 have arrived. 4,500, and SYPHER are going to back away. HawkDon going low, Dedrayon leading the charge. Taking him really low. In fact, the knockup's going to go out. Northwest finishes him off. Moment grabs the kill. And Rated though is really low. XL Winner's got to back away. He popped his ult to disengage. But SYPHER is still chasing. Momo lands another snow with the pool onto Diamond Prox. Everyone going low. Lots of poke coming out. Good dredge land onto Janna. She'll get burst down by Corky. Doesn't quite die. Gets around the corner. And a massive ult from Alexis with the silence. Comes out from Soraka again and cancels it. And Rated doesn't quite get finished off. HawkDon flashes in. Swap comes out from Urgot. They're putting Soraka right in the middle of everyone. She's got oracles to lose. She's trying to chase onto Janna. Won't get the kill though. And Moscow 5 pick up 2 kills for 1. And they can't quite finish off the Baron.
Very good fight at the end of the day for Moscow 5. Picking up 2 kills at least. Only losing the 1. They also stopped the Baron, but Alexis has not been in a position where he's been able to get a good Idol of Durand off at the moment.
Soraka's just been on the ball with every single silence now. She knows how strong it is, she knows how important it is, she's been keeping it, just been waiting. No one's been getting any mana, no one's been getting any instant silence, just waiting for that Galio ult, and bang, as soon as she sees him flash in.
Something that has to be pointed out as well, I was keeping an eye on Hump and Soraka as they were setting up for that fight. Continually, half a meter or, sitting half the river away from the rest of his team, ensuring that the rest of them are grouped up as 3 or 4, and that he's going to be able to come in after the flash idol to be able to put down that silence. So great positioning coming out from Humpen, and it shows. 2 Idol of Duran so far. Both of them have been instantly cancelled within the first second of going down or being casted. So we see Frozen Heart has been completed on Galio. Guardian Angel's been completed on Genja. The champions are starting to get super tanky. A Giant's Belt on Jax. So I'd like to see where that goes. I'd like to see if that's going to be maybe a Warmogs. That might end up becoming the likes of... well, it's not going to be a Frozen Mallet if he's gone Trinity Force, so... Could be Sunfire Cape. Not really, though. It'll probably end up being a Warmogs. And the gold graph still 3,000 gold in the favor of Moscow 5. Ooh. Wow, that was a bit of a mess up. Click on the directed camera, and then my mouse decides to freak out and throw the camera all the way down. So, bottom lane's being pushed up, and Lexish is now probably going to be able to finish this tower.
Look at the items on Alexic now. Death Cup complete, Abyssal Scepter he's had for ages, a Frozen Heart to slow down with the attack speed, anyone close, and he's got a Cage's Lucky Pick. Now that might just be for the early farm, but it could be for a Deathfire Grasp. Let's see whether they can catch Dedrayon. That SYPHER have him surrounded, does flash and leap. The Yellow Star follows with a Valkyrie, the exhaust goes out, and Rated is chasing down with his ult going. Red buff slow is ticking onto Dedrayon, he's still chasing. Winner gets a good knock up, there's an Oracle's on her, she needs to be careful. But it does look like they're out and safe, and now Genja's here with his Guardian Angel and Diamond Procs. Dedrayon grabbed a tier 2 tower and made it out alive. XL winner, wow, he's caught out of position, gets nuked down. The kill goes to Corky, but while that was all going on, Galio having to be killing Momo in the bot lane.
All of a sudden, Genja's the one that's been caught out. This is a 4-man SYPHER pushing forward onto him as best as they can. Yellow Star moves forward, he lands a couple more auto attacks with that red buff. That is going to be able to proc the Guardian's Angel. Genja with no more flash, does get taken on underneath the turret. Dedrayon taking a lot of damage from the champions, but they're not willing to tower dive just yet. And that might open up Baron Nashor for SYPHER. Although if they do decide to take Baron, they are going to lose an inhibitor. Alexish is sitting there on that top lane. He's going to be able to take the turret down. And it looks like SYPHER are going to do it. They've committed to picking up Baron. Jax is going to be sitting there to see if he can keep an eye on, maybe try a steal. But it's an optimistic steal, that is for sure.
I highly doubt Darren's going to try it. It's down to 2,000 health, down to 1,500, 900 drop. Baron's dead. Alexic has backed away, trying to get here in time, but they're going to try and take this fight. They forced a recall. Oh, sorry, Momo has died. He's just respawned. And Rated now caught in the middle of everything. Alexic going low, taking the true damage from Irelia. And Rated takes that Q to the face from Diamond Procs. Will drop, and Rated caught in the middle of everything. And had no team support at all from that. But SYPHER have the Baron. Moscow 5 have one exposed in here, and they can poke all day long with Galio. But against the Baron region, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this out, because they are still up by 6,000 gold.
Which is huge when you consider that that's mostly just towers and farm. We can pull up the tab there at the moment. Towers and farm, 403 on Alexish, 471 creeps at the 34-minute mark. He has to be the best farmer in the game. There was a lot of chat earlier. I was looking at the Reddit thread about Alexish managed to pick up 400 CS in a previous game as well. I mean, that's going to be the 500 mark before the 36th, 37th minutes.
See, we'll watch it. There's not really much more he can buy. So, to be honest, if he takes much more farm, the way they're playing at the moment, the fact that he's not in a lane on his own, he's actually denying his teammates here and not getting too much from it.
That is true. He's going to be able to sell that Chalice of Harmony and pick up another item shortly. And of course, if he continues to take that gold, he really needs to spread the wealth. Now we can see a 5-man SYPHER pushing to Dedrayon and see if they're going to catch him out. Dedrayon does have the rest of the Moscow 5 side coming up from the background. Let's have a look how they're going to commit to this fight. Now Dedrayon is still all the way out of position up at the top. It's a 4-man Moscow 5 in the river. Now they're falling back towards Dragon. Now we've got a full-on 5 versus 5. Is Alexish going to be able to jump in and get a good idol of Duran? Hemoplague goes out. It only lands onto Galio. So that was a completely wasted Hemoplague.
I'm just going to click on Soraka. I'm just watching that infuse. It's still off cooldown for now. No one's been given any mana, and she's still holding on to it.
And here comes the position reversal. They pulled Nautilus backwards. I'm not sure if that's who they should be focusing. They really need to turn their attention to Yellow Star. Waiting for it. Humpin is still sitting in the background. There it goes. Instantly silenced once again from Soraka. Humpin really playing with the big plays. Nautilus is now sitting in the Dragon Pit. He is extremely low. Somebody just has to go and poke him in the head. Yellow Star's the first one to go down. Now they've turned their attention to Soraka. Jax picks it up with an Empower. Urgot goes down for Moscow 5, as does Janna. Darien is now turning his attention to N-rated. The slow comes out from Alexish. So are they going to be able to take down Irelia? The Bulwark is on. Well, that damage is going down from Darien. Vladimir is trying to kill Diamond Prox. N-rated jumps forward. The hidden style plus the Blade Surge is going to be enough to finish off Lee Sin. So we're at a 3-for-3 trade. Both of our champions, mid and top, are left fighting Alexish versus Aurelia, and now Vlad versus Jax. They've swapped partners. They've swapped dancing dates. And now Darien does pick up one more kill, or at least it's one onto Aurelia, and Alexish picks up the final one for the ace. But wow, what a drawn-out fight. Champions really surviving incredibly long.
Really well played. Alexish had enough mana there to do a full combo on Aurelia about once, I think, which would have been enough to finish off if he landed it. It was risky. Instead, he kept auto-attacking and he kept using his Bulwark instead. And every time MoMA pulled underneath that Bulwark, it healed Alex for ridiculous amounts of health. He kept him in the fight, kept him going, and kept him supporting Darien.
Really great fight there for Moscow 5. So they do pick up the ace. They extend their gold lead even further. Dragon has just respawned. Excuse me. And now we're going to see whether or not SYPHER are going to pick that up. In terms of item builds, Quicksilver Sash, Infinity Edge, and Phantom Dancer completed for Corki. Urgot sitting on Guardian Angel, Brutalizer, and the Frozen Heart. Yellow Star does steal the dragon, or does steal the red buff as well. So the dragon goes the way of SYPHER, but they're still 6k behind, and this is the 40-minute mark.
The other thing you have to take from that, Moscow 5 aced them. They won that fight. Okay, it took them a while, but they won that fight. Against Baron. SYPHER was still Baron buffed at the start of that fight. Now that it's gone, it's got a while before it respawned, about 3 or 4 minutes. And Moscow 5 have a Guardian Angel on Genja this time round, which they didn't have in their last fight.
Yeah, it had been popped from the Baron buff fight right at the beginning of well, when Baron buff was still alive. So I'm going to have to see how this plays out. As predicted, that Giant's Belt has been converted into a Warmogs. Jax as well, currently sitting on a Spirit Visage, which is interesting considering he has no lifesteal outside of the Doran's Blade. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. There's no Zeke's
It's only making him tanky, and he's giving him a cooldown reduction for more leaps, and he's carrying a blue pot and a blue buff. What is his cooldown? His cooldown reduction is maxed. So that's the only thing I could think it might be for. And of course a little bit of magic resist.
500 creeps at the 40-minute mark. Alexish seriously needs to share the love. Seriously needs to give some of this gold around. Have a look at the gold graph, guys. You can see what that looks like. 18,000 gold on Alexish. 10, 20, 30, 8, 16, 24. That is 33% of SYPHER's gold just on him. Just on his champion alone. When you put them into perspective like that, it's very scary. Now, in terms...
Shows you the power of good creep skill.
Yeah, very true. So now we do have N-rated pushing onto Genja. The slow does come down. Depth charge has been cast as well. That's going to knock Genja up. Now are we going to commit to this fight? It looks like we have. All of a sudden we have a full 5-on-5 engage. And for the first time the Idol of Duran catches the entire team. Humpin is the only one that goes down to it. Divine Retribution, you might say. Nautilus is the next one to fall on behalf of SYPHER. The position reverser pulls Yellow Star right back into the middle of the fight. And from what looked like a scary position for Genja, has turned around to a 4 versus 1 trade. Make that a 5v1 if they can get in range. The slow comes out, and that's a dead MoMA. Are they going to go for Baron, or they're going to turn immediately to this inhibitor?
It's a 50-second death timer on almost everyone except Soraka. They're going to go in there in this. That's going to be game, and that's all because Alex managed to teleport in on top of Soraka, landed his ult, and taunt Soraka. Got no silence off. There was no way left to cancel that ultimate. and it did a full channel, and it ripped through the remaining health for SYPHER. Such a good fight for Moscow 5, and such an amazing game.
Really, really great play. And GG, Moscow 5 take the victory. So they qualify for the grand final on today's qualifier, which is not actually going to be played, guys. It just means they qualify for Sunday. So Moscow 5, they knock out SYPHER, meaning SYPHER will have to come back on Thursday. There is the final scores. Let's have a quick look at the damage and the gold if we can. So there's damage done. Look at the damage from Galio. And a very big portion of that is going to be on creeps. And I want to look at gold earned. There's your gold earned graphs. Actually fairly high, to be honest. So really, really well played by Moscow 5. Everybody that is joining, that is today's qualifier. That is actually over for today. I'm going to be back on Thursday for the next qualifier, as well as Sunday for the final 8 teams. Panky, I hope you've had some fun.
I've had some great fun.
So to everybody that's on board, that's busy listening in, join us on Facebook, facebook.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T, and facebook.com Panky.lol, or Twitter @ALPanky or @Quickshot. Join us, find out when our next casts are, find out when the next games are. And that's it for today, guys. So I'm going to put some music on for a few minutes before I start to wrap everything up, and we'll be back on Thursday. So Panky, thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for having me.
And I will probably, hopefully, cast with you again soon.
I'm sure we will. There's so many other tournaments out there.
Fantastic. Well then, cheers everybody, and I'll see you again soon.
This is After Hours FM.
So, to the few guys that are still hanging around, this is the official good night. I have wrapped up all of my chats and my documents, so I will be back on Thursday for the next DreamHack qualifier. If you have had some fun, if you did enjoy my cast, be sure to follow me on Facebook, facebook.com/Quickshot, or Twitter @Quickshot. For now, good night, everybody. Have fun, and I will see you again on Thursday.